You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We're holding on to that sunshine while we can. Give me some nice weather here in South Ozone Park, New York. Acacia Kwan alongside Andy Sterling as we're about to get right into it. And we have some great racing coming up this weekend, Andy. Hopefully the weather continues and holds out for us a little bit throughout Saturday.
Yeah, tough to be optimistic at this point, but you never know how things will work out. And some good racing coming up, I agree. And I thought today's car was pretty fun as well, and you and I will be together for almost all of it.
Yes, races 1 through 8, you'll have me and Andy on the desk, and we take a look at what's going on here for the opener. Getting right to it, Maiden Special Week, going 6 furlongs for the fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. An Arrogant Lady, as she comes in off of a year-plus layoff, this filly by Arrogate, off a strong work tab, currently your favorite. We check in with the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, trackside.
Yeah, let's take a look at Arrogant Lady in here, Acacia. Now, we saw her, well, mid-2-year-old season in the summer last year as she set some early fractions dueling on the front end, and she is bred to be quite a sprinter, at least on the bottom side, and she looks that way. While she hasn't grown up much in stature, she has filled out, and she was so much more professional, albeit given the months away from the races. And Crystal Clement has her looking as fit as you possibly could ask a horse coming off of such layoff. So I don't love the price, Acacia, but I do think she is primed and ready for a good return here, and look for her to be up on the engine, I would think.
Faced some good ones in her 2-year-old debut back in June of 2021 at this filly. Andy, quick thoughts on anybody else in the field?
Well, I picked the dead on the board, Firewolves, hoping to get back to her debut, but the board isn't encouraging. Workout reports on Arrogant Lady were sensational up in Saratoga. She probably will run well. She'll probably run the money she's taking.
Race number 1, Belmont at the Big A. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start for number 3, Kitten's Appeal, and she trails. Arrogant Lady is out for the early lead. Funny How is on the outside, and Firewolves is down at the rail. And now Kitten's Appeal has moved up in between horses. Then comes Alicia, and it's 4 lengths back to the trailer, Claire Arific. Arrogant Lady, the favorite, is in front here. Arrogant Lady by 3/4 of a length. And on the outside is a Kitten's Appeal racing in second with Funny How in third. The quarter 23 and 2/5 seconds midway on the turn. It's the gray Arrogant Lady who leads here by a neck. Kitten's Appeal, long shot on the outside, is in second. Now 3 lengths back to Funny How in third. And then it's Alicia, Firewolves, and Claire Arific. Off the turn and into the stretch, the half and 47-1. Kitten's Appeal right alongside of Arrogant Lady with Funny How running in third and Alicia next in fourth as they hit the 8th pole now. It is Arrogant Lady narrowly. Kitten's Appeal is right there, and Funny How kicks in now on the outside. Here comes Funny How, and it will be the New York bred Funny How to win the Thursday opener. Arrogant Lady held second. Kitten's Appeal was third.
Funny How with the recency, making just the 3rd start of her career. 3-year-old filly Fort Ray Handle able to run down as there was a little pace up front.
Yeah, and then you get a perfect trip. Sometimes you run better than you probably reasonably expected to. Bet Funny How last time out and wasn't able to deal with a Clement runner that day, and Canary Love, who's entered again on Saturday. But this time, Arrogant Lady took a lot of pressure from Kitten's Appeal, getting a big trainer switch to Bruce Levine. From a 7% trainer to Bruce Levine, who's a very, very good trainer. Put a lot of pressure on Arrogant Lady. She was ready to go, but she just could not quite withstand the pressure, nor could she really shake Kitten's Appeal. And that allowed Funny How, the perfect trip winner, Trevor McCarthy, in the right spot at the right time.
The little sister to multiple stakes winner Funny Guy, a nice pedigree on this filly by Overanalyze, as she was in the proverbial catbird seat, able to run down those 2 pace setters. And Arrogant Lady dug in and pulled away from Kitten's Appeal in the latter stages, but closing late was Funny How with 2 races under her belt as of yet. 6-4, 3-1 in the opener. Belmont at the Big A. We're off and running already in the first race of the day, and our feature will be early this afternoon. Race number 3 for the New York bred 2-year-olds, the Bertram F. Bongard, Andy, as this was rescheduled, didn't fill with the shorter field this past weekend, and we do see it come back today, which is great to see. Going 7 furlongs on the main track, and Arctic Arrogance was very impressive on debut, and as we often talk about, typically the Linda Rice runners need a start. That was not the case for this son of Frosted.
No, and the money really showed for this horse, and a lot of speed, and a little unusual. Those Linda Rice horses, they'll show speed second time after having none the first time. Ready to go. Unfortunately, the horse who ran second, Nobilis, is in the 5th race today, so you won't get to see how that horse does coming back for George Weaver in a very interesting one division of New York bred maiden races with a lot of interesting first-time starters. But Arctic Arrogance appears to be the faster horse, but also is the controlling speed and is the horse to beat over her chief rival inside of her.
Donegal Surges, who finished second in the funny side last time out, but Arctic Arrogance, yes, on a wet track, but was able to wire the field. Still showing a little greenness, swapping leads in the stretch, but just his first start, but really impressed on closing weekend up there at the Spa. Final day of the meet, I believe, actually, too. And we'll see how he does coming in to face Stakes Company for the first time, and does seem to be the one to beat there in that Bertram F. Bongard coming up a little bit later on in race number 3 as we take a look at what else is coming up on our program. Today's races, as always, are presented by Claiborne Farm. As Andy mentioned, you'll have us for pretty much all of the Belmont at the Big A card. We have races 2 through 9 for you, fast and firm here in New York. Churchill Downs kicks off a little bit later on, around 5 p.m. Races 1 through 8 as Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori will take you through that fast main track in Louisville, Kentucky. You can join Nairo Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And don't forget to join now at NairoBets.com for your $200 deposit match. The opener, Belmont at the Big A in the books. The number 6, Funny How, able to sit the right kind of trip to get the win and break her maiden. Trained by Ray Handel, who's standing by with Maggie.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Ray here to kick off the day. And Ray, Funny How, New York bred, trying some open company. Talk about, the decision. I know sometimes it's timing, sometimes it's a condition book, sometimes it's the racing office calling you saying, this one looks a little light.
Yeah, well, our race didn't go the other day. We had a New York bred spot picked out a few days ago, and they said it was probably not going to come back. They only had 2 horses in the race. I think there was another New York bred in the race. I'm not sure, but Keith in the racing office, racing secretary, called me up and he was like, listen, we got a 5 in the open, you'd make 6. We're probably going to use it with that. And she would fit with these kind, we think. And I was like, all right, let's, instead of sitting on her, it was either this or sit on her for another 4 or 5 weeks to the new book. And we took a shot and it all paid out.
Now, this one for Adelphi Racing Club. Talk a little bit about that partnership group and kind of what they bring to the table. Obviously, we run some of their commercials on our show, too.
Yeah, they're a great group of dudes. We all started kind of individually. Brian Hahn, Jordan Zatz, and Matt Katera, of course, all started on their own, kind of individually doing groups. And we partnered them up together. And it's just a bunch of guys that enjoy the game and want to have fun and do it the right way. And, they're trying to come at it with the new age and, new marketing mobile. And, things have been going good.
Obviously, you're in the winner's circle with them, getting your picture taken. So congratulations, Ray, with Funny How.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
Funny How, guys. Acacia, well, nothing funny about her performance today as she takes down a group of open maiden special weights.
Got the right kind of trip and able to get her picture taken. 3-year-old filly by Overanalyze returned $16. The Arrogant Lady, a valiant effort off that big layoff and Kitten's Appeal pressing her, but it was Funny How to break her maiden. New York bred forces open. As we touched on at the start of the show, coming up this weekend, we have some great stakes to look forward to, including the Grade 1 Woodward, where Todd Pletcher has perhaps a horse of the lifetime in the wings. Life is Good, looking to pick up another Grade 1 victory. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Well, as promised, coming up this weekend on Saturday, the Grade 1 Woodward. As Andy, we did see last year a change in the schedule where the Jockey Club Gold Cup went to Saratoga and the Woodward, what was the Belmont Fall Championship meet, now to be run Belmont at the Big A. But changing of the schedule allows for some other opportunities for those older horses.
Well, in general, with so many people skipping races much more and more, especially in just point of the Breeders' Cup, it's become problematic. It used to be no problem running multiple big races 2 weeks apart. It's a different world we live in. You're trying to keep these races relevant and trying to move them around, do the right thing. We got an interesting race in the Gold Cup this year, so it helped that race this year. And the problem is when, with the way there are different races offered, nobody wants to run against the very best horses. And when you get a Life is Good, you're blessed to get one of the best horses in training running, but you're not going to get a lot of horses to face them.
Yep, he has just 4 rivals in the Grade 1 Woodward as he comes off of a big score in the Grade 1 Whitney. Absolutely stunning gate speed. Hopefully, Irad Ortiz just keeps him on a straight course this time, as he did come over a little bit there in the stretch, but he just looks once again like he's much the best in here. I guess the question is, does Tommy Shelby try to press him? Just seems like he's a class above.
I can't see Thomas Shelby really putting any serious pressure on him in this race. And I mean, I guess that is, I mean, I don't disagree with you. That is a question looking at it. But it's hard to really imagine him being a major factor pushing against him. Life is Good is going to be an overwhelming favorite and a very, very likely winner as he preps for the Breeders' Cup. And I really hope we do see him in the Breeders' Cup Classic. I can't imagine a scenario where he runs in a race like the Breeders' Cup Mile. He won it last year. Running it this year will be waving the white flag and just saying, we don't think he's that good. And that's not what you want to do. So I expect him to be pointed to the Breeders' Cup Classic. And I think he presents potential problems for a horse like Flightline because not only his talent, but his speed and his stamina.
Winning another Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile would at this point really do nothing for his value. Winning the Breeders' Cup Classic would, and we look forward to getting a chance to seeing Life is Good this weekend as he and Flightline, kind of the 2 big horses that everybody's talking about, so to speak. But the handicap division this year, Andy, and the 3-year-olds is remarkably strong and really, really a fascinating group that we hope we get to see this kind of field lineup in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Right, and you look at those horses, and I think it's very fair to say, well, Flightline, nobody is denying Flightline's brilliance. Yeah. And nobody's denying that he is the likeliest winner of this Breeders' Cup Classic. But in my opinion, those people that took 3 to 5 on him 2 months before the race, where they don't get their money back if the horse doesn't run, should find better things to do with their money, to be honest with you. Because I don't know how much shorter than that he's going to be, even if he makes the Breeders' Cup Classic. And assuming that Life is Good runs, he's got a horse that's got real talent, real speed, and real stamina, who at the very least is going to be around for quite a while in that Breeders' Cup Classic. And then you've got the Olympiads and Tabas, where they're the second tier, second most talented, sitting behind them to hold them off, and then a horse like Epicenter as well. So people that think because he won the Pacific Classic by 20 lengths, that's going to be a repeat performance in the Breeders' Cup Classic, I think those people are in for a rude awakening. Do I think Flightline's the horse to beat? Of course I do. But I don't think it's going to be easy if all of those horses show up, particularly Life is Good.
It'll be really, really fun to continue to follow. And as mentioned, such a strong handicap division this year, which is really a treat for us as well. We look forward to seeing one of the big players this weekend in the Grade 1 Woodward. That's one of 2 Grade 1s on Saturday. Of course, the 2-year-olds with the Champagne, the girls with the Frisette on Sunday, but plenty of great stakes action to look forward to for week 3, Belmont at the Big A. Back here to today, we get ready for race number 2, 6 furlongs on the turf in this maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and upward. Rockets Red Glare, 1 of 2 for Linda Rice in here, currently the favorite after an improved effort last time out and a big performance. We'll see if he can find his way to the winner's circle today. He's currently your favorite. Arad Ortiz has a date with Life is Good this weekend. He'll be aboard the favorite Rockets Red Glare in this upcoming race and looking to continue his winning ways here at Belmont at the Big A.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free, and a sire whose progeny can carry his speed from all distances on all surfaces. Getting ready for race 2, Belmont at the Big A, turf sprint maiden special weight. There is Rockets Red Glare, start number 3, and looking to get to the winner's circle. For more on him, the rest of the field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
And he looks great in here, the son of Tapiture Acacia. As we'll get to his uncoupled stablemate, though, in a moment. Want to talk about a horse who's first off the claim and turning back in distance. That's number 3, Smoke and Heat in here. Now, the blinkers come off, and he returns as a new gelding off the claim. I got to say, though, I mean, I kind of get, I suppose, maybe what Rob Falcone thinking with the turn back, because he did want to get a little headstrong early in that last race up at Saratoga, but I don't know. I'm not quite sold on it looking at him. And I get it with Street Boss too. Sometimes he does throw more sprinter type, but this horse is tall, leggy, stretchy. He's very even in his frame. There's nothing about him physically that says sprinter whatsoever. And it's not like he's going to get a supersonic pace, at least projected on paper, to close into. So we'll see what he does here. I mean, from the overall perspective, I like what I see, and he looks incredibly fit, but I just don't get how tactically he's supposed to be effective here at the 6 furlong. So taking a look at Linda Rice's other horse in here, that's number 7, Java Buzz, and he has had more starts, and maybe there isn't quite as much upside as number 6, Rockets Red Glare, but kind of weirdly look like twins in here. I mean, they're the same physical, but having had more races under his belt, number 7, Java Buzz, is just a bit more developed. And I thought last time kind of hit the lead a bit too early given the way that the race eventually unfolded. So he's making an excellent impression in here on me, Acacia, and 2, he could project to be the lone speed in here. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from him with that in mind too.
Maggie, thank you. Java Buzz, the other Linda Rice, so to speak. He's currently 7-2 as he has the outside post once again, Andy, but not 12 of 12 like he did last time out. And he did break well his stablemate Rockets Red Glare in this race as well. Chukka Moon was the one who kind of had the pace to run at from off of it. But what were your takeaways from this August 28th race?
Well, I'm almost always going to side with the horse that does more dirty work. Now, to be fair, Rockets Red Glare, despite a much, much better trip, did beat Java Buzz by over 3 lengths, and that's a significant amount, especially in a turf sprint. But Java Buzz did the dirty work, chased a pretty quick pace that kind of fell apart. The other speed finished 10th in that race at 10-1, and did the dirty work where Rockets Red Glare could not have got a better trip or ride from IRAB. This was a sensational ride. The winner, Outlaw Kid, coming back and improving his Beyer figure 10 points with an easy win in his next start. But I think even more important than that is the rail situation. When we have come to Aqueduct in the past in November, when we've run freshly on these courses and we've had the outer turf course, the rails have started out at 0, and we've seen a very strong inside bias on the outer turf course. Inner turf as well, but especially the outer. This year we came in at 18 and 24, and the rails are down to 0 today. We're almost running on a different course, and we can see it from where we sit up here, because when you see the rails out 24, it really does look like we've got 3 turf courses kind of out there. And so I think it's reasonable to say, well, now the rails are down, and we could well see a strong inside. The difference is, though, a lot of times when rails come down, you had run on the inside parts of the course. When you go from 18 and 24 to 0, you've got 6 to 8 fresh paths out there. So the theory, in theory, why should one path be better than the other? But given the way it's been when we would come here in October, I think it's not impossible. Now, the rails being at 0, I guess the rail, you look at it and you say, well, there's a rail out. Well, it has to be out because it's around the poles. So I think we're down right on the inside of the course. So I don't think it's going to hurt the number 7 as a potential speed, assuming the 1 doesn't go on a mission in here. And you know that Flavien Prat's aggressive. So I think the fact that the 7 did the dirty work last time and the potential exists for his running style to be flattered by the racetrack, to me makes Java Buzz the one you want of the 2 Linda Rice runners, especially at a better price, though they'll come together a lot more by post time.
Flavien Prat going to be aboard at Java Buzz, and as you mentioned, he faced Outlaw Kid last time, who came back to win again with a 93 Beyer speed figure, a horse that's really been in great form for George Weaver.
What a race he ran his next race. I mean, he ran against the Nowers of Whitefield, and he just crushed them. I mean, what, he went by 3 or 4 lengths? I mean, it was almost like, who is that horse when he ran? So I agree. It certainly flattered that race. And I don't think either of us are saying that Rockets Red Glare, and I know Maggie would agree, isn't very dangerous here. But at a better price, Java Buzz just might be a better gamble in here. The thing with Smoke and Heat, I get people look and they say, well, the biggest Beyer figure he ran was when he went 7 furlongs. And that's factual. I mean, you can't argue against that. There's a big difference between 7 furlongs and 6 furlongs.
Yes.
7 furlongs, the milers, they do fine in 7 furlong races. Sprinting 6 furlongs, 5.5. Somewhat different animal, and this was also a race that just completely collapsed, and you could basically see it watching the stretch run. And the horses that ran well, they were flattered by the dynamics of the race, and I think Smoke and Heat was flattered by the way the race was run. Having said that, I understand why people like him. It makes a certain amount of sense. Rob Falcone has good numbers off the claim. Off the claim on turf, he's 8 for 37, 22%, $1.96 ROI. With maidens, he's just 1 for 12. But with turnbacks from routes to sprints, he's 1 for 1 with a $4 horse winning. So I won't be surprised if this horse runs reasonably well. I'm just not sure I would want to bet him because his best race looks like it was at 7 furlongs.
Maggie bringing up some points as well, that even physically he wouldn't necessarily lend himself to that kind of distance, as well as the number 4 Union Lights is an interesting runner for Michelle Nevin because he has a big pedigree, though not necessarily a turf pedigree by any stretch of the imagination. And clearly it's kind of a, I don't want to say a last-ditch effort, but maybe Michelle Nevin's just saying, I don't know what to do with this horse. Maybe he'll take to the grass.
Well, I think it's probably twofold a little bit, and it probably goes back a little to the conversation we heard in the first race.
Yeah.
Might have tried to get this horse in a dirt race and couldn't get a dirt race to go. And Michelle also may be thinking, you know what, I need to get a race into him anyway. Let me run him in here. I won't expect much, and I'll be pleasantly surprised if he handles the turf and improves. And if not, it'll serve him well getting to a dirt race when and if we eventually run one that he can run in, because he's got no pedigree, and Michelle knows that. I mean, he's just got strictly a dirt pedigree. I used to tease Chad Brown that he was gonna make Union Rags into a turf sire. It was the last thing he did, and I think even he's giving up at this point.
It's very true. And of course, Union Light's the half brother to By the Moon, even By the Light, the Dam, a very good dirt sprinter as well. Of course, Michelle Nevin, well familiar with the family. As they step out onto the racetrack, we'll meet the field, starting with a long shot number 1, Captain Quick.
But he does potentially have some speed, as he is Captain Quick, but he's a hard horse to make in this race.
Will he live up to his name? Here's the 2, Chaka Moon, second off the layoff.
I thought that this horse wasn't impossible. He ran a little bit last time for Mark Henning. If you're looking for a bit of a price, he's not impossible.
Here's the 3, Smoke and Heat, first off the claim.
Well, we've talked about him extensively. I think he probably wants farther, but not impossible.
Here's that Michelle Nevin runner, Union Lights.
Yeah, we'll see if this is a horse that just needs a race or if he's even good enough, even if he handles the turf.
Next will be a big price. There goes My Miracle.
There was almost a miracle in Saratoga when this horse finished second at a huge price 2 races back. Those were maiden claiming races.
And the 2 Linda Rice runners, starting with Rocket's Red Glare.
And this horse has run well in both of the starts. Got just an unbelievably great ride from Irad last time.
Sneaking up the rail, but second best to a talented runner. Here's Java Buzz, the speed to the outside.
Yeah, the problem with Java Buzz, I think that you can tell from Maggie, she's going to like him. I like him. It feels like he's got a big bandwagon, and he's going to drop in price, probably be 2 to 1, but I still think he's the horse you want in this race.
Well, if you want to follow along, we're going to remind everybody you can get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to get your free Equibase past performances. They've got you covered. As we get ready to kick off the early pick 4 here, there's a look at the number 3, Smoke and Heat. I wanted to touch on the 1, Captain Quick, as he does go back to the turf and does go back to a turf sprint, and he's been to big prices throughout, and who knows what his better surface is. Pedigree would suggest that it might be turf. Would you expect him to be a little bit aggressive from the inside?
You would think so. I mean, the question of whether Nick Juarez can get this horse to outrun the horse on the outside, if Flavian Pratt wants to go, is another question, but I don't think he has any choice. He's got speed and he's got the rail. He's got to at least try, doesn't he?
Yeah, you would certainly think so. As we talked about the pedigree on Union Lights, Maggie, what do you make of this guy trying the turf for the first time?
I'm mad at myself, Acacia, because I cannot come up with the horse's name that we've seen Michelle Nevin do this with before. Just run the horse coming back off of layoff. It's a William, Andy will think of it. It has been running somewhat recently. Nearly black, really dark bay, William Chatine horse that it's really annoying me. I can't think of his name because I can picture him clear as day. But he, as you do see horses going on to the turf course here, when we're on the outer turf course and sprinting here at Aqueduct, we do go on here about a 16th of a mile after the wire, and they go the right way around to the gate as they get a little bit of a brief warm up there on the turf course. But I just think that Michelle is doing that with this horse. He doesn't look like a turf horse. He looks like he needs a start. But as Andy said, maybe we'll all be pleasantly surprised at 20-1. As we'll move on to number 2, Chuckamoon. First start off of the layoff, I haven't been in the paddock for either of his NYRA races. In occasion, maybe you can elaborate. But I think we're looking at a horse that is very fit. Second off the bench here for trainer Mark Hennig. Great coat to him. I love the way he was moving out there. You know, he kind of pushed me more towards him. Not that I'm picking him, but just more of a positive perspective on him after watching him move here on the racetrack. So he doesn't look as though he's going to get the pace that he probably needs to be truly effective, but I do think he builds upon that effort first off the break back in Saratoga. So we'll see what shakes out here. Acacia, we did have that brief delay back in the paddock for tractors still being on the racetrack.
Maggie, there's a dirt horse I'm thinking of that Dylan Davis used to ride. That was a good sprinter for Michelle that kind of ended up going the wrong way. Is that who you're thinking of?
It was, so Kendrick rode him first. And I keep thinking of a horse, Aussie Prayer, but that's not it.
No.
And it's one word. It's William Chatine, and it was Kendrick early on, and he did go the wrong way, and he had subsequently been claimed earlier this year at Aqueduct.
I'm at a loss here.
It's going to come to all of us in the middle of the night tonight.
Thank you for giving us something to torture ourselves with over the next few hours, Maggie. Believe me, I appreciate it. We could use the help up here.
For sure. As, like I said, it's going to come to all of us. Or is it maybe somebody on Twitter will help us? If you know what we're talking about. Wanted to go back to Chuckamoon because he came back last time as a new gelding, and it hadn't lightened him up too much, and he got pretty hot last time. And so I was encouraged by what Maggie said because, and I'm looking at him on the screen, but I thought he looked terrific out on track today. And I know even you thought, Andy, too, that this could be one at a generous price who could improve, and he ran a little bit late last time out.
Yeah, no, I thought he ran a little bit. Before I wrote, ran a little. Had a good trip in there. Came out, but he was a horse coming off a layoff, and I thought he ran enough that he wouldn't be impossible to get a piece. And he also draws well towards the inside. So isn't he a horse that could get a reasonably good trip?
Maggie, did you come up with the answer?
I had to echo base it, Acacia. South Africa. And you might remember
this. Oh, gosh,
this.
yeah.
He
but that's,
came back
the
off
dirt
that
horse.
long layoff on the turf. Yep, and then moved to the dirt and was okay for 6 months or so.
Well, he was a horse that kept getting bet, right?
Yes,
and he
took a lot
sort
of
of ran
money.
really well, sort of at
but
times.
He won, I think he won at Belmont at a pretty good price one day as well.
David Aragona just texted me a little late, Maggie, and said South Africa.
All right.
Sorry, David. You're too late.
Thank you, David, for trying. And thank you, Maggie, for coming up with the name so that we won't be scratching our heads throughout the rest of the show. Race number 2, Belmont at the Big A as they start to load in 3-5 on Rocket's Red Glare. We'll see if it's one of the 2 Linda Rice runners that perhaps gets to the winner's circle. There it goes. Union Lights loading without the rider. Joel Rosario will climb aboard inside the gate. We send it up to track announcer John Embrial for the call.
Waiting for There Goes My Miracle, Rocket's Red Glare, and Java Buzz. They're all in. And they're off. Java Buzz from the extreme outside. Rocket's Red Glare came away in second from the rail. Captain Quick now moves up. Smoking Heat is next in 4th. There Goes My Miracle in 5th. Down on the inside is Chuckamoon. And the trailer is Union Lights in 7th. Java Buzz leads here by a length and a half. And the favorite, Rocket's Red Glare, is on the outside with Captain Quick down at the rail. It is Java Buzz through a quarter in 23-2 over the firm turf, taking the field into the far turn. Java Buzz by 2 lengths now. Rocket's Red Glare is second by a head. Captain Quick is down on the inside and in 3rd. Then Smoking Heat in 4th, who's about 4.5 from the front. Then comes Chuckamoon, and There Goes My Miracle. Union Lights is at the back. At the front, it is Java Buzz who has the lead into the stretch. Ran the half in 46 seconds. Rocket's Red Glare is all out in second. It is Java Buzz with the lead, and the lead is now 4 lengths. Then Rocket's Red Glare in second. And Captain Quick next in third. Down on the inside is Chuckamoon. It's a front-running victory for Java Buzz. Rockets Red Glare was second. Chuckamoon came on for third.
Java Buzz, even though he had a little extra weight to carry today, able to get his maiden score this afternoon under an aggressive ride by Flavien Prat.
Yeah, and I don't know that this is any indication that we have some sort of gold rail on the turf. This is just classic sort of handicapping, looking at two horses. And while one horse finished much better than the other one, this was the one that did the dirty work in the race and comes back in a situation where he's able to get away up front and be able to control. And so he goes from playing one horse's game to the other horse having to play his game. Now, it's also possible that the rail helped a little bit. I don't want to discount that possibility. But you knew that was going to come into play if you were betting that horse, because he figured to clear under Flavien Prat. And I'm annoyed at myself that I didn't pound this try. I took a little shot and bet a 7-2
Yeah.
to exacta. Why don't I just bet a big cold 7-6-2? Bad play on my part.
It was Linda Rice running 1-2, 7-6, and the 2 Chuckamoon out of that same race, closing to finish third. Captain Quick, the Invader from Monmouth Park, checking in fourth at 36-1, 7-6-2-1. But Java Buzz, as today, by the way, should have known this was the hunch bet. Today is National Coffee Day. Java
I
Buzz
thought you were
was
going
the
to tell me
hunch
that we
bet.
were all going to get a buzz on later on the show. That's what I thought. But instead, you give me some coffee. I don't drink coffee.
I know. I had a very large coffee before
Really?
the show. Yes.
I drink espresso at Saratoga after dinner so I can go home and work.
Priorities.
It's really so
Meanwhile,
sad.
coming
What
up
a
this
pathetic
weekend, we have
existence.
some big Breeders' Cup preps to talk about with the 2-year-olds as well. Gulfport, Leave No Trace. They're looking to take big steps forward in the Champagne and the Frisette, respectively. More on that after this.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anytime, anywhere. As we just saw Java Buzz going right to the winner's circle in race number 2 at Belmont at the Big A, ridden to victory by Flavien Prat, who's standing by with Nike.
There's 2 cameras down here. I don't even know which one to look at. Why am I doing this job? No, I'm kidding. Flavien, congratulations with Java Buzz. And as Andy Serling correctly pointed out, with the rails down, that inside path is prime real estate. Talk a little bit about riding over a course that is just so fresh.
Yeah, no, as you said, I mean, the grass is really good right now with the rail at 0. So we broke well, we took advantage of it and got ourselves down the fence, and it worked out well.
And Flavien, switching your tack here to Aqueduct, are there any like new things that you have to learn riding a course kind of full time for the first time?
We always adapt, I guess. You know, when you go to Belmont and you go to Saratoga and Aqueduct, the turf courses are obviously different, even if it can be the same distance, but they are different and it is a different way of riding. So I'm learning that curve, but the tracks feel really good and it's fun to ride out here.
Well, Flavien, congratulations. Ridden well to victory today with Java Buzz.
Thank you.
Flavien Prat aboard for this victory. Acacia, as I'm sure he's just lining up for a very big weekend.
Indeed, he is. Maggie, thank you. Java Buzz with Flavien Prat in the saddle. Java Buzz, the second choice, $6.40 winner, as Chuckamoon at a big price, able to close for third. And Flavien Prat has continued to make a strong impression on this already strong jockey colony here in New York.
He's a sensational rider. And you know, I think Richie has made, Richie often makes excellent points about these things, but I think his points about Flavien are really correct. What's his hole? What's his weakness?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel, watching him ride, as though he has a real weakness. He's good in the front end. He's good with closers. He's good in the turf. He's good in the dirt. He's good in sprints. He's good in routes. He's an incredibly well-rounded rider. And that's not to say that there are other riders here that are also equally talented. And Alright Ortiz is certainly sensational. Joe Rosario, a lot of guys in that room are exceptional. But Flavien Prat coming in here against this colony, he's really proving that he more than belongs.
He's been really fun to watch as well as he continues to make a big impression on this jockey colony. And he'll be aboard Blazing Sevens in this weekend's Champagne, a grade 1 for the 2-year-olds. And I always like this race, Andy, as we get a chance to really kind of sort out the men from the boys, so to speak, as they'll have to go the mile for the first time, looking for this grade 1 Champagne, and some terrific horses that have won this race in the past, as we'll see Blazing Sevens and Gulfport come out of the hopeful. It looks like Forte potentially going to another race and not coming here for the Champagne.
It's strange because as of a day before the race, we believe that Forte was running, so it's hard to know what happened, transpired. They claim they're going to Keeneland. We'll see next weekend. Will Gulfport get the mile? Is he a horse that was precocious, that maybe he started out well and he's not going to continue to improve? Is Blazing Sevens a horse that's going to take advantage of a lot of pace in this race? All reasonable questions. I didn't pick either one of them. It's a very, very interesting race, and the horse is the morning line favorite, Verifying. He's going to beat me. I'm not a fan.
Fair enough, and it'll be a really fun race to look forward to coming up this weekend in the Grade 1 Champagne. Verifying, a intriguing runner, though, called by Justify, regally bred. Maggie, of course, you got a chance to see this horse at Saratoga, as he already has a win going the 6 furlongs. We'll have to navigate the mile in the Champagne.
And Acacia, given his pedigree, being that half-brother to champion Midnight Bisou, and two, as a physical, he's going to have no problem, I would think, getting the mile. But it isn't a big ass, jumping a lot of times from the 6 to the 8 furlongs. But last year, we saw the winner of the Champagne do just that and winning the exact same race, leading him into this effort in the Champagne. That horse, Jack Christopher, as Verifying, he talking to his trainer, Brad Cox, thereafter that maiden-breaking performance, he said he's just a big baby. He is still learning this game. As you can see, he was just kind of, toying with the competition and ears going up at the line. So indicating to me that there was still plenty left in the tank. He just has to learn to be a racehorse. But Acacia, as far as physicality goes, you're not going to find one much better looking than this 2-year-old by Justify.
By Justify, the half-brother to Midnight Bisou, won impressively, though obviously still figuring things out in that first race. A little bit green, but obviously there's a lot of blue sky with this 2-year-old colt.
We'll see. And the horses that ran 2nd and 3rd ran Beyer speed figures of 10 and 13 points, I think. I don't have it right in front of me, and their next start's worse. So I'm wondering if that race is really as good as that 85 Beyer suggests. It was 16 points and 12 points. Timeform US had the race a bit slower, and I have a feeling he may not be as good as that 85 suggests, but we'll find out.
Came up as a nice field indeed. We'll see who takes the Grade 1 Champagne on Saturday. The 2-year-old fillies will take center stage on Sunday in the Frizette. We'll be drawing that card today, as we'll see if the Spinaway winner, Leave No Trace, can take a step forward. But the start for American Rocket, the runner-up in this Spinaway, I mean, she really put herself behind the 8 ball at the beginning. She went to the popcorn stand, really.
Wow. That is quite a duck out.
Yep.
She's a horse that didn't break that sharply in her debut. We'll see. I mean, obviously with Chocolate Gelato in this field, assuming she runs, the Napoli horse that ran Andrew Beyer, if she runs back to her maiden victory, they're all going to have to get a lot faster. But it's a mile, and these horses have experience. Obviously, you saw good performances right at the start. Leave No Trace ran very well in here. Was an overlay. Should never have been that big a price. The one thing that concerns me a little bit, Phil Serpy's horses were running unbelievably well at Saratoga. 2 or 3 of them that have run back at Belmont have not run well at all in subsequent performances. And I wonder if you can expect that Saratoga form to necessarily return to Belmont Park. And she is going to have to get better if Chocolate Gelato duplicates her maiden win. Because Chocolate Gelato, who I assume will be the favorite, she looks like, especially with Todd Pletcher's other horse, Prank, on the shelf, like she might be the best 2-year-old filly we've seen.
She was very impressive in her second start this summer up at the Spa, and you bring up a good point, a disappointing effort from Phil Serpy's runner in the Joseph A. Jimma, the 2-year-old New York bred filly stake last week, and we'll see if Leave No Trace can take a step forward coming out of that Grade 1 Spinaway win. Looking forward to the Frizette on Sunday, and of course the Champagne on Saturday for the 2-year-olds. As the 2-year-olds are in the spotlight, coming up next here at Belmont at the Big A, the Bertram F. Bondguard, 7 furlongs on the main track for the 2-year-old New York breds. But before we get into this field, we did see something take place in race number 2. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for an update.
Acacia, it's a report I never, ever want to give. Unfortunately, we saw Rocket's Red Glare, second-place finisher in the last race, take a bad step galloping out and suffered a fatal injury to his right front fore. He was humanely euthanized on the racetrack, and it always breaks your heart, and our hearts and condolences go out to Linda Rice, her team, as well as Zilla Racing and Blackjack Racing for the loss of Rocket's Red Glare. Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Echo her sentiments for sure. And we'll take a quick time out and be back with more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Funny Side off the turn with a 2.5 length lead.
Funny Side opening up on the field under a hand ride is in front now by 5. Spite the Devil, Storm Cadet, Infinite Justice, all giving chase. Farther back, Look Out Evan is a distant 5th. But it's all Funny Side, and Jose Santos aboard another winner, and Funny Side won.
Funny Side in the 2002 Bertram F. Bongard Stakes, the New York bred that, of course, would go on to win the Kentucky Derby and take a school bus full of Saratoga partners all over the country.
And I don't know if he was the only 2-year-old that year to run a triple-digit buyer, but I know he was the first one. He either ran one in his debut, which I think he won by 18 lengths, or this race. He was a brilliant horse, and I think a lot of people remember the Derby things. They don't remember how well he ran when he first started out his career. And Saratoga, who's had other success, obviously Tis the Law, they apparently have a pretty good firster in the last race. A lot of stories around about left him behind the 8 in the last race. So I don't know if they have another Tis the Law or Funny Side, but we'll see.
That's always the goal, looking for the next one. Meanwhile, Donegal Surges and Arctic Arrogance taking all the money in this year's Bertram F. Bongard. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
We'll start with number 4, Arctic Arrogance, as I just saw his owner and breeders walk into the paddock here, Chester and Mary Broman, who have had such an influential impact on the New York breeding program that is just second to none. As we'll take a look at this impressive winner, first time out for Linda Rice, and as I feel like a broken record in saying so, Linda Rice's horses often look as though they need a start, and that's typical of what they show on the racetrack, but not the case for him. It was funny that day in the paddock. He was a part of a group that was very vocal, and he was chiming in as well, trying to do his best solo act, but is that much more professional here in the paddock, at least first time around. He looked fit enough relative to his competition. There hasn't been, though, any change in his fitness levels. I was expecting to see him a bit more tucked up. That's not necessarily the case, but he is certainly a horse that is very strong behind the saddle, and that leads to one being pretty quick out of the gate, which he showed in debut. Next, we'll move on to Donegal Surges. Last time, he ran well. He ran better than actually I kind of thought he would, to be honest, behind Andiamo Forense, because I was a little bit apprehensive about him coming back off of what was somewhat short rest, and I remember Todd kind of expressing a slight concern about the somewhat quick turnaround, and he was just a lot more quiet in the paddock that day too, but still, he went out on the racetrack and delivered a solid performance against a horse who is likely to be one of the choices in this weekend Champagne. He's a little more energetic here in the paddock, but his weight's back on. His conditioning is kind of a little bit more apparent here than relative to his second start of his career. And he's going to be hoping that they go out there and test Arctic Arrogance, because he is one that has proven that he needs a little pace, but he's also going to appreciate the 7 furlongs. Now, number 2, Blame It on Daddy. He's going to have to get faster, and I get that. But this horse just continues to come together mentally and physically now with his 3rd career start here for Tom Albatrani. Caught that good track last time out, will be on a fast one here, and just mentally so much more focused. He's really developed into a very athletic individual. Like I always say, if I took my past performances and my form away, he would be the pick of the paddock. But again, I know, Acacia, he'll need to get faster.
We'll see, though, a lot of change for these 2-year-olds is possible, as the 2-year-old Colt by Blame It on Daddy, a little bit still green figuring things out last time out, but he got the nice win after finishing second to Donegal Surges on debut, and maybe one that's trending in the right direction, Andy.
They're 2-year-olds. They can always improve from start to start, and a horse like Arctic Arrogance doesn't have to come back and run very well. But I'll be surprised if Arctic Arrogance loses this race. He'll be favored by post time. I know he's the second choice now. He not only appears to be faster, based on really any speed figure you look at, but he's also the controlling speed in this race, and that's a pretty big advantage when you're possibly the best horse in a race, and you can have the race run in the manner that suits your running style much more than the other horses. It's just an enormous advantage. He's a first-time starter. Maybe he was cranked up first time. And for what it's worth, Linda Rice horses that win their debuts on the dirt and come back in their second start, she's just 4 for 16 with a $1.06 ROI, so sometimes they don't come back and run as well. But on paper, to me, Arctic Arrogance is pretty much a cinch.
This one a homebred for Chester and Mary Broman. They're the breeders of the number 3 Donegal Surges, as well as we take a look at Arctic Arrogance's debut closing day. One of the few rainy days we had up at the spa, and Saratoga went out with a bang, as well as, again, you could see him being just a little bit green, but he's out there by himself. He was able to wire the field. You could kind of forgive that, and I thought he kicked away pretty nicely amongst this group.
Yeah, and it came up a very fast race. I mean, that's a solid speed figure for a first-time starter. And for people that say, well, that was in the slop, but he was 5-2 in there. So he was supposed to run. If he was a 20-1 shot and he ran, you might want to say, well, maybe he just sort of was a fluky slop win. I don't really believe in that stuff that much anyway, but as a horse who was bet as strongly as he was, this was no surprise at all. And barring something unforeseen, he is much faster than these horses early. It's really not even close. And that puts him in a position to let the race be run in his manner. Now, Donegal Surges improved in his second start. I think it's interesting looking at Blame It on Daddy and Donegal Surges. They both ran 9 Beyer points faster in different races. Does that say that their debut race should have been a higher figure? I'd more say they both improved a little bit from first start to second start. But the thing about this maiden win also is this was a pace that just completely collapsed. It suited Blame It on Daddy as well. And you say, well, he improved off that. Okay, fine. But I don't think either one of these horses ran that well. I think they both were aided by the way the race was run. Looking at Donegal Surges, though, he seems green. Probably a horse that gets better with distance, so maybe the 7 furlongs helps him. Or maybe he's a horse that's going to get even better when the races are a mile, mile and an eighth.
Donegal Surges came back to run second in the funny side behind Andiamo Firenze. Acoustic Ave came back with a 76 Beyer speed figure, winning the Aspirant on Monday.
Did you go up to go to Figure Lakes?
I did not go.
Didn't make the trip to Rochester for it?
I did not go.
I'm really losing respect for you. Yeah. I watched it too, actually, 1-9. No, I did watch it. It was exciting.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was nice. Well, he had not been working that well going into his second start, right? So I assume he's
disappointed in the funny side. There was some questions there after an impressive maiden win, but came back as he wants to stick to sprinting at that Aspirant victory.
And I imagine that Todd Pletcher wants and Donegal want him to be in the race to show speed against Arctic Arrogance.
I'm sure of that.
And I'm sure they're happy to look forward to the next race, which will be at a mile, the May of the Mist. May of the Mist? No, that's Sleepy Hollow.
Yes, Sleepy Hollow. That's right. For more, though, on at the number 2, Blame It on Daddy, let's go to Maggie with a special guest.
And so pleased to be joined by his trainer, Tom Albatrani. And Tom, we saw Blame It on Daddy, break through in his second start of his career. And he just felt like a horse that kind of needed that racing experience to come together mentally and physically.
Yeah, his first race, we always kind of get him ready to run. Don't anticipate a win first time out and kind of build off their first race. I think he came through the second time after getting a good learning experience from his first run.
What are you expecting from him today? Acacia and Andy were just talking about the fact that it looks like Arctic Arrogance is a lone speed, but he showed a little bit more tractability in his second start. Where do you see him placed early on?
I think he'll be forwardly placed in here, too. I think the stretch out to 7/8 will definitely help him. So, well, hopefully we see a little bit more improvement from his second start again. So we'll see how he does.
Is it always kind of a little bit of a guessing game, or do they hint at, moving forward in the mornings?
Yeah, I think I see that a lot, but we always felt this horse wanted to go a little longer, and we're a little up against time running him back 3/4 at Saratoga because there was nothing else from here, so one race led to the other, so hopefully we'll see a better result today.
Tommy, best of luck here. Thank you so much for your time. Good looking colt there.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Blame It on Daddy. We'll see if we can get him to the winner's circle here today. And if he does, have that move forward, Acacia.
Will be fun to watch. And Maggie, thank you. Blame It on Daddy. As we now get the call for riders up, a slight delay in the paddock with the tractors still out on the racetrack. And Blame It on Daddy, I thought it was interesting what Tom Albatrani said about kind of rushing back to get that win. And you and I have spoken about this with young horses. It's important to break your maiden early so you have some opportunities and can take them on to the next step, like running in a stake like this.
Well, that's the problem with the fact that these horses don't get started until August.
Yeah.
When they used to get started in May and June, you had some time to break your maiden and get to stake races. There's a lot more pressure right now to get them broken right away.
This is the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Leading Stallion Into Mischief. standing at Spendthrift Farm as we get ready for our Spendthrift race of the day with the Bertram F. Bongard 2-year-olds, the New York breds in the spotlight stepping out onto the racetrack. We'll meet the field starting with one going turf to dirt. Here's General Banker.
Yeah, it has only the one dirt race, and that was in the Muddy Seal track. Finished fourth, beaten just over 3 lengths by Donegal Surges.
That was in the funny side. Here's the horse we just learned a little bit more about. Blame It on Daddy.
I agree with Tommy. I think this horse should be fitting second in this race, and that probably does help his chances.
Donegal Surges coming out of the funny side as well.
Yeah, and we'll see. Does he keep, sort of getting better, improving, show a little more speed with each start? We'll see.
Arctic Arrogance off the back of that maiden win.
I think he's much the worst to beat, as does the public, as the likely controlling speed and perhaps the best horse.
And the number 5, Jackson Heights.
Yeah, they're obviously going to have to improve off just the one dirt effort, which was really not good enough to give him much of a chance.
I want to remind everybody that you can play along with all of the action with Naira Bets. If you're not signed up already, this is your opportunity. Join today and you could get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and don't forget to join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. That's the field for the feature of the day. Bertram F. Bongard has Blame It on Daddy. A little bit sharp there in his warm-up under Louis Saez, giving him a big warm-up. And tactically speaking, if he is able to kind of be in that second spot, that should help him, as he's one that I've noticed in his 2 races so far, he takes a little bit longer to switch his leads. He's still kind of figuring things out, and a little bit more of a tactical running style could aid him in his 3rd career start.
And keep in mind, the horse that he beat last time, Uncle Marty, is in the last race today. Now, I'm not enamored with his chances, but a good performance by Blame It on Daddy probably moves that one up as well, a runner for Linda Rice.
Yeah, one to watch moving forward as we do close out the day with that nice group of 2-year-olds in that maiden special weight a little bit later on. It's a nice way to end this 9-race card.
No, there's 2 divisions, the 5th and 9th races, and obviously it's tough. I don't love the idea of us putting a race like the 9th with first-time starters in that spot. I think it makes it very difficult for pick 5 and pick 6 players to hide a race that late. I would prefer those races are placed in different spots, and I think it's important to keep in mind the thoughts and needs of a lot of our players here, and I think putting the 9th race is not a good spot, but I do agree, still an interesting race.
2-year-olds coming up here in race 3. For more on the warm-ups, let's check in again with Maggie.
Let's take a look at your favorite, and that is number 4 in here, Arctic Arrogance. Sorry, the wind is really annoying me today and my hair problems. Yeah, I like him. I have no problem really with him, and it could be, a mute point that he kind of has that winter coat look already to him. Yeah, we've had some cooler nights, but none of the other horses have that appearance to him. And I just, for a very short price horse who does tactically look to hold a very strong advantage here, I just wish I couldn't poke any holes in him, if you understand where I'm going with that. You want your favorite to just present the best picture possible, and I can't necessarily say that. But the more I watch Blame It on Daddy, the more I like. And I totally, on form, I can't necessarily love him. But the progression that this horse has showed from first to second to third start is so noticeable. He looks so good out there on track, as we saw Louis Saez give him a nice big warm-up immediately away from the pony, indicating that they're going to be aggressive with him. So I'm going to take a little stab here with the horse that is the best price at 5-1. Guys?
Definitely getting some value there, Maggie. Thank you. Blame It on Daddy as we get ready for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, the Bertram F. Bongard. 3-5 on Arctic Arrogance. And we'll see which one of these 2-year-olds takes a step forward. Final thoughts, Andy?
No, I think it'll be interesting to see. I always like looking at the 2-year-olds, seeing them move forward. I'm interested to see if Arctic Arrogance handles extra distance and if he's able to run as well as he did the first time out, or as you say, if others improve.
John and Brielle standing by with the rest of the load and call for the Bertram F. Bongard.
Waiting now for Donegal Surges, Arctic Arrogance, and Jackson Heights. Field of 5 going 7 furlongs in this 29th running of the Bertram F. Bongard Stakes. And the last one to move in is Jackson Heights. And we are set for the 3rd. And they're off in the Bertram Vanguard Stakes. And it is Arctic Arrogance who is right out for the early lead. Then Blame It On Daddy in between horses. Donegal Surges on the outside. General Banker is down at the rail. And it's 4 lengths back to Jackson Heights, who trails the field in 5th. And these state-bred 2-year-olds move up the backstretch with the odds-on favorite, Arctic Arrogance, in front here by a half length. Donegal Surges on the outside, second now by 2 lengths. Then General Banker, Blame It On Daddy. They're right together, 3rd and 4th. And the opening quarter mile was running 23 and 2/5 seconds. It is Arctic Arrogance at the rail, leading here by a half length. Donegal Surges on the outside. Now Arctic Arrogance is clear by a length. Donegal Surges runs in second, 5 lengths. Back to General Banker, Blame It On Daddy, and Jackson Heights, who is moving up a bit now on the outside. A battle up front, Arctic Arrogance on the inside and Donegal Surges on the outside. Jackson Heights is in 3rd, the half in 47 and 1 as they come into the stretch. And it is Arctic Arrogance who has drawn clear here. Arctic Arrogance is in front. The lead is 4 lengths as Jackson Heights, the maiden, moves up on the outside. Arctic Arrogance trying to hold off Jackson Heights, who is coming on here. Here is Jackson Heights to take over the lead, and we're going to have an upset, and a big upset. Jackson Heights at 24 to 1.
Jackson Heights at 24 to 1 breaks his maiden in style in a stakes race, and the ups and downs in the world of racing, Zilla Racing and Blackjack Racing. I'm sure a bittersweet victory with Jackson Heights there, but big congratulations to their team. This horse was absolutely flying late.
Certainly after what happened in the second race, it's hard not to be happy for them, I agree. Now, obviously, there's absolutely no way you could predict this horse could run. I guess in retrospect, you would say, well, all this horse needed was a dry track. I don't know. I have no idea where a performance like this came from. This race came up in relative terms, not that slow a race, and I don't know where this race came from. There's no way you could get it from the PPs. We see that with the notice before, and we're seeing it here.
24 to 1. I think the second biggest price on the board, as the 1 was the biggest price, but able to run down your 4-5 favorite, Arctic Arrogance, who took some pressure from Donegal Surges. It wasn't Blame It On Daddy early on, and it looked at one point, Andy, like Donegal Surges was just going to go right by, and yet he had nothing to offer in the stretch.
Yeah, I don't think Arctic Arrogance ran poorly.
No,
I think, relatively speaking, he probably ran his race. He just lost to a horse that I don't know how you find this performance, and it'll be interesting to see when and if we see this performance again from Jackson Heights. I think at this point, you have to start to pay attention to the notice horses, and perhaps their horses will start running a lot better than they've been running over the last, I don't know, since the beginning of Belmont.
Barn that when they get hot, they continue to win, and this one at 24 to 1 with Javier Castellano in the saddle. 5-4-3-2 in the 3rd at Belmont at the Big A. That's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day in the Bertram F. Vanguard. And we'll see some big balloons with this upset coming up this weekend. We have the Grade 1 Woodward, a race rich in prestige and history. We'll look back at one of the great Woodward performances for the ages with those silks. You may have an idea of who it'll be. More after this.
Catholic Boy. This dual-surface star defeated a strong field in the Travers Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4 and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
education. Come on, Andy Sterling and Maggie Wolfendale. Happy to have you with us as we just saw our feature race of the day, the New York bred 2-year-olds in the Bertram F. Bongard, and it was the second longest shot on the board. The number 5, Jackson Heights, flying late under Javier Castellano, who's standing by with Maggie.
Jackson Heights, and you rode him last time, sloppy track, going today's distance. What did you gather from him, and did it give you any confidence heading into this effort here?
Absolutely, I like the horse. I know he's the long shot and the horse in the race, but I like the way he finished third last time, sloppy track. That's exactly what you say in Saratoga. I think now fast track, a lot of more speed in the race, a small field, but plenty speed in the race. Come from behind horse, I let him develop it himself, and the way he finished was phenomenal today.
I think a bit of a surprise was the fact that we saw Donegal Surges go up and contest the lead a bit with Arctic Arrogance. Were you just kind of sitting back and licking your chops at that point?
Absolutely. I like the way everything, the view and the backside, it's perfect. Everything ended up in the Elite Speed Duo, all those small horses, you know, the 3-4 horses. Everybody who got to early, and they give you opportunity. The horse come from behind, let him finish. That's exactly what I'm looking for today, and he pay off.
You look so confident heading towards the wire to victory. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
This Bertram F. Bongard going in of upset to Jackson Heights for Zilla Racing Stable, Javier Castellano and Orlando Noda. Big balloons here, Acacia, as you were saying.
$50 for the win. Maggie, Jackson Heights able to run down your favorite Arctic Arrogance, and Jackson Heights with a big run under Hall of Fame jockey Javier Castellano. As we get ready for this weekend's Grade 1 Woodward, we take a look back at the 2009 Woodward and what one 3-year-old filly did throughout that year, culminated with a race in which she truly raised the rafters.
Walking over for the race, she really had a race day feel about her. She really exuded a lot of confidence in her handlers and stuff when she was right. We felt good about that.
It hit us pretty much in the paddock, seeing all the other very accomplished colts that she was going to go up against, and seeing the mass of people.
Everybody loved Rachel, you know, no matter where she went, she was popular, you know, but when you come into a race like this, you know, you fixing to hook the old horses, and, you know, they had a little pressure on them.
They had decided to pass on the Travers because they had nothing to prove against 3-year-old colts. She won the Preakness, and she won the Haskell. There was certainly nothing left for her to prove with members of her own sex and generation. The only thing left was for her to go against older males.
And they're off.
Steve told me, he said, you know, just go ahead and let her run away from there, and she'll carry you, you know, and she did, you know, because we went fast.
Oh, the first quarter was 22 4/5 seconds. There'll be no free ride for Rachel Alexandra. They're making her work for every step today.
Durkin's amazing call, but when he shouted out the fractions, I mean, you got a little weak.
46 2 was the half mile. Calvin Burrell was able to slow that pace down just a little bit.
When I said a bit of a breather, you know, it was just a bit of a breather. She was still going too fast.
And Macho again is firing.
From the 3/8 pole to the quarter pole, I give her a little breathing. I'll never forget it. I give her a good breathing there. And then when I asked her again, you know, she got away. So I said, well, we're fine now.
And Calvin Burrell imploring his filly for more. And Rachel Alexandra holds on to the lead.
About 40 yards from the wire. It looked like he was going to get by her, you know, but she kept digging in.
Rachel Alexandra, Macho again. They're coming down to the finish. It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. She is indeed Rachel Alexandra the Great.
For a 3-year-old filly to beat older males in a Grade 1 on the dirt here at Saratoga, knowing it's happened, seems far-fetched.
Rachel Alexandra raises the rafters here at the Spa.
And when I stood up, you know, and I looked at Robbie, I said, I don't care if we would have won another round, you would have never got by her, you know. That's the type of horse she was.
I mean, it was thunderous. The whole grandstand was shaking.
All those people in the grandstand screaming their lungs out, all of that air into wooden beams that are 100 years old. And it literally hit them with such force that it made them move. And that's what I felt, literally, in my feet. And that's why I said she raised the rafters in Saratoga.
Afterwards, with a great sense of relief, and watching her leave the winner's circle and walk the length of the racetrack to the test barn with the fans 10, 15 deep. They kind of bubbled as she walked. It was very special.
She's an icon. We have a giant statue of her at the farm. She's happy, and she's definitely retired, but she'll run around the paddock a little bit.
Something as special and unique as Rachel is why we all do this. And be able to relive it, you know, that how blessed we've been to be in her presence, and what a horse like Rachel can do for us that we've never been able to do for ourselves.
Rachel Alexandra the Great, indeed. And Andy, you were just telling me, and I wasn't involved in racing yet, and I wish more than anything, if there was any day of racing that I would have loved to be at, it would have been that day at Saratoga. And seeing the way that the crowd reacted to her, just truly so special.
Yeah, she was remarkable, and she gave everything that year. And I'll tell you what I would equate that day at Saratoga to. I was at the Garden when Michael Jordan came back from retirement, and he scored 55 points. And I can remember, for anyone who's ever been to a place like Madison Square Garden, when it's really electric and the crowd's into it. And I think Saratoga was very similar. It's almost like the whole place was buzzing. Even going into it, but after the race, the electricity in the place, it was an amazing, beautiful day, and we had 30,000 people there, which may not sound like a lot for a Saturday. Back then, you used to get about 16,000, 17,000 people on that first Saturday. That was, we only recently begun running that late and running the Woodward in Saratoga, and she just drew so many fans, and everybody came to see Rachel Alexandra, and what a show she put on for them. For me, as memorable a day at the racetrack as I'll ever have in my life, and I've had some pretty memorable days.
For a 3-year-old filly to beat older males, be Horse of the Year in 2009 as well, just truly remarkable with what she did, and like you said, the fan base that she created as well. Beating males in the Preakness and the Woodward. It was girl power. As well as the Haskell in her prior race. And the way she did it, she dueled with Big Drama in the Preakness. He won the Breeders' Cup Sprint the next year. She told out waves of horses in the Woodward. It wasn't just that she won those races. It was the manner that she was able to win, very much like Holy Bull when he won the Travers, when he held off the rabbits in there. And then, of course, Concern came on, and Concern went on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic as well. She was truly, truly great. And, you know, the debate, the Zenyatta Rachel Alexandra debate, it's a debate because both those horses were so incredible, and they have such a fan base that none of us are going to give an inch on them, and it's because we love them, and for good reason, because they made us love them with their performances on the racetrack. And they're special horses that we had the opportunity to see put their heart and soul out on the racetrack there. Rachel Alexandra in the 2009 Woodward, a performance that will be in the history books forever, that's for sure. We look forward to the Woodward coming up this weekend, along with plenty of other stakes, including kicking off the weekend tomorrow on Friday with the John Hettinger for the New York Breds, as trainer Christophe Clement has a strong 1-2 punch in there. We'll talk more about his runners after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Oscar knows basketball. Oscar knows Kentucky fans are crazy. Oscar knows God is great.
Life is Good now moves down to the inside, and they're coming for the finish. It is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We saw the New York bred 2-year-olds in the spotlight today. We'll see the New York bred older fillies and mares tomorrow on the turf in the John Hettinger, going 1 1/8 miles on the grass as we take a look at this field. And this came up a competitive race here too, Andy, as we'll take a look at Runaway Rumor, who's going back in with New York breds, a filly that, or yes, a filly still that largely has faced open company. Actually, few of her races in New York bred foes.
And I think it was reasonable to start wondering if she had any competitive edge left, because even though she was running okay figures, it was more the nature of turf racing, and she just hadn't run a competitive race in 2022. And then suddenly, behind a heavy favorite, the very accomplished Vigilante's Way for Shug McGaughey for the Phippses is on the rail. She ran very well to finish second, that one finishing just ahead of Flighty Lady for Peter Brandt and Chad Brown. So she ran well last time, and maybe it's a sign that she's back in form. And if she is, it could be trouble for the other ones in here. We'll see. Will they really make Marvelous Maud the favorite? I guess Ira Ortiz and Chad Brown. It might be too much for them to resist. I'll be able to resist it, though.
Ira Ortiz certainly knows how to move the board as that one comes out of the Flower Bowl. Christophe Clement mentioned before the break with 2 with Classic Colors and Classic Lady, who will go back to New York Bred Company as well. Back here today, we get ready for the 4th race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track, and the $25,000 claiming race for fillies and mares. The entry, the 2 and 2B, currently the heavy favorite. These two going out for Jose Camejo, both off the claim.
Yeah, and I mean, to ignore the kind of races that Jose Camejo's horses are running off the claim is to sort of deny reality. They're improving dramatically, and he's winning 34% of the time with almost 50 starts off the claim on dirt, and I think Veradia is the one they're betting.
We'll start with the rail runner, Happy Sophia.
How is she only 5-1 in this race? Her form makes her look like she should have at least a 1, if not a 2 in front of that.
Jumping up in class. Next will be, we saw the 2 Veradia go by, and here's Alpine Queen, the entry.
They're betting Veradia, even though Alpine Queen won last time, and I'm sure they're both taking money. Entries always do, but Veradia looks like the stronger half.
Here's another new claim, Big Q.
She could be a speed in a race that does not have a ton of speed on paper.
Number 4, Daily Briefing is next, dropping down.
Yeah, she had that big win in a non-winners of 3 lifetime, 2 back, that's fast enough to give her a chance. Her figures aren't that bad.
Here's Prairie Fire, now in the Cantor Mossy Barn.
Well, Cantor Mossy Barn's been doing very well recently. They're all big prices if you're trying to beat the 2.
Coming out of that same race, or after trying another one, Shadalamo.
She's a horse that's run well for Jackie Davis in the past. Her last race against Much Better was bad, but she fits with these.
Cutting back to a sprint distance. Here's You Guys Are No Fun.
I picked this one on top, get some class relief, but is going to need to get some pace.
Not a turf horse, back to the dirt. Here is number 8, She's a Black Belt.
Well, she could be part of that pace. She could be the main speed in this race, and she could help heat it up.
That's the field, 18-1 on that runner right now. As I remind everybody that we have Saturday contests back for Belmont at the Big A. Naira Bets Saturday contest. You can show off your handicapping skills in the $300 online live money contest on Saturdays with racing from Belmont at the Big A. Win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. on Friday. Go to naira.com/contest to learn more. Here is the number 2, Veradia will break from the middle of the pack as she does have some early speed as well. She comes out of a second place finish last time out as that was at Saratoga, where she finished second behind 40 Smooth, 4:12.5, and is now off the claim for Jose Camejo.
Yeah, 40 Smooth had never run in the dirt before, and she was able to wire the field. She's been being bad. I mean, obviously, Irad Ortiz riding her, and you got Joel Rosario and the other ones, but they probably wouldn't be riding if it wasn't a claim by Jose Camejo, and their agents know that Jose Camejo's horses are running huge. He's got huge numbers. I think it's 16 for 47 off the claim on the dirt. In sprints, he's 12 for 34. Not quite as good, but overall, just around the same. Huge numbers, and these horses are improving a great deal, and I think it's hard to ignore, right?
It certainly is, as the other part of the entry, Alpine Queen did win last time out. That was the conditioned non-winners, the 3 race.
Yeah, now she's a little tough to make. If she's able to improve and even run second in here, it would be sort of remarkable, but I guess she does have some back form to give her a chance in here. It's hard. I mean, it's a tough price to take because neither one of these horses are that good. But I guess considering how well these horses have been doing off the claim, it's hard to ignore.
Plenty of new claims in this race. Let's check in trackside with Maggie on how these horses are doing. Maggie.
Not going to be surprised when we see Veradia or the outside runner Alpine Queen win here. I have no problems with either of them, but there's some other pretty attractive big prices on the board, and one that is going first off the claim is number 5, Prairie Fire for the Madkin Cantor Massey. I feel really bad that we've been pronouncing his name incorrectly for quite a while now, but we'll try to get it right. But could not be nicer in never correcting us. But number 5, Prairie Fire, kind of got back to the level where she could be competitive at. She was the one to kind of make that first move into the pace, just holding off the late closing Shatalama, who will also be in here. But She was in the Charlie Baker barn, and Charlie does great work, but so do the Cantor Masseys, and it's just kind of keeping things going, keeping her good weight, which sometimes she has had problems in keeping that condition on, and 2, keeping her coats looking resplendent, and they have done that. And I like the fact that she kind of got on her toes and got all sassy when she got out here on the racetrack. It's usually a good indication when she does get a bit more sharp and lively when she hits the track. So at 8-1, she's pretty attractive, but I'm going to go with the drop-down runner in here, the one that I was interested in prior to even seeing these horses in the paddock, and felt a bit more confident when I watched You Guys Are No Fun warm up on the racetrack. As yeah, I kind of get where they were going with the longer distances, but this is a horse that, albeit one probably against a questionable allowance from field up at Finger Lakes, first off the bench, going 5.5. So yes, she has that bigger loping stride, which is more indicative of a horse that wants some more ground. But physically, she is a bit more compact and stout, looks healthy, and is just moving really well on the racetrack. Really like what I saw from her in the warm-up. So I'm going to try a bit of a price here, Acacia, and You Guys Are No Fun, but I am afraid of Prairie Fire as well.
All right, Maggie, thank you. I interviewed Jeremiah Engelhardt at Saratoga before one of her races, and I said, "You guys are no fun. Where'd the name came from?" He said, "The owners are no fun." Threw them right under the bus.
I actually picked this horse as well. She's gone from 13-1 to 8-1. I'm still trying to figure out who's betting Happy Sophia in this race, that she's 7-1 and not 17 or 27-1. I'm just hoping that the cutback could help her and a little bit of class relief. She has one going 5.5, albeit at Finger Lakes, and she's run fast enough figures to compete here. I understand it's a problem with the entry because, the entry will run 1-2 or something, or one of them will win. And you'll say, oh, why am I bothering to bet against this trainer? All his horses do is improve significantly off the claim. But even money doesn't seem worth it to me. I don't see how the 2B can win this race. And I get Veradia, but she's been in some pretty sharp barns before. It just feels like even money is a bad gamble, and you're supposed to do something else.
Maggie brought up some points with the 5 Prairie Fire, who is first off the claim. She and Shadalamo will rematch as Shadalamo tried stretching out in a tough New York Red Allowance field last time out. She goes back to a level and distance that I think she fits at. And Shadalamo, she's honest as far as her sprint races are concerned. And Prairie Fire, she kind of had her head turned in the stretch there too. But Manny Franco kept her moving forward, and she was game.
Well, I bet Shadalamo. I like to bring up replays of annoying beats that I took at
Do you
decent
like to
prices.
torture yourself?
Yeah, I'm a horse player. Horse players, if you're not a masochist, if you are a masochist and you haven't discovered horse racing, it is there and waiting for you because there's endless punishment. I've always been a fan of this horse, and I'm a fan of Jackie's as well. And it's interesting. I agree with you on the 6 furlongs, but she has run well at a mile as well. So it's not as though she needs distance. I don't like that she ran as badly as she did last time, but to be fair, those horses are so much better than these horses, and I think she belongs. And I don't disagree. I fooled around in the exact, and I used some other horses at prices. I'm not going to let it be 2.8 and get 2.7 and get nothing. But I think the 2 entry is something that's at least you want to play around against them because this. First of all, I hate entries. It's a little bit like the let's make a deal question. I don't know if people know the let's make a deal question. Look it up on Google if you don't, where you're getting yourself into a grouping of 2 where only one of them can win. And I understand them say, well, you got insurance. You don't really. Yes, we've all cashed bets when the wrong half of the entry won. I get a $4,000 pick 4 when the wrong half of the entry won once. But over a lifetime, entries will cost you money because you're getting saddled with another horse who's taking some money and you're never getting true value on your horse. The game will be better suited when we completely get rid of entries. It's a pari-mutuel game, and the bettors should be allowed to choose which horse they want to bet on and not get saddled with a horse that they don't want. And this is something that needs to be changed. It's the right thing to do for horse players. The suggestion that there's some sort of chicanery involved, and that's why they're coupled, is just wrong. People are trying to win. But this entry is now 4 to 5.
Well, it's what we were talking about prior with some antiquated rules, that there is an assumption that there's shady business going on. And as you mentioned, allowing for the public to make an educated guess, that's one thing that really appeals to a lot of horse players, is that you put in the work, you put in the time, and you're able to make your decisions based off of that. And entries kind of takes away a little bit of that ability.
What if you like the 2B in here, Alpine Queen? And
Yeah,
even
she
off
would be
the
a bigger
claim,
price
you could be
otherwise.
getting a square enough price. And if she should happen to win, it's sort of disgusting to get 360 here. So entries, to me, go against everything that pari-mutuel wagering should be about. Pari-mutuel wagering should be about, we're all betting against each other. It's one thing to try to pick winners. You're trying to pick them and beat other people, and that's what the odds are made up of. And entries are against everything about it. A lot of places have gotten rid of entries. I know we would like to get rid of entries, and we should get rid of entries. And I would hope that at some point the Gaming Commission would get rid of entries. They're just not in the best interests of the public in any way.
4 to 5 on the entry right now, both trained by Jose Camejo, both off the claim. We'll see if it's a new claim or maybe somebody else in this spot. Race 4, Belmont at the Big A. We send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
Waiting for She's a Black Belt, an Alpine Queen. They're all in. And they're off. Number 5, Prairie Fire, just walked out of the starting gate and is being pulled up out of the race. Up front, it is a Big Q, and on the outside, She's a Black Belt. The two of them are together. Daily Briefing sits behind, racing in 3rd. Happy Sophia down on the inside in 4th. Alongside is the gray Alpine Queen in 5th. The Radia is next in 6th, followed by You Guys Are No Fun. And on the inside is Shadalamo. The quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. And the leader is She's a Black Belt, in front by a length, as Alpine Queen moves up on the outside to take 2nd. Big Q down at the rail is in 3rd. Daily Briefing and Varadia, followed next by Happy Sophia. And farther back in the field is Shadalamo, and the trailer You Guys Are No Fun. Half mile 47 and 3. Here comes Alpine Queen on the outside to take over the lead as the field comes through the stretch. It is Alpine Queen in front. Happy Sophia is now moving up. Alpine Queen drifting out there a bit. Happy Sophia trying to get past her. Here comes Happy Sophia. Alpine Queen is there. And on the far outside, it is Veradia. But it is Happy Sophia who has now taken over the lead and draws away at the end. Happy Sophia, the winner. The entry runs 2-3. Veradia and then Alpine Queen. She's a black belt. Will complete the trifecta.
Another upset. Happy Sophia, though, she wasn't that big a price as you might have anticipated. This mare by Flat Out. She took money and gets to the winner's circle today.
Yeah, and I'm happy for Mike Luzzi to see him get a win. There's something odd. I mean, this horse's performances have been terrible recently, and if somebody wants to say she's dropping, well, she's actually not. She ran for 16, and she finished well behind Prairie Fire and Shadow Llama in her last start. Now, it is a good rider change to Mike Luzzi from a rider who hasn't had any success here, and she has some back races, but she opened up. She was the second choice with about 8 minutes to go, and she went off at 11-1. This filly got bet today, or mare, I should say, and somebody knew that today she was going to show up because she did show up with one of her better efforts. For a barn that can be a little random at times, obviously the start, the number 5, Prairie Fire, I imagine the stewards will look into it. She just didn't come out of the gate. I don't think it was anybody's fault. She just walked, and Manny Franco quickly dismounted her.
It looked from my point like she was unsaddled by the gate and then escorted back over to the barn area by the outrider. I can see her going down there. It looked like she was doing fine. She's going down the ramp, escorted by an outrider. Right. As, yeah, right out of the start, Prairie Fire. And then the two, Veradia, who actually ran a huge race coming from off the pace, she was off slow as well.
She didn't break either, right, and Alpine Queen not good enough to beat. Well, she beat most of them, as they both did improve off the claim, but Happy Sophia showed up today. Hard to see it coming off her recent races, though she does have back races that are good enough, but the money was showing on this filly, and it makes you wonder a little.
Mike Luzzi and Happy Sophia with the win. As we'll take a quick time out, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the thoroughbred. Yes, we love them on the racetrack, but we love them more after their careers are over and seeing how versatile they are. One program highlighting everything that off-track thoroughbreds can do.
Together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart, the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we saw the stewards take a look at the start of race number 4, given the slow beginning for Prairie Fire. No action was taken in response to that as she was pulled up right after the start and walked off the track. But it was the number 1, Happy Sophia, to get the win with Mike Luzzi in the saddle, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Literally almost a year to the day, we were standing, not here, but at Belmont with Happy Sophia, Mike, a mare that you have quite a rapport with. Got back on her here today, and your magic mojo worked together.
But she's a little tricky. I mean, she breaks real good, but you can't let her do too much early. So I finally got her behind horses where the dirt could hit her, and she relaxes for a little while, then it's time to go.
We saw you give the old finger wave to the crowd here. Being an Aqueduct, I know obviously you still haven't shed your Maryland or Mid-Atlantic accent, but you've been here a while, and this is the first place you came to. What's it like winning in front of these fans here at the Big A?
It's always cool. New York's great. Aqueduct's been close to me. A lot of success here. I got some fans here. I got some non-fans here, too. That's who the finger was for, but it's all good. It's all horse racing.
It wasn't the middle finger. It was the pointer finger.
More.
And Les, I mean, I feel kind of honored to get to interview you. I remember standing in the winner's circle when I was 3, not to make you feel old or anything, with Colonel Hill.
I remember you in the tack room, you know, in your friggin' chair, this big. Don't tell too many people, though.
We just told everyone. Les, so wonderful to catch up. Congratulations here with Happy Sophia.
Always, thank you.
All right, Les working his magic with Happy Sophia, and big happy faces here at the Big A. You hear him, Acacia?
There is no crowd like the Aqueduct faithful, Maggie, as we do get to see a lot of fans out on these nice days, which we so appreciate. $24.20 for Happy Sophia over the heavily favored entry. A poor start for Veradia. She ran second there. As we turn the page, get ready for race number 5. 6 furlongs on the main track in this New York bred 2-year-old maiden special weight here. As we take a look at this field, currently Inspector, first-time starter for Steve Asmussen. He worked 10 flat at OBS April, is the favorite. So my racehorse money on that one as well. But before we get into that, as mentioned before the break, we love getting a chance to highlight what thoroughbreds do after their racing days are over. And the Thoroughbred Makeover has really offered an opportunity with 10 different disciplines to highlight the versatility and the heart of Thoroughbred X racehorses.
The Retired Racehorse Project runs the Thoroughbred Makeover every year. They do an incredible job really promoting these horses and giving them new careers after racing. RRP is an incredible organization. They do so much for thoroughbreds and the racing industry. Noble Kent, 97 starts, almost $400,000, in the money 49 times out of his 97 starts. It's just incredible.
And Noble Kent has now opened up a 6-length lead, 3-1 on Noble Kent. And Noble Kent will come home a decisive winner.
He's 13 years old this year, and he has plenty of years left in him to be a competitive sport horse. He's proven that he's very athletic, and even more important than that to me is that he is owned by a 16-year-old that rides with me.
This is my first straight off the track thoroughbred, and my first horse that I've ever owned also. I've owned Noble Kent since January of 2022, and since then he's been the sweetest horse I have ever had the opportunity to ride and let alone own. Him as a war horse has definitely made him a lot more trainable and has made this journey a lot more enjoyable for me.
They've already proven that they're good athletes. Another huge attraction is that they've had a lot of time under saddle.
He's been a very good teacher for her. He's been easy enough for a young kid to start.
He's quiet, he's kind, he's very forgiving. He's been so easy to teach how to jump. He's just amazing.
For me, being able to give him a second chance at life and being able to give him that experience is awesome.
Noble Kent, 16 for 97 on the racetrack, and such a great story to highlight this true war horse. And Maggie, you know, you and I have had opportunities to retrain these war horses, and it's so special getting a chance to see them flourish in their second careers.
I know, and a lot of people have that perception that, Acacia, that you want the slower ones that can't be racehorses. Well, that's not necessarily true. They're great within their own right, and obviously they need a job, and they become good at that. But these war horses, as you heard in that piece, they've just seen it all, and they've done it all. And two, you know, people worried about maybe injuries. Well, they become sounder with, you know, having those races under their belt, and their bone and conditioning is already set up to withstand anything that they do after the racetrack. And I mean, for me, I think the youngest I've ever taken one off the track has been 5. Usually they're 8, 9, 10. And I just love these horses because they've given you so much on the racetrack, including my current project, 91 Assault, who I think won over $350,000 for primarily my husband and I. We owe it to him, and he has just been a superstar. I wish, Acacia, the only regret I have is not having enough time to take him to the RRP this year.
It would have been so fun to see for sure, but can't wait to see what you do with 91 Assault and follow his journey off the racetrack, taking place at the Kentucky Horse Park in Lexington, Kentucky. The Thoroughbred Makeover, October 12th to 15th. So make sure to take a look at that, because it really is wonderful to have the opportunity to highlight these thoroughbreds. And Andy, in the show world, actually years ago, the thoroughbred used to kind of be the it horse, and it's fallen out of fashion in favor of the warm bloods. And I think the Thoroughbred Makeover has done a great job with showing how versatile these animals can be after their racing days.
Oh, it's one of the things I think we can be proud of in this industry, that we've really made a sea change. And honestly, you could argue, and you know a lot more about it than I do, but a lot of us are, you know, you think about the greyhounds, the job the greyhounds did with adopting greyhounds. And I'm sure you know people like I do that have adopted greyhounds, and they're great pets. My friend Steve Christ and his wife Robin have adopted a lot of greyhounds, and I think we've done a great job. You can't adopt a thoroughbred the same way you can a dog, but you and your mom are so involved in this as well, and have done so much. And I think that we've realized as an industry we have a responsibility to the horses, and it's something we can be proud, and we can always do a better job in everything, but I think the industry is doing a much better job, and a good job as well.
And one of those people that does a terrific job here in New York in particular is trainer Rick Schosberg, who has a 2-year-old in this upcoming 5th race. And I don't know how he does it. I was filling out grant applications with my dad the other day, and my dad looked at me and said, "How does Rick Schosberg train horses and do all of this paperwork and this upkeep that he does?" Such great work with Take Two and Take the Lead, and a true liaison between the horsemen and giving opportunities for ex-race horses.
He's actually not bad when he fills in the show either. So
yeah, he's
looking forward to him making a little appearance one of these days again going forward. I miss seeing Rick.
A true gentleman and a terrific guy. We always root for Rick Schosberg and all of the work that he does for aftercare here in the state of New York. Take a look at the Take the Lead and Take Two programs. There's a look at his runner, Don't Lose Cruz, gelding by Always Dreaming, who worked 10 flat at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. Getting saddled, we'll have the New York bred 2-year-olds coming up in race number 5 at Belmont at the Big A after this break.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Quite a compliment that my dad gave the foals the other day. He told me that he thought the Catholic Boy foals were the best foals we've had here at the farm since Warfront's foals for freshman crop sire. So, you know, that says a lot. He's been around and seen a lot of good stallions in his years that he's been around the farm. So that's quite an endorsement for a Catholic Boy.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well, as we take a look at the field of these New York bred 2-year-olds coming up here in the 5th race, Belmont at the Big A. The #1 Inspector working very strong in the mornings for trainer Steve Asmussen, and a colt that had an impressive 2-year-old sales breeze, going 10 flat at the OBS April sale as well.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has not only done that. I had picked this horse. I liked the workout, but subsequently I heard this horse has 2 very good workouts. The workout reports really liked inside, and I was on Steve Bick's show, as I often am on Tuesdays, and Steve said that Steve Asmussen had been on, and he had some good things to say about Inspector as well.
Inspector, son of Claiborne stallion Flatter, this 2-year-old colt debuting here, co-favorite currently. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
And that's exactly where we'll start with Inspector, Acacia. You know, I really like the way that this horse accelerated in that 10 flat breeze as well. You know, kind of lowered himself to the ground and really pushed off and gave the impression that he could be quick. That's not, if I hadn't seen that breeze, I wouldn't necessarily say that about him in the paddock, because he's built like a horse that could actually be better when he gets to longer distances, as he's kind of tall and physically mature, but I still think he'll probably be quick given the money he's taking and given his workouts too, preparing for this first start. Was slightly green after they got the tack on him, you know, acted up a little bit, so I'll keep my eye on him, but otherwise being very well behaved and definitely makes a favorable impression here in the paddock. Like I said, I always look for these physically mature types when dealing with these young horses. Moving on to #3, Wanna Winna, a son of another Claiborne stallion in Blame. If you go back a generation, the second dam, Cindy's Hero, is a grade 1 winner at 2, and the dam also won, albeit while older, going a mile first time out. Michelle Nevins is one of those trainers that, you know, gets them ready for a first start but builds upon it. They're not necessarily meant to win at first asking, but I like the appearance of this guy, as he looks pretty fit for Michelle, to be quite honest, and is a nice physical overall, has been really professional thus far here in the paddock, and looks like a sprinting type, you know, more compact, and looks as though he could have some speed. We'll see if he shows it though here at first asking. Moving on to Todd Pletcher's #5, Canarsie. This one they picked up for $90,000 in June, worked 10-1. Kind of runs with his head a little bit higher in the air than what I'd like to see, but sometimes you kind of see that with the Army Mules. He was kind of like that himself, but really had nice extension to his stride. And speaking of horses that look quick, this is the quickest looking horse in the paddock with these first time starters in mind. I mean, he is really built downhill, down into the ground, very short coupled. Everything about him says, I'm going to be quick and I don't want to go any further than 6 furlongs, but he's really well prepared. He's the strongest and the fittest looking of these firsters, which you come to expect when dealing with Todd Pletcher. Do want to touch on #7, Don't Lose Cruise, for the aforementioned Rick Schosberg. Always Dreaming has not gotten off to a very good start as a stallion, but this guy worked 10 flat at the OBS April sale. He was lugging in a little bit, but he never looked as though he was going 10 flat. He covered the ground quite nicely, and I always like when you see horses that don't look as though they're going that fast. When you look down at your watch, they are. He is a gelding, so therefore a little bit on the slighter side, but an athletic frame nonetheless. A little bit green, a little bit bewildered here in the paddock, but comes in here fit looking and does get the Hall of Famer in the irons, and John Velasquez, Acacia.
An interesting runner for sure. Maggie, thank you, as Don't Lose Cruise, gelding by Always Dreaming. As Maggie mentioned, he did go that 10 flat in that OBS April sales workout, and he has some pedigree as well. More on him in a moment. We'll start the post parade with the #1 Inspector.
Yeah, the workouts have been pretty good. I won't be surprised if his price dips down. He's the second choice and first choice among the firsters in doubles.
Here's the #2, Mighty Atlas.
One of 3 that would trigger a $389,000 early pick 5 carryover tomorrow. This one for Tom Morley.
A horse that got some good notes from Maggie. Here's Wanna Winna.
And this horse is getting bet a little bit to be 8-1 in the face of the 6 who's run and the money the 1 and the 5 are taking for a very dangerous trainer, Michelle Nevin.
Here's Canarsie, first-time starter.
Betting against Todd Pletcher's, I bet against this one, but betting against Todd Pletcher with firsters, you do at your own risk.
We saw Arctic Arrogance get beat earlier, but ran his race. The horse that finished behind him is this.
Yeah, I don't think he lost anything. He just landed to a horse that inexplicably ran well.
That was Nobilis. Here's Don't Lose Cruise.
I agree with Maggie and you. I like the workout as well in this one, and Rick is a trainer that can win with a firster.
Here's the #8, Screen Door, win early pedigree.
After one of your favorite horses in Senbei, and as you and I were talking about, 4 of the 5 foals from this dam have been pretty good runners.
4 out of 5, won at 2, 3 stakes winners. She's been a producer. Here's Tater and Tot.
Tries the dirt after failing on the turf first time out. Nothing in the pedigree to suggest this horse should improve.
And Shorts in the Winter, 3rd time out.
And along with the 9 and 2, this one would also trigger an early pick 5 carryover of just under $400,000. So good luck if you're alive, though. They are paying huge, not surprisingly.
The #6, Nobilis, now your favorite. As mentioned, Arctic Arrogance was run down by a big price earlier in the Bertram F. Bongard, but he ran a big race, and this was the horse that finished second to him. Hopped up just a little bit at the start, but I thought that he ran on well, just second best.
I agree. Now, he had a good trip in there, but I think he just ran a fast race and would have won a lot of New York bred maiden races first time out. I don't think it was the slop. This horse took money at 5-1 first time out, and there's no reason he shouldn't run well today. I think it's just a question of whether or not there are 1 or more good firsters in here, because he runs back to that first race. He's not going to be easy to beat. I mean, you look at the buyer par for this race, it's 68. Well, this horse ran a 74 first time out, and if he improves from there, it's going to take a decent first-time star to win.
He's pretty sharp on track as well in that warm-up under Eric Cancel, the #1 Inspector. We talked about the OBS sales work, and it's kind of, I think, going back to, I knew she was talking about the other horse, but Maggie was saying when you watch these 2-year-old breezes, and they don't look as they're going as fast. He was asked to get going early because obviously you want to go a furlong, 1/8 of a mile as fast as you possibly can, and he leveled off really nicely. The way that he lowered himself, I thought was impressive.
And it's not as though he was under a constant drive or a lot of urging. Sometimes these horses really being ridden along. And I'm not as big an expert at watching these things as you and Maggie are, but I watch so many of them because I watch them for firsters that you start to get a feel for watching how much they're ridden, how aggressively they're ridden. And this horse looked good, and for all intents and purposes, this horse is supposed to be a runner. Surprised at 7-2, especially for my racehorse. Is that a negative sign?
It might be, because I thought that he would be a very short price given the fast
So did
workouts, given the sales work, and given the ownership. But
There's a lot of time to go. Still
there
5 minutes
is,
to
yeah.
post.
And he does, to be fair, he does face a horse that ran really well first time out and has the experience edge. And oftentimes with 2-year-olds, an experience is such a big edge to have.
And you've got a firster for Todd Plesher.
Yeah.
That's 9-2, but the horse who's really getting bet here is Wanna Winna. It seems like Blame's, every time we turn around, we're seeing another Blame winning a race. And the dam herself ran a 77 buyer. This is her second foal. The first foal did no running at all. Now the second dam, pretty good. She was good on turf and dirt, running 90 buyers on both surfaces.
She won the Del Mar Debutante.
But this horse, doesn't it feel like this is the live horse in here?
I would agree. Joelle Rosario going to be aboard. She's had some strong workouts as well. In fact, 3 consecutive 5-furlong drills on the training track over at Belmont Park for this colt, And I think that that's pretty interesting to get that foundation and see Joelle Rosario giving him a little bit, some pats out there. I'd love to see that moment too. And I know jockeys often feel like just getting a horse to kind of settle as well, especially a young horse. Let them take everything in, let them see everything that's going around. But 6-1 on the board right now from Wanna Winna. For more on these 2-year-olds, let's check in again with Maggie.
I have convinced myself to pick Wanna Winna in the paddock, and then you guys just convinced me. And two, watching him warm up on the paddock, or on the racetrack, he looked fabulous. And he just seems so settled and so within himself and just kind of a very confident individual. As we'll take a look, though, at the horse who is favored and should be. He has the experience edge. That's number 6, Nobilis. Couldn't say that I would have endorsed him first time out, because if you remember when I was talking about Arctic Arrogance, it was a very vocal group that day, and he was the leader of the band. And he continued to be green out there. He continues to be green at second asking too, and he really has not looked as though he's gained any fitness, but that could be neither here nor there considering he ran so well first time. But this feels like a group of pretty live firsters, so I'm going to side with the firster that is taking that sneaky money, and just one that I've just liked throughout, and the fact that there's precocity, even going back a generation, I think speaks volumes with One Winner. But speaking of precocity, number 8, Screen Door, is a half-brother to Senbei, who we saw, the whole family's been good 2-year-olds to boot. So, and 2 of the other siblings have been stakes-winning New York bred. So Screen Door comes in, he's very laid back. He isn't like any of the other members of the family that I've seen in recent memory for this 2-year-old debut. So, is he going to be as quick as them? I'm not sure. He just didn't strike me as one that's totally geared up for this first start. But look, Acacia, I'm not going to be surprised, because when you're dealing with families that win early, well, they just keep tending to win early.
There is one factor, though, about Screen Door that I think is important to know. Did you name him, Acacia? Did you name Screen Door?
I did not.
Well, you know, that's an important factor that I don't think Maggie's been putting into the equation here. I want to know where the name came from.
Yeah,
Screen
it is.
Door.
Well, it's Screen Door Stables.
Oh, there you go. Thank you
There's
for that.
your answer.
That's why you're here. And
And I think
I'm
it's
an
interesting
idiot.
what Maggie said. I mean, Senbei was by Candy Ride.
Yep.
And this call is by Union Rags. So it's a little bit different as well. The Dam is such a good producer as far as her early runners, too. They've all been precocious at 2, 4 out of the 5 of them, as we mentioned. But I think the Stallion is worth taking note of as well, given the fact that maybe a little bit longer,
Right.
that kind of thing.
On the other hand, he was a very precocious horse who
He
was
was,
good
yeah.
sprinting early, and I think
If this
one,
horse was with Chad Brown, he'd be on the turf.
Right, not anymore. I think he's
Yeah.
had enough. I think that experiment has failed. I think even Chad's finally admitting that experiment may have failed. There are also horses that often are more precocious, and they don't necessarily, that may be one of the criticisms of Union Rags, they don't necessarily go on with it as well. So that could be an issue a little bit with him, whether or not we'll see them going forward. But I think that would be a positive for Screen Door. And it's not as though he's been an unsuccessful sire, just because his horses don't want to run on the turf. Then again, you know, Godolphin tried to make Bernardini into a turf sire and started out. And I think that's one of the reasons he didn't have much success, especially early, is the number of horses that they bred, they ran over in Europe and just not suited for the turf.
There's a look at Nobilis. I thought it was interesting what Maggie said about him, not necessarily the fitness standpoint, because yes, he did run well first time out, but the fact that he doesn't seem more focused second time. We saw him kind of throwing his head around in that warm-up with Eric Cancel, and yes, he has the experience edge, but you often see the most improvement with 2-year-olds from their first to second start.
Right, but here's my question. Do we love it with horses that ran well the first time?
Yeah, it's a very good point, because sometimes they're cranked up to
Right.
win first time out. You want to win at Saratoga.
A lot of horses improve a lot because their trainers are taking time with them.
For sure.
And they're horses that need a race first time out. And I think a lot of trainers will tell you there's so much pressure to win at Saratoga, but a lot of times you're better off taking your time a little bit with a horse and giving them the time to develop. And some horses are just naturally precocious. You almost can't get out of their way. But a lot of times cranking them up, and you wonder, are the horses that improve so much the ones that needed that start? And clearly, Nobilis didn't. He was ready to go first time. That's not to say he won't win today and can't improve from there, but he was a horse that George Weaver had ready to win. And I thought George Weaver had a very good summer in Saratoga. He's a trainer that previously had great summers. He had a couple summers that weren't as good, but you look at the last 10 years, he has been exceptional up at Saratoga.
As a string stabled up at Saratoga, Nobilis came down for his last work at Belmont over the training track before coming over here to Belmont at the Big A for his second start. That colt by Speightster, as he's still your favorite 3-1 now on Inspector. And I thought what Maggie said was very true. It seems like these are some first-time starters who maybe some of them perhaps might need a race or might be live in this spot, but some firsters that I think we're going to hear some noise from moving forward with these 2-year-olds.
No, I agree. This is both this one and the 9th race today feel like they're probably the most interesting New York bred 2-year-old races. You know, we've seen some good ones in Saratoga, but not races. Both of these races, and you look at this race, Story's on the 1 we're talking about. The 3's taking money Maggie likes. Canarsie, obviously some pedigree, paid some money. They like this horse. Nobilis, the 8. There's a bunch of horses in here, even Rick Schosberg's horse who worked well. This race and the 9th race both feel like there's quite a few possible contenders.
Even money on second-time starter Nobilis, as we have these New York bred 2-year-olds in the spotlight. We'll go to another New York bred, John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting for Canarsie, Tater and Tot, and Shorts in the Winter. They're in the gate. And they're off. Number 2, Mighty Atlas, steadied right after the start, trails the field. Don't Lose Cruise is out first with Tater and Tot on the outside, now moving up and down towards the rail is Canarsie, who's running in 3rd. Nobilis is alongside and in 4th. Far outside, Shorts in the Winter runs in 5th. Break of 2 to Inspector in 6th. It's another 3 lengths. Back to a Screen Door, then Wanna Winna, and the trailer is a Mighty Atlas in 9th. The quarter went in 23-1. Don't Lose Cruise by a head. Canarsie is down at the rail, and on the outside is Tater and Tot. Shorts in the Winter being asked for more on the outside. Nobilis, the favorite, is now back running in 5th and better than 5 lengths from the lead. The quarter in 23-1. And the half in 47-2. And it is Don't Lose Cruise who has the lead here. Canarsie runs in 2nd. And farther back, Inspector's moving up on the outside. It is Don't Lose Cruise trying to pull off a big upset here. Don't Lose Cruise by 2. Canarsie giving chase in 2nd. It is Don't Lose Cruise trying to hold off Canarsie. It's going to be tight as they come on for the finish. And it's a head bob. It looked like Canarsie got there. 2 first-time starters right together, Canarsie and Don't Lose Cruise.
2 firsters indeed, and it looks like it was a dirty beat. If you had Don't Lose Cruise at 27-1, Canarsie, I think, was able to run him down in the late stages.
You bet the 7, Don't Lose Cruise. You have my absolute sympathy. This is just a horrendous beat. He had literally put away Canarsie top of the stretch and drew off and looked to be home free. But those Pletcher firsters, they are relentless, and he just kept on running. And it looks like Canarsie, who was tipped out, went off at 5-1 for a Pletcher first-time starter. Another Army Mule getting the job done. He does grind out the win. So I saw a big gallop out from the 3, who didn't really do any running, I don't think. But,
well, he was pretty far back as well, and it looked like things kind of clicked in late for him. And the number 1 Inspector, he was a little bit green in the stretch too, looking like when Jose Lezcano was asking him to switch leads, he wasn't really kind of responding. He'll have to settle for 4th. But Canarsie and Don't Lose Cruise, he was sharp off the block too. He showed good speed first time out as well.
No, this was a hideous beat for Rick Schosberg and his crew. And if you bet this horse at 27-1, my heart goes out to you. This is a horrible beat. But if you bet Canarsie, you're happy and you got the money there. Funny race. Inspector was dead in the board. With those workouts, the positive workout reports, and my racehorse and this horse just 7-2. I'll tell you the truth, the firsters were all pretty dead in this race. And the horse with experience was awful, Nobilis.
Maggie brought up some concerns about your favorite. and he was off the board. But that was a look at trainer Todd Pletcher, yet another 2-year-old first-time starter. Canarsie with the win. Irad Ortiz able to run down Don't Lose Cruz, who ran too well to lose. 5-7-9-1. Another big price in third as well. When we come back, we'll talk about jockey Flavien Prat and the successful first year he's had in the Empire State, making his name and making his mark in an already tough jockey colony.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the races, and we just saw an exciting 2-year-old maiden special weight. A couple of big prices and a couple of big efforts from some first-time starters. Canarsie over Don't Lose Cruz, as the colt by Army Mule able to get his nose down first, trained by Todd Pletcher, who's standing by with Maggie.
As Todd very correctly pointed out, a Army Mule over an Always Dreaming, and we see it all the time. Your hands are all over the pedigrees of many horses in these maiden special weights. But we were just talking about Army Mule and his progeny. He's gotten off to a good start as a sire, and Canarsie adding to the tab a bit. But this is the first one that you've gotten to run.
It is, and this colt, came into us, a beautiful colt, looks very much like Army Mule himself, and of course Army Mule won the Carter over this track, so we were happy to see him the way he was training, and we were optimistic coming in and glad he delivered a good performance.
He has the appearance of a horse that looks really quick, so I was a little surprised to see him coming from off of it, but he really kicked in late. Was that how you jumped it up, or were you thinking something differently?
Well, we wanted to come out running and try to establish some position, and he was able to get that into a pretty good spot. Irad said he was a little bit intimidated inside, and once he got him out into the clear, then he really found his best gear.
Looked like a really loaded New York bred 2-year-old race, Todd, but we'll also see you well represented in this weekend's Woodward. Obviously, Life is Good is much the horse to beat. And yes, I mean, people have talked about maybe some early pressure from Thomas Shelby, but he's just so naturally quick.
He really is. Of course, he drew the one hole to, make sure that we have to get a clean break and everything. But, I mean, he's very, very gifted horse, very naturally fast. I mean, on paper, it looks like maybe Thomas Shelby could apply some token pressure, but, he probably hasn't been facing horses quite like this.
Is this kind of like a walkover?
No such thing. I tell you what, never take anything for granted in this game. And so, yeah, we'll be sweating bullets right to the wire.
Well, wishing you the best of luck with him, but congratulations today with Canarsie.
Thank you.
Canarsie, a determined effort at first, asking, kind of instilling a lot of that grit that his sire Army Mule had, and as Todd correctly pointed out, it does not feel like that long ago, Acacia. I was standing up here with Todd interviewing him after that Carter win with Army Mule.
Todd Pletcher, a trainer of stallions. Maggie, $13.60 winner with Canarsie, and you see Army Mule over Always Dreaming. And it really is just amazing to look through the 2-year-old races and see how many of the stallions were trained by Todd Pletcher.
I can't believe Todd only trained 2 of the stallions in here. It's kind of disappointing for him. Normally you threw and he trained about half of them. You got an Army Mule in the last race. I'm looking through now. You got a Taprit, so that's 2. You got Palace Malice, that's 3, and Uncle Mo, that's 4. So of the 10 horses remaining in the last race, Todd trained 4 of the stallions. Jeez. It's really amazing. I mean, it's obviously his mark on racing is in a number of different ways, but his mark is having horses as stallions is incredible.
Truly. And a big weekend coming up for Todd Pletcher as well, with Life is Good waiting in the wings. But for a jockey that we talked a little bit about earlier on today with Flavien Prat, who's continued to make a name for himself here on the New York circuit. After being a champion apprentice over in his native France, he came to the United States and racing in California, and then brought his tack here to the East Coast, where he's continued to succeed in the toughest jockey colony that he's faced.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to the East Coast this spring.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13, and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred, and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Rougier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
Flavien Prat as we take a look at his graded stakes wins here in New York, and he's continued to impress Andy, and some big wins, particularly of course Flightline in the Met Mile, but just every day, day in and out in New York, he's a lot of fun to follow.
No, I agree. I don't think, listen, we knew that he was a good rider when he came to New York. We've had a chance to see just how good he is coming to New York, but we knew beforehand for success out in California that he was an exceptional rider, and I don't think a trainer like Chad Brown would have that much confidence in him as he did. And I remember when last year when IRTs chose to ride Colonel Liam over domestic spending in the race at Churchill, where they actually dead heated. And Chad said to me, I'm going to get Flavien Prat to ride this horse, and then I'm going to work on convincing him to come to New York, and the rest of the guys may not like it. Well, he's here, and I don't think they dislike having him here. They probably like the competition, but obviously a guy like Flavien is going to take away some wins from everybody because he's an exceptional rider.
He has continued to impress, and will look to pick up another graded stakes win this weekend in the Miss Grillo for the 2-year-old fillies on the grass, as Free Look for Chad Brown broke her maiden last time out. She faced Be Your Best, who we did see win the PG Johnson on debut, but it was an impressive win back on closing weekend up at the Spa, as she will step into deeper waters in the Miss Grillo.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to face an undefeated horse on the outside who's run very well, but so is Free Look. She actually finished behind Be Your Guest in her debut, but she did not have a good trip that day, and it could have been much, much closer. She got the right trip in this race, and Flavia did a very good job of getting early position, saving ground, and they were moving up front, and she just annihilated the field. And my favorite thing about this race is my mom was in the winner's circle.
Oh,
it's actually the
that's fun.
only time my mom, and I was surprised at this, because she's been at the track with me in Cerrito so many times, that she was the only time she's been in the winner's circle, and she and her friends came in the winner's circle and had a really good time. Let's see, maybe we'll see them there. There's Lucy. See her white hair right there?
Oh, that's great.
Right there, yeah.
I love that.
Yep.
That's a great experience. Nothing better than being in the winner's circle at Saratoga. I'm sure Free Look will be a special filly for her to follow moving forward as well. We look forward to that Miss Grillo coming up this weekend on Saturday, part of a jam-packed Saturday of racing and some great graded stakes to look forward to. Back here today, though, we get ready for the 6th race. We'll be sprinting on the turf coming up in this competitive allowance race. And there's a look at Kept Waiting coming out of the Grade 3 Caress. This New York bred looking to get back to the winner's circle on the grass. More on her and the rest of the field after this.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Magic's another horse that we're very hopeful of. His crop is
been well received at the yearling sale, and more importantly, it's been very well received at the 2-year-olds and training sale. That's usually more indicative of people's opinion because you're closer to the racetrack. They're watching them gallop, they're watching them breeze.
You know, Good Magic was always a very sound horse, very precocious, good temperament, easy to train. Right when he came in the barn early in his 2-year-old year, he identified himself as really the best prospect we had. Really from the first work, those really special horses that have remarkable talent identify themselves really early on, and from that point forward, he never disappointed us in a workout. Breeders' Cup Juvenile race was really special. I thought he ran outstanding and really identified himself as the clear leader of the division going into the winter.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
A good feeling to have as a trainer when you have the winter time favorite for the Derby going into next year, and I'm happy that he showed up the right way in the race.
Justify and Good Magic start to pull away from the others.
And to have the constitution to get out of that grueling Derby and come back and win a race like the Haskell showed just how consistent and how strong and durable he was.
But the champ is back! Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
The offspring of Curlin have wonderful temperaments, and particularly the mind, and Good Magic was no different. He has all the markings of a potentially top stallion from his looks, and he was $1 million yearling, and he's got excellent conformation, and his breeding is superb. He was raised the right way.
It is Blazing Sevens who wins at first asking today.
Eye-opening debut. Working his magic, Blazing Sevens by Good Magic. Proud moment for Hillendale here. This debut in colt for trainer Chad Brown.
Going into his stallion career, I was in the market. You know, I buy a lot of horses for clients, and I bought several Good Magics. They look to be much like him. Wonderful temperament, precocious enough, but they really finish their works and gallop out like horses that are going to do better as they go longer on dirt, and that's really what I'm looking for.
And Good Magic, such a talented racehorse. Our program brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. Good Magic, looking forward to continuing to follow his progeny as he has Blazing Sevens. Impressive winner on debut, and third in the hopeful, looking to pick up a win in the Grade 1 Champaign this weekend. Taking a look at race 6 coming up here next. 6 furlongs on the turf at Belmont at the Big A for fillies and mares. Co-favorites now between the 4 and the 5 as we get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
And Acacia, we'll take a look at both of those mares in here, fillies and mares, with number 4 Kept Waiting, as she comes off a little bit of a freshening. And look, I remember interviewing Rob Falcone back in February about her chances on the dirt, and he didn't seem that optimistic, and yet she went on to win by 8 that day and launched a campaign that consisted of mainly stakes races on the main track. And I have always stuck by my convictions that she is a little bit more of a turf horse, so I like her getting back to the turf here. And with that freshening in mind, this is the best her weight has looked as of recent memory. I think she looks really, really good here in the paddock relative to what I've seen from her in the past. And I like when she shows a bit of energy but doesn't do too much, because in the past she is one that has a propensity to get a little wound up, but that has kind of been assuaged with age as number 5 has hit the whoa. Now she is more of your quintessential turf sprinter. She's so attractive and appealing to the eye. She's nicely on her toes here, leaving the paddock. She's the one that I wanted, Acacia, just based upon initial impressions. And 2, she seems to be in rolling form this year.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We get right into the post parade, starting with the 1 AG Indy.
And she could be a potential thorn, if nothing else, in the side of Fouette on the outside, potential inside speed.
Well done. Here's the 2 Keeper of Time.
I learned a lot from you, Acacia. I don't think this horse is impossible cutting back. We'll see if she gets enough pace, though.
Number 4, Kept Waiting. Got some good notes from Maggie.
She has that big race on the turf here in December, a different course than you see here in October, though who would know? We never raced on October on this turf course. But she is a little interesting getting back to the turf.
Hit the Whoa, currently your favorite.
I want to talk about her after the post parade. I think she's a very interesting horse to talk about in here.
Fouette went to the turf last time.
And she ran against horses that would be 1 to 5 in this race. She ran okay that day. If she clears, I think it's over.
And the 8, Ready to Venture.
Yeah, I can see her taking some money and why she is. I know this was a tougher field, though, she's been facing, but her figures are strong.
That's the field. As we go back to the number 5, Hit the Whoa, but want to remind everybody first that you can play along with all of the action with Naira Bets. Sign up, get started, and you can get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Use promo code MATCH200 and you could get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Get started at NairaBets.com today. There's a look at your current favorite, Hit the Whoa, co-favorite. And Andy, you brought up some very interesting points about her that I wanted to add to you as well, but she really, on numbers, jumped forward a lot last time out.
Right, it was a strange race because mail order, the heavy favorite, blew the break and she was controlling speed and it changed the race. But the reason this race came up very fast, the 90 buyer, was they ran a turf sprint stake that day, the Lucky Coin, a race that was won by Thin White Duke. A number of horses out of that race are coming back in the stake on Saturday, and she ran the exact same time as those horses. It came up a very fast race. And there's nothing a figure maker can do, and Craig Mukowski makes time from U.S. figures. His figure is much copacetic with the figure that Andy Beyer gave her, but it doesn't make any sense for any race she's ever run before. I even talked about it with Christophe Clement, and we were talking about it. He said, she's never shown me she was that kind of horse, but who knows? Maybe she just woke up. She runs back. If you believe that race is legit and she runs back to it, she's going to win here.
By far the fastest figure that she's shown so far. And I did want to point out that the race 2 starts back, which was her first off the layoff. She didn't look 100% fit. And it also poured right before that race. There was a long delay in the paddock. And then Spicy Marg wired the field. And Hit the Whoa was not a filly that handles a softer turf course. And so there's reason to suggest that she would have improved last time. But it is a big jump up.
Yeah, it's just hard. And also, that was also a race 2 back that was dominated towards the front end as well. That worked against her. I like the 7, Fouette. I mean, I don't know. Either she's way the right horse here or she's a total trap because she didn't do a lot of running last time. She just sort of sat in the rail in 4th and ran in place. In fairness, she got beaten about 2 zops for 4th, but she ran behind Caravel, Change of Control, Illegal Smile. All those horses would be odds on in this race. So wasn't a turf race that sucked her along. You don't really know because in her prior races, when she hasn't made the lead, she sort of collapses. She didn't really collapse here. Can she clear the number 1 EG Indy? That's really a question. If she does, if this horse clears and gets the lead, I wish that I could stop and I could bet immediately on her, but I'm not sure she clears. This is the race where she has to show that she is as good as that last race suggests.
Fouette taking some money as well at 7-2. For more on these horses warming up, let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at Fouette. One that, I'll be honest, she always makes me look like a fool because I've never really truly warmed up to her. And 2-3 back when she made her first start for Linda Rice, I didn't necessarily love her appearance. You know, I just thought she should have filled out a bit more coming in as a 4-year-old. And last time I didn't really like her getting on the turf. But here we are. She's going to be a fairly short price in here because she, as Andy pointed out, ran pretty darn well in that Smart and Fancy. Today, her weight actually better than what I've seen from her in the past. And I just keep having visions going back to our second race today, which was wired with the rails down on this outer turf course. And so she concerns me a bit. And it might be a concerning situation for the 2 in here that if I knew we were dealing with, maybe a little bit more speed and maybe we do see some speed develop with the presence of the 1 in here, or a course that I don't want to say it's unfair or biased at the moment because we only see 1 race. We just, historically speaking, we see this happen with the rails down. But Keeper of Time interests me a lot because she's one that I've always felt as though shorter is better. As she shows up here for Brendan Walsh, who obviously has to bring his turf horses here until Keeneland, being in Kentucky. But she's so short coupled, so much smaller in her stature that everything about her physically says short. She looks incredibly fit here, coming off a bit of a freshening since mid-July. I think she's intriguing. I just don't know if the course plays favorably into her hands, Acacia.
A fair point, Maggie. Thank you. Keeper of Time, who does cut back in distance. And to be fair, she comes out of that 3rd place finish at Colonial last time out behind a Nacho Correa's horse that came back to win a stake in her next start with the 93 buyer speed.
She improved her figure 8 points in winning that race. And I think, Maggie obviously her husband Tom and Brendan, they both work for Eddie Keneally, and they're very friendly. And I think to know Brendan is to like him.
Yes.
He's a very, very good trainer. He's on a bad run in New York. He didn't win in Saratoga. He hasn't won here. It is a poor indication of his talents as a trainer. So I think, I'm sure Maggie feels the same way. We sort of want him to win, and I like this horse as well, cutting back. These turnbacks to 6 are very, very tricky. I bet some small doubles. I wish I could trust Fouette. I feel like I picked her, and I feel like I may have just fallen into a giant trap. I originally liked the 6 who scratched. I bet some small doubles because I'm interested in Ocala Dream in the next race.
That's a good race coming up in the next
Yep.
race, too. So take a look at the 8, Ready to Venture. She won. She got a good trip last time at Colonial, but she did win nicely that day, and she comes in here as back to New York for Mike Stidham.
The thing I don't like, and she's okay, I mean, she can win this race, obviously, but is the horse she beat was 34-1. I know you know all this stuff. She came back and ran 4-point buyer points lower at Kentucky Downs in the subsequent start, and I'm just not sure how good that field was. And even her second, with a very good trip behind Baystor and 2 back, I don't feel like she did that much running. Drawing the outside post, I'll be surprised. I preferred others in here, but obviously not impossible.
And she's sharp as she always is, wearing that hood, which is regular for her. As the number 1 AG Indy, it's her second start off the layoff and her second start with Anthony Margada, as she does have early speed, and that could be something that would be interesting as to how this race plays out.
Yeah, I always like seeing Tony Margada having horses again. Because Tony won the Brunswick won the Whitney with Brunswick way before your time.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you were even born. Actually, you were born, but it was probably around 94, 95.
I was probably very young. Yeah, I was born in 92.
Back in the days, they used to have those breakfasts back at Tony's barn when all the owners had the chairs with their names on the back of them.
That's fun.
Joe Petruccione worked for him as well, and they had some pretty good horses back then. Of course, Turk Passer.
Yeah?
No, Turk Passer was not them. My friend Tony is involved with them too,
Okay.
but Turk Passer, I'm thinking of Turk Passer, who, do you know why Turk Passer's famous?
Why?
John Velasquez's first Grade 1 win.
How about that? That's right. You're absolutely right.
A lot of good history out there, and Tony's training again. She feels like a speed in here, but does she really feel like a factor? At one time, she'd be favored in here.
Right.
But not off her recent efforts.
Yep, if you're coming off of those Del Mar races out in California, maybe so. But we'll see what she does. As far as being a pace presence down to the inside, the number 5 Hit the Woe, still the favorite, kept waiting, taking attention as well. Kept waiting. What do you make about her, Andy, as she comes out of the Caress where Robin Sparkles did wire the field? And that was her first start back on turf in a while.
Yeah, my problem with her is that she ran really well in the turf in December, but she also followed up with very good form in the dirt.
Yep.
And I wonder if her form's declined a little bit. And I don't think she did that much running last time out. Because don't forget, that pace, I mean, it may look fast. It wasn't really that fast because Robin Sparkles ended up wiring the field. And overall, her turf races aren't good enough. At 5-2, I want no part of her. But once again, I'm not going to be shocked if she wins this race. I think it's a little tough to make the one off her recent form. Other than that, I don't think there's a horse in this race that the public agrees. The one is 12-1. Everybody else is roughly a similar price in here, and there's no outstanding favorite. And it's that kind of race. And those are fun races. They're competitive races.
For sure. Very competitive race, this turf sprint here. And it feels like in general in New York, the turf sprints always come up really salty. There's a lot of good horses in this division, both for the fillies and for the boys.
Yeah, and I found him interesting as, I used to beg our old race secretary, Mike Lake, how to write more of them, and it wasn't really his reason he didn't do it. And then P.J. Campbell started writing more of them, and they're a huge part of our program. And it's been a big learning curve.
For sure.
Because they're very interesting races. And one of the things I've learned about them is they live in isolation. You've got to be, for the most part, you have to be a talented turf sprinter. You can have speed. You see turf sprinters that are good. Disco Partner that came from dead last. But you've got to be good at those races. It's a very specialized skill.
It's kind of a niche condition, so to speak. As we have a nice turf sprint here, Belmont at the Big A, race 6. Coming up next, John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Set for the start of race 6. And they're off. Fouette broke well. Down on the inside is AG Indy now moving up. And long shot AG Indy takes the lead. Fouette and Kept Waiting are right together, second and third. And then comes Ready to Venture on the extreme outside in fourth. Hit the Woes in between horses, and Keeper of Time is at the rail. The leader is AG Indy by a length and a quarter. Fuete in second through an opening quarter mile in 22 and 2/5 seconds. AG Indy, the leader here. Fuete runs in second. And on the outside is Ready to Venture. Next in third, Kept Waiting. Next in fourth, 4 lengths from the lead. Then comes Hit the Woe, and Keeper of Time is the trailer. It is AG Indy in front as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. Then Fuete, Ready to Venture on the outside, the half mile in 45 seconds. Kept Waiting is being asked for more. Hit the Woe is out in the middle of the course and coming on now as they pass the 8th pole, and Keeper of Time is looking to advance down at the rail. Here is Kept Waiting, who's come away with the lead. Hit the Woe on the outside, and Keeper of Time down at the rail. Kept Waiting is the winner. Kept Waiting takes it, and it was close for second between Keeper of Time and Hit the Woe.
Kept Waiting, 5-year-old mare coming out of the Grade 3. Caress gets back to the winner's circle on the turf for this New York bred.
This was a funny race because
Yeah.
it really didn't feel like she was running. She was up close early. You see her drop back to 4th right now between horses. And when you and I had mentioned the 2 top of the stretch had a lot of horse, Keeper of Time. And I thought Jose Ortiz did a good job weaving through traffic, and she had momentum. But then the race just sort of collapsed late. And Keeps Waiting, it looked like she was spinning her wheels, came back on. A nice win for her as she gets back in the winner's circle. This race just totally fell apart. And I noticed this a little bit earlier. We moved the rails in, and the times have been much faster.
An interesting point to note as well is Keeper of Time was flying late outside. She'll have to settle, or inside, excuse me. She'll have to settle for second as Kept Waiting gets the win. It was 4-2, 5-7. Kept Waiting was game as we saw the number 1 AG Indy alone on the front end too, which was an interesting point. They went quick, but she wasn't pressed as much early as we might have thought.
Yeah, I don't think it was such a fast pace that fell apart. I think it just ended up being sort of an honestly run race, and maybe the best horses just ran 1, 2, 3. And I gotta say, I think we got the answer to the Hit the Woe question. She just, one of those odd things in racing where she ran an aberrationally fast race last time.
She closed on the outside for third, but it was the number 4, Kept Waiting. Now makes 2 turf starts in a row. She gets back to the winner's circle on the grass as well. She's won on the turf. She's won on the dirt. She seems to handle just about everything that's been thrown at her. Red Ortiz in the winner's circle for another win today. When we come back, we'll talk about the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, back at his home track, Churchill Downs, and ready to take on Older for the first time in the Lucas Classic. Talk more about his chances and what his trainer thinks of them after this.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we just saw race 6 take place at Belmont at the Big A. Talented field of turf sprinters and kept waiting. This mare is very versatile. She gets back to the winner's circle on the grass, returning $8.30. Trained by Rob Falcone, who's standing by with Maggie.
Happy birthday in order as well. What a great way to spend your birthday here in the Aqueduct Winner's Circle, Rob, and a filly that's just been so good to you and your team.
Yeah, she really has. I mean, she always fires. She rarely misfires, you know, and she's all heart. She loves what she does.
Talk about bringing her back to the turf, because she made maybe me look like a fool back when I said, I don't think she'll like the dirt. She won by 8 that day. But talk about the move back to the grass.
You know, it's always a little bit, you got to try to stay optimistic with that move, because I'm sure you've seen it in the mornings. You see so many grass horses that work good on the dirt, and then they can't lift their legs up on it in the afternoons, you know? So, you know, she always works good on the dirt. But like I said, it's tough to kind of say. People may think it's easier than it is, but it's really not, you know? So, you know, we tried on the dirt. She got in good form during the winter, and kind of just felt like she was a little bit better on grass still. So we figured we'd take a shot with the grass while we still have it here.
And two, a little bit of a freshening. You know, you ran her down mid-July at Colonial. She came back looking just sensational today.
Yeah, she did. You know, she's a good-looking filly, but, you know, she makes it easy on me. You know, she loves eating. She loves her food. You know, she always trains good, always works good. So I did a great job today. You're riding her, so it all worked out.
How does somebody like you spend their birthday?
Here. Usually at Belmont, actually, but since I don't even know, since I can remember, I don't know. But I used to get sick on school that day and go to Belmont and watch the races when I was younger, so I'm still doing the same thing now.
Except you get to get your picture taken and train some winners. Congratulations, what a lovely birthday present.
Thank you.
Kept waiting. She doesn't keep her connections waiting to get back to the races and get a win, Acacia, for Rob on his birthday.
A very happy birthday to Rob. Kept waiting a consistent 5-year-old New York bred mare as well. She just continues to run well in and out of New York bred company and on either surface.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Maggie was joking about not liking kept waiting. I don't think Rob was thrilled either. They were taking a shot. I mean, it was the winter and she's a New York bred and they thought he'd take a shot and it worked out so well. Maybe we'll have to start doing Rob we did with Bill Mott, right? That he wins races on his birthday.
That's right. How about
that? That's good, except when it's not.
Except when it's not, yeah. Well, Bill was on a big run there for a few years. We'll see if Rob
wins a lot of races,
continue.
Bill Mott.
Yes, he does. Here's the late pick 5 follow along. Kept waiting, $8.30. Canarsie, bit of a price as that 2-year-old went off at 5-1, 3 races to go in the sequence. And the next race is a mile on the turf in this allowance for 3-year-olds and up. And this is a very competitive turf allowance.
I agree it is. And I think a lot of people are going to like the one Big Everest to wire the field. And I suppose that's a distinct possibility. I'm not a big fan of his. It's a real duel because you've got the Clement family, you, and Maggie with Tom Morley on the outside, and I'm gonna go with Ocala Dream on the outside. I feel like a mile suits him well. I'd like to see Javier be aggressive. Hopefully, sit second behind Big Everest, who looks to be the speed in this race. And I think a mile will give him his best chance to win.
As we take a look at what's coming up this weekend at Churchill Downs, the Lucas Classic as promised before the break. We're going to see the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, and stay tuned. Andy and I will be off air at that point, but Greg Wolf and Richie Migliore will be with you, and Rich Strike is going to school between races 1 and 2 at Churchill. Andy is very upset to miss that, but
we're taking a Lear jet down, you and I.
That's right. I can't wait. But Rich Strike, as he did pull that massive upset in the Kentucky Derby, and got a chance to prove with that 4th place finish in the Travers that he really is a good horse.
Yeah, I've become a fan. I really enjoyed talking to Eric Reed as well as the connections when they did the Belmont draw as well as the Travers, and I found Eric to be really refreshing. Not a lot of trainer speak BS.
Yes.
You know, he was very honest about the horse. Basically said, I think we all felt, he ran huge this day, good trip or not, and he felt like he's got a horse that's got a big race in there somewhere. The question is, when if ever, will he show it again? Well, he did in the Travers. He showed he doesn't need a huge setup. He doesn't need his racetrack. He's a good horse, and he ran well to finish 4th, narrowly beaten for 2nd. And whether or not you think he can win this race, that's another story. But I think that Rich Strike showed with his effort in the Travers that he's a horse that we could really hear some good things from him, whether it's this year or next year. But he showed that that Derby wasn't a total fluke, and I was glad to see it, and I think you felt similarly.
Absolutely, as he was the 80-1 upset in the Kentucky Derby this year. And coming out of this run, Happy Travers, as we saw a disappointing effort from him in the Belmont Stakes. He did finish 4th in the Travers, but he was a horse that was traveling well, took a ton of dirt there on the outside of Zandon in the red cap, and he was facing horses that were in terrific form, and I think he proved that he belonged with that level of competition.
105 Beyer. He ran 4 Beyer points better than his Derby, and he didn't get the huge pace to set it up. He hit the wire with Cyberknife and Zandon, who are very, very good horses, and I think he really proved a lot in that Travers. And it was, you don't want to think that the Derby's won by a bad horse on some fluky day. You want to believe that the winners of these important races are truly good horses. And I think we saw with his performance, the Travers, that he's not some one-hit wonder, and we can expect to see some good things from going forward. And I, for one, am a fan. Whether I pick him or bet him ever, I'm a fan.
It'll be fun to follow him as he faces Older for the first time this weekend, and his trainer, Eric Reed, hoping that the home court advantage will be a factor versus a very competitive field.
Yeah, everybody that I see going in there is solid. I mean, it's no easy race, and you know, we would like to run the Pennsylvania Derby, but with the travel from New York to Kentucky and then back up there and the quick turnaround, it's just not, you know, Richie's not able to do that. So this was our prep that we had. It's at his home track. Just a solid group. It was 10 weeks of torture for me waiting to show everybody that he wasn't a fluke, that the Belmont was something I did wrong, and I think in the Travers he proved that. I felt so bad, and that was the longest 10 weeks of my life, getting to, you know, get him back some credibility, and I think we should have been second that day. I think we definitely showed everybody that we fit with some of the best 3-year-olds in the country, and now we got to show everybody we can run with some of these older horses. The Breeders' Cup this year, it's always tough, but this year there's 2 generational type horses with Flightline, Life is Good, and that's not to throw out all the other good horses that are going to be in it. But I think this race will determine whether we end up in the Breeders' Cup or not, but it will set us up good for the Clark Handicap afterwards, and that's here on his home track, and it's shortly after that. So that's kind of our plan, unless he proves that he can handle this group, because this is a solid group.
Trainer Eric Reed has Rich Strike, and I do admire the respect that he has for the competition, how honest, how realistic he is with his horse, and he has been that way throughout this whole journey, too.
No, I agree. It's not a lot of bravado from him. He was very realistic about his horse, and now he's got a horse that has a right to be a real player in this division, whether this year or next year, and we'll see what he does on Saturday. He's faced some pretty good horses in there.
Yes, he is, as we heard from Eric Reed, and we'll take a look at 2 coming out of the Whitney behind Life is Good, Happy Saver, and Hot Rod Charlie. Hot Rod Charlie, just one that shows up every single time, and Happy Saver, his last 5 races have been second-place finishes, but that's been to Life is Good, Flightline, Olympiad. He's faced some very, very good horses as well.
Yeah, I mean, what he has done is he's kind of been the right horse in the right place to pick up second, to be fair.
Yeah.
But what he's done, at least, is get back to that decent form he showed when, as a 3-year-old, he won the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and he beat Mystic Guide, who went on and won the Dubai World Cup the next year, a Godolphin horse who won the Dubai World Cup. They do seem to do well over there. Hot Rod Charlie, he'll be stalking Art Collector, who's a big-time player in this race as well, though he has to show he can run a faster race. I'm a Hot Rod Charlie fan, and I hope he does well in this race. I've always liked this horse.
Art Collector, meanwhile, the winner of last year's Grade 1 Woodward, he comes out of taking a similar track that they did last year. They're not coming to the Woodward. They're going here to the Lucas Classic instead. But he came back off of the layoff after a disappointing effort in the Saudi Cup and won this Alydar impressively, which prompted him to take another Charlestown Classic.
I don't think his efforts, though, in the Alydar this year or the Charlestown Classic were as good as his efforts last year. When he won the Alydar, he was impressive. They were running hard around the track. When he won the Charlestown Classic last year, he was one of the only horses that day that was able to win, not being on the rail the whole day. Last year, in 2021, that was one of the goldest rails you'll ever see. This year's win was sort of easy against an overmatched field, to be honest, in there. I don't know if he's as good as he was last year. I think this will be a real stern test, because you have to imagine that Hot Rod Charlie will be breathing down his neck, because Hot Rod Charlie is a horse who's best when he's aggressive, and I'd like to see them be aggressive with him here. I think Hot Rod Charlie is going to be a handful to beat in here, but we'll see.
Hot Rod Charlie, very cool horse that shows up every time, and Tyler Gasleone going to be aboard for the first time. That Lucas Classic, top to bottom, came up a really fun race. And earlier on in the day, going a mile on the main track, the race right before, in fact, we'll see the Grade 3 ACAC at Churchill Downs, and Even Money on the morning line is the #1 Speaker's Corner. A horse who was the winner of the Grade 1 Carter, and then it almost kind of felt, Andy, like he got his heart broken having the likes of Life is Good and Flightline to face after that.
Yeah, I like Speaker's Corner as a racehorse, but I would never bet him in this race in Even Money. I thought he was terrible last time in the Pat O'Brien. He got to an easy lead, and he had absolutely nothing. And I agree with you. It feels like trying to chase those two monsters around the racetrack broke his heart. And whether or not Bill Mott can get him back to that good form remains to be seen. And I'm going to see it when I believe it. I haven't really looked much at this race. We're actually not showing it, unfortunately. But I am suspect to him in this spot.
Some things to prove for Speaker's Corner this weekend. Meanwhile, back here at Belmont at the Big A, race 7 on the turf. This tough allowance race coming up. There's a look at one of the big players, Good Governance, and more on this field after this break. Get a paddock report and talk about the big contenders on America's Day at the Races.
And Lost Ark, big, powerful strides, puts him away in the sapling.
And Forte and the two of them are right together. It is Forte to grab the lead now from Belfort. It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 Hopeful.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Trackmaster selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on NYRA Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Trackmaster selections available on NYRA Bets and the NYRA Bets app.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombi, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races with racing here from Belmont at the Big A, and our programming brought to you proudly by America's Best Racing. For more, check out abr.net today, as we'll take a look at this very good field of allowance horses. And I think we have to start with one, at least on my end, coming back off of a layoff in #2, Dreams of Tomorrow, who can be very good. It seemed as though, you know, the stakes level wasn't quite within his wheelhouse. And I have to admit, though, his last performance fairly disappointing back here at the Big A, but you never really know what kind of course you're dealing with too for turf racing in December. So it may have been a factor of him not necessarily loving the course that day either. And then too, we see this extended layoff, so maybe he emerged out of that race with a slight issue, but he comes back and he's always been a really good-looking, eye-catching individual. And if anything, he's filled out now completely as a fully mature 5-year-old. But with that being said, you always wonder too, with him looking so well-conditioned, does that mean he needs a race in here? I don't know. He's just one I've always, and I'm always going to like pre-race. I think he does look as though he's ready to go here for Hall of Famer Shug McGaughey. As we'll check in with the 2 runners for Chad Brown. That's number 6, Good Governance, and he is your typical Kingman prototype. And I think it's also interesting that he is a 6-year-old that's only making his 9th career start, but finally he is pairing races back to back to back. So he does have the advantage for the first time ever in his career of being 3rd off of a layoff. And this is by far the strongest this horse, in my opinion, has ever appeared prior to a race. And it was last time out, the pace kind of held together a bit more in that Red Bank, and he was wide throughout. It was almost as if he was overconfidently ridden that day at Monmouth. So willing to forgive him for that last effort. As we'll move on to number 7, Flop Shot, who's never run this short in his career, as he comes out of a race in which that was wired by Bye Bye Melvin. That day he ran a big number and ran a really good race. But as a physical, he looks more like a turf miler, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. As we do see pretty wide open board right now, 3-1, the tepid favorite on Big Everest as he comes out of facing Emirati, who came back to win the Bernard Baruch with a 101 Beyer speed figure.
I'll get him in the winner's circle. I don't like him today. I mean, I said I picked him 3rd. I like the outside horse. I will say one thing. Is Dreams Tomorrow a little dead in the board right now?
Yes, agree. As we'll see what happens with Dreams of Tomorrow, as he does come in off of a big layoff. He hasn't raced since December, but a horse that had run some very good races last year.
Are you claiming Therapist? He's in for a tag today. First time. He is a 7-year-old.
Who's that? Therapist?
He's
yes.
in for a tag.
Well, he is out of his conditions.
Greg Wolf may claim him. He's a very big Therapist fan.
Indeed. Going to take a quick pause and welcome in our regional networks. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports Southern California or San Diego, we're happy to have you with us. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Acacia Clement alongside Andy Sterling. Glad to have you with us as we are 6 races into the card of Belmont at the Big A on this Thursday afternoon, Andy, and we're getting ready for this competitive 7th race coming up. Here's what's still to come. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast and Firm in New York. This 7th featured allowance, a very competitive field coming up next, and later on we'll be off air, but Churchill Downs races 1 through 8 to come. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori along with Paul LaDuca will be here to take you through all of that racing. But Andy, we'll get into the post parade here with the 7th, starting with your tepid favorite, Big Everest.
Yeah, he looks to wire the field, which he's able to do 2 back on a very, very warm time in July at Belmont. I think it'll be a bigger story, but he should be in control in this race.
Here's Dreams of Tomorrow off the layoff.
Not taking a lot of money, which I don't like to see. Shug McGaughey has good numbers off the layoff, and he's a horse who can be forwardly placed, and he's got plenty of races good enough to win.
Anaconda won at Kentucky Downs last out.
Yeah, a little tough to make this horse win stretching out. Would have to improve.
Here's a big price starting over.
Yeah, with Rob Falcone, his birthday, looking for back-to-back winners. This horse has been running well at Monmouth, but this is a jump up in class.
Here is the veteran 7-year-old Therapist.
In for a tag for the first time, but he belongs for a tag. He's a 7-year-old gelding, and he's just better in one-turn elongated sprints.
Just out of his conditions now as well. Here's the number 6, Good Governance.
He was terrible last time out. Now listen, he was very good 2 back when he won, but his race at Monmouth last time was a bad effort. Maybe he's just getting older and he's not as good.
Here's the other Chad Brown, Flop Shot.
He's not impossible. He didn't run that badly behind a horse. Bye Bye Melvin, who ran huge last time.
And Ocala Dream, he's a generous price.
Yeah, he's my top choice in this race. I'm hoping he can get a nice trip on the outside. He ran that huge race, second off a layoff for Tom Morley, and then maybe went too far in race 2 back. Last time out, Emirati just ran around the track, and City Man came out of the race and ran well, and I'm hoping he can be forward in here, maybe sitting second, and hopefully runs his best race, he can win.
That's the field for the 7th. I just want to remind everybody that you can play along with all of the action on Naira Bets. Sign up and get started. Use promo code MATCH200 for an up to $200 deposit match bonus. If you haven't signed up yet, now is your opportunity, as favoritism is now going over to Therapist, the veteran, but his stablemate, uncoupled stablemate, as Therapist is the closing type, and Big Everest, one that you would imagine would show speed. He seemed a little keen last time, being kind of taken back a little bit off the pace, and is more comfortable when he gets to dictate. When he did get to do that, though, it was a slow pace, as you pointed out.
That's the thing, and this was a very, when you get those really firm courses in July, courses we used to list as hard. Now he's run with give in the ground, but he did that at 7 furlongs and he controlled. And he should be able to control here, so maybe he can run his best race. I think the question is, how confident are you that his best race wins it? How confident are you he'll be able to control? The rails are out 9 feet, doesn't necessarily help horses down on the inside, but he could be the main speed. I'm not way against him, and I understand why he's favored here. I just didn't want him at a short price. I don't know about you. I am shocked that he is the same price as Therapist.
I agree. Therapist has a ton of back class. He was supposed to run in the West Point, which of course was rained off. But taking a look at the two Dreams of Tomorrow, it's his first start since December of last year. So we haven't seen him in 9 months, but he comes back here for Shug McGaughey. And as mentioned, this is a horse that has strong races on the go back, including this one from October behind Analyze It.
He is completely dead on the board at 6-1. I don't know how you could have imagined he'd be this price. This race by Analyze was a very good race because Analyze was allowed to dictate and just comfortably walk around the racetrack, and he ran second to him. He's kept some very good company. His last race wasn't good, necessitating a layoff, but Shug's numbers are solid off layoffs, and I don't think that there's any reason to expect he wouldn't run well here. He is bet like he cannot win this race. I don't think, I'm sorry, he is completely dead on the board. The horse I bet on, I expect to be a big price. This, hard to have expected.
Here's Ocala Dream, another horse that was supposed to run in that off-the-turf West Point. They rerouted like City Man to the Bernard Baruch, where Emirati just waltzed around the racetrack. And he did run a big race as well. But Ocala Dream, a horse that, as you mentioned, does seem to be better at the mile and a 16th.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that mile and 3/16 race was just too far for him, too back. And I'll give him an excuse. Nobody seemed to handle that last time out except for the winner. Emirati ran huge, as you say, but the others just didn't show up. And I don't think his performance was really that bad. Now, obviously, his race 3 back was not good, but it seems to be an aberration looking at the rest of his lines this year. That one big win. Now, he's never run that race before. He's never run back to it. I'm hoping he can come close to running back to it. He doesn't have to run it, but if he can run even close to it, he can win here. And I thought he could be forward. And I just didn't really trust Big Everett in the front end. And I thought maybe he'd sort of be right behind him, get a good trip. And there's a lot of horses in here that are hard to trust. The 2 isn't getting bet. Therapist wins, I'm going to lose. And Good Governance, I mean, I'm rooting for him in my heart, and I'm glad to see Maggie likes him, but he's a very hard horse to like off his last race. I mean, the thing about it was, if he just got wired, that's fine, but he also got passed from behind by another closer.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to hear why Maggie has the confidence in Good Governance today.
Andy, I wanted to start by talking about Ocala Dream. But anyway, Good Governance, I just thought he was wide throughout. Never got a chance to save ground. And the fact that he does get to pair races third off of a layoff, like I said, he looks stronger than ever. I'm not in love with his chances, but I just landed on him because I was a little bit concerned about others. But let's get to Ocala Dream. Now, as Andy brought up, 2 back, too far. Last time, turf course, not to his liking, though ran okay. 3 back, yes, it does look as though it's a really bad performance, but I do have a reason for that, as Tom was actually kicking himself. He felt as though he should have scratched him, but you never know. You never know if you're overthinking it. He was not reacting to the heat that day back at Belmont. And Tom said putting on the tack, he wasn't sweating as you would like to see, but he was so hot and he wasn't acting his normal self. He was really, really quiet as well. So 2, he's a horse that I always feel as though he's 7 furlong to a mile and a 16th horse. And that's the way he's built. He's a little bit shorter statured, shorter coupled. So we'll see how he does here. I feel as though might be heading into this race with things working in his favor, considering it's a lot cooler than it has been for his 3 last efforts. As we'll take a look at Therapist, a horse I've always liked as well, as I don't have 80,000, so not to worry, Christoph. Just kidding. As he's, second off, a little bit of a break. We've seen him miss a lot of his summer campaign, and obviously a lot of that had to do with the weather and being rained off in the West Point, so on and so forth. But he looks incredibly fit coming back here. And I just thought last time at Kentucky Downs, which is always a tricky course to analyze, that it was a race that was more dominated forwardly, and he had so much work to do while he was saving ground most of the way and swung out, and he kept coming. It was just an insurmountable amount of work and ground to make up. So I'm not against him or either of the Christophe Clement horses as favorite in here. This just feels like a very wide open race, Acacia.
It is indeed, Maggie, for sure. Therapist, the 7-year-old Christophe, actually the co-breeder as well. So I know this has been a special horse to him throughout. But as we were saying, he's a 7-year-old gelding. Kind of, what do you do with him at this point besides run him in a race like this for the high-level claiming tag?
I remember years ago, probably pretty early when I was working here, Kieran McLaughlin had a horse that had been a stakes horse and was running in like a $50,000 claiming race. And I said something on the show about, you have to be concerned with the drop down. And I saw Kieran later, and Kieran said, Andy, he's a 6-year-old gelding. And it was like the fall.
Yeah.
And he said, what do you want me to do? It was something that I learned, He's like, what am I supposed to do with him? Where am I going to go with him?
Well.
Right. What am I going to do? I'm running him where he can win. And if somebody wants to claim him, that's fine. And it's something I've learned that, at some point, therapist, somebody wants to claim him for 80. The reality is he's probably more competitive going a little shorter around one turn and a little bit cheaper. But he's still a terrific horse. He's still running Beyer figures consistently in the 90s.
He is.
And it's sort of hard looking at him, seeing he only made $115,000 over the last 2 years as a New York bred.
He's banked a lot. Here's John and Brielle with the call of the 7th.
And they're off. Big Everest, Dreams of Tomorrow. From the outside, it is Ocala Dream now moving up. 3 of them across the track for the early lead. And then it's Anaconda and Good Governance. Those two are right together. Flopshot is racing in 6th and now makes his way down to the inside. At the back of the pack are Starting Over and Therapist. The field rounds the clubhouse turn. Big Everest is the leader here by a length. Dreams of Tomorrow next in 2nd, Ocala Dream on the outside in 3rd, and Anaconda down at the rail saving ground in 4th. The quarter 23 seconds. Good Governance is 5th, 4 lengths from the front. It's another 3.5 back to a Flopshot, and the trailers are the gray Starting Over and Therapist. They continue along here with Big Everest in front by 3/4 of a length. Dreams of Tomorrow remains in 2nd. Anaconda down at the rail. Ocala Dream is alongside. The half mile in 47-1. Good Governance remains in 5th, 4 lengths off the lead as they go into the turn. It is Big Everest by a half length. Dreams of Tomorrow runs in 2nd. Ocala Dream being pushed along now in 3rd. Anaconda has had a good trip down towards the rail. Good Governance forced widest of all as they come into the stretch. Then it's Starting Over, followed by Flopshot and Therapist. There's an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Big Everest trying to hold off Good Governance, who's driving up on the outside. Anaconda is next in 3rd. It's Big Everest still there, and Big Everest is going to do it. Wire to wire under Joel Rosario. Good Governance was 2nd, and Anaconda finished 3rd.
Big Everest able to wire the field comfortably under Joel Rosario, as we just often see this. Andy, Joel, just so good at saving just enough when it's needed in the stretch.
Yeah, and the draw obviously helped him. You think about the 1, 2, and 8 all going, and the others getting hung out a bit wide. Not that they ran well or were going to be effective in there, but Big Everest getting the rail is able to control on the inside at a fairly moderate pace. To me, horses like this are just too obvious, and at 5-2, I'm going to let him beat me all the time. But he was able to control as it looked like he would on paper, and that was good enough to get it done. He is a horse who has been very opportunistic in his recent races.
Picks up another win against some good foes. Good Governance in 2nd, and hearing from Maggie that the veteran Therapist was claimed. Gonna miss seeing him in the barn, but wish his new connections well. Tough horse he is.
I wish them well as well, and this is quite a win for Christophe. He won the race, and Therapist got claimed for $80,000. Let me know where he's buying dinner tonight, because I want to
go. Indeed. As number 1, Big Everest, it was 1-6-3-6. 7 flop shot up for 4th. Big Everest and Joel Rosario able to get comfortable on the inside and on the front end. Some nice pats for Big Everest from Joel as well. Bring you prices and reactions after this. We'll also look back at our featured race for the 2-year-old New York breds earlier on in the Bertram F. Bongard. Here's a hint, it wasn't the favorite, not by any means. We'll talk more about it and reflect back on that performance after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com. Race 7 in the books at Belmont at the Big A. Joel Rosario and Big Everest getting comfortable on the front end. Nice to see co-owner Stephen Rocco here. He got beat and nose with Arrogant Lady in the first race, so glad to see him get a winner circle picture with Big Everest, trained by Christophe Lamont, who's standing by with Maggie.
As Christophe just mentioned to me, when he saw that opening fraction, pretty much sewed up the race.
No, absolutely. It was, slow pace. Joel in front, was very dangerous in front. And this is a nice horse. This is the 3rd win of the year in New York. I mean, the horse can run.
He, at first, when he began his career, proved to be a little bit of a tricky horse to ride, but it seems as though you, your team, and Joel have really learned how to ride him.
And he was very erratic as a younger horse. He got gelded, more time, more mature, and no, he's a lovely horse now.
Christophe, a little bit of a bittersweet race, and we saw Therapist run, claimed he was bred by you. Talk a little bit about what he has meant to you for his past 5 racing seasons.
So it's been a lot of fun, Therapist. He belongs to a very good friend of mine, and I bred him with him. It was a joint venture. He's been very good over the years, and I can't quite get him to win anymore. The last 2 years I've not been able to win with him, but he's a lovely horse, and I just wish him all the best.
Quickly, I want to talk to you about the Hettinger that we'll see tomorrow. You send out 2 in there, Classic Colors and Classic Lady. Classic Lady coming back off a little bit of a freshing, narrowly beaten last time we saw her. Talk about her, and she's another one that's getting up there in age, but seems to be delivering when asked.
No, absolutely. She's a nice mare. The marinade is pushing it a little bit. If the turf is as firm as today, I think we'll be fine. But I think she's always better like at a mile, but very honest. And the other filly is a little bit ambitious on paper, but she's doing well. And, you know, always believe, don't make it too complicated. If they're doing well, just go ahead and run.
That is the truth. Strike while the iron's hot, and it worked well here with Big Everest, who's in raging form. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Big Everest with a big win. Gate to wire today, Acacia.
Big Everest getting comfortable. Maggie, thank you. Good to see him get back on track. As Christoph had mentioned, the gelding a help, as we found out that therapist claimed by George Weaver. So at least he won't be many barns away.
We wish him the best of luck.
Absolutely. $7.20 winner in the late pick 5. Follow along. Some nice prices so far, not necessarily the favorites in that sequence. 2 races to go, including this upcoming 8th race, which is an allowance going a mile and an 1/8 on the main track. And not surprising, Andy Golden Alchemist currently a favorite as he won going the 9 furlongs at Saratoga and comes out of a graded stakes bid. Looking forward to seeing what he has in store. But more on this field in a moment. Earlier on today, we had the Bertram F. Bongard for the 2-year-old New York breds highlight early in the day on the card, and it was a big upset, Andy, with Brooklyn Heights coming from off of it for the Nota Barn.
I feel like you should be paying extra attention to the horses the Noters are running the
Jackson
way this
Heights,
horse ran. I was going to say Brooklyn. I was just looking it up to see the names. Queens, Jacksons, and
I know. Sorry.
You got the wrong borough.
Sorry.
Listen, you haven't lived in New York that long. We're going to give you a little bit of a leeway here. I couldn't remember the horse's name.
I've lived in New York for a long time, just not in this part of New
You got
York.
half his name right. I couldn't have gotten any of it right, so at least you had that. I mean, this horse just made a gigantic run, and it's not as though the race was falling apart. I mean, the pace was fine, but it wasn't particularly fast, and it's like running at a completely different race than everybody else. I mean, he showed it. He had run 26, 41, and 45 buyers in his prior 3 starts, and he did lose a maiden special weight race by 3 lengths in his last start in a slow race, so he made a lot of sense. That's why it was 25-1, but he showed up today, and congrats to Connection, Zilla Stable, and Blackjack Racing as well.
Arctic Arrogance, your favorite. He took pressure from Donegal Surges early, who had nothing to offer late. And Arctic Arrogance, he ran a good race. I wouldn't take that away from him. I thought it was still a valiant effort. But you could see Javier Castellano pretty much just wrapped up on Jackson Heights late.
He told Maggie he wasn't surprised at all. I hope he bet him at 25-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Big performance from him in today's Bertram F. Bongard. But coming up this weekend, we have a lot of stakes to look forward to, including the Miss Grillo, which will take place on Saturday for the 2-year-old fillies on the turf. Taking a look at the stakes schedule, 4 graded stakes on Saturday. It'll be a really fun day, and can't wait for that. As we take a look at the field for the Miss Grillo, it's a grade 2, and obviously it does seem like you have to get around the likes of Be Your Best, who has been very impressive in her 2 races to date.
No question about it. Now, when Be Your Best broke her maiden first time out, Free Look was 3rd in there. Free Look had a lousy trip. He didn't break very well, or she didn't break very well, and she got herself in bad position in there. Be Your Best ran well. She got a much better trip, actually, in her second start when she went up the inside. They're the 2 players in the air, and you have to really hope this race is run on the turf. It's a very important race for horses to qualify for the Breeders' Cup. Obviously, Be Your Best's already in, but the rest of them are trying to qualify to run the Breeders' Cup juvenile filly turf race.
Be Your Best. We see her coming up the rail, impressive in her 2 races so far. She'll break to the outside, rematch with Free Look. It's a nice field for this grade 2 Miss Grillo, which has been a springboard for many fillies in the past, going on to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf.
Well, one of the reasons for that is that Chad Brown has been so dominant in times. But, yeah, no, I agree. It's an important race. And we'll see. Big matchup. Be Your Best. Of course, Mike Ryan, who owns her, is a bloodstock agent, does a lot of work for Chad Brown as well, and has done a good job picking out horses, particularly in Europe for them. And for all I know, he picked out Free Look.
Very possible, but we'll take a look at the field for Andy's favorite named race in New York, the Belmont Turf Sprint, taking place at Belmont at the Big A. And we'll have several horses coming out of the Lucky Coin, which was just a real scramble coming down to the wire. Thin White Duke up over Dancing Buck.
Yeah, this was a nice win. My friends of the owners of this horse see him do so well, and Dave Donk has done a terrific job with both him and Yes and Yes, both of them running in here. Horses previously trained by Phil Gleaves, and Thin White Duke really came to hand him. He almost beat Golden Pal. His prior started 30-1, and then he pulled off this upset. I think the question with him is, did he just love it up in Saratoga? And that's a question we'll find out a little bit more about on Saturday. But weather, obviously, at this point, a major concern for Saturday.
Thin White Duke has proved to be proficient sprinting as well. His last couple of numbers very strong, especially that third place finish behind Golden Pal and then up in the shadow of the wire in the Lucky Coin as he, Dancing Buck, Fauci, the top three finishers coming out of that race. Top four, in fact, with Voodoo Zip in there as well. So it'll be fun to see that rematch. Yes and Yes, as you mentioned, though, Andy, a horse that really kind of turned the corner sprinting at Belmont. He comes out of a couple of poor performances up at Saratoga. Intriguing race to look forward to on Saturday. Hopefully we get to see it run on the turf. NYRA Bet Saturday contests are here. Show off your handicapping skills in the $300 online live money contest on Saturdays, featuring racing from Belmont at the Big A. Win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. on Friday. Go to NYRA.com/contest to learn more. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we've got race 8 from Belmont at the Big A, the late double to come. Golden Alchemist, the favorite. We've got a lot more to talk about after this break. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 NYRA Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
This week, Aqueduct Racetrack opened. There's a look at the press box here at the Big A, and we're in good company. Andy, the Pope was here.
He did talking horse with me, actually.
Yeah.
I got to say.
Right after the Queen, right?
Wasn't as impressive as Andy Beyer put on in Saratoga, but the Pope was really, I was impressed. He'd done his work. He'd done some trip handicapping. It was good.
128 years ago this week, Aqueduct Racetrack opened. So much history here. So many great horses who have raced over the surface as well.
One of my favorite things is Seattle Slew. Secretary may have made an appearance here. His last race was up at Canada in the Canadian International. Seattle Slew's last race was here. After he had took that horrendous beat in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, he came and I think he ran the Stuyvesant at 1 1/8 miles. It was just one of those things to showcase from the fans. He won by about 10 lengths, and I can still remember watching him run his last race here at Aqueduct. Pretty cool.
Very special place to all of us, the Big A, as we celebrate the Belmont at the Big A meet. Continuing on with the card, we have race 8 coming up, 1 1/8 miles on the main track, Golden Alchemist. Not surprising, currently your favorite. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
And Acacia, I feel like you get initiated and you kind of break your maiden at the Big A once you get lost in the basement, which is what I happened to do when I first came here. So everybody does it. It's how Big A welcomes you. As we'll take a look at this field and people going in strongly with number 3, Golden Alchemist. And yeah, he's the best looking horse in this group, like by a lot. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's just very appealing. Now he's gotten a little bit hot here in the paddock, but not as if he's agitated or nervous or anything. It's just kind of walking over, he got a little hot, that's all. And last time at Parks, he was scrubbed on by Flavien Prat prior to even approaching the 3/8 pole there. And it was his first start without Lasix. Now, I'm not saying that was the problem, but he is back on it. And watching him in that race where it just felt as though he was kind of paddling throughout. He wasn't ever really lowering himself down and running on. And sometimes that's an indication of a horse that might need to go back on Lasix. Like I said, I don't know if that's a problem, but he's a horse that I just looks fantastic against this group. Now, Todd Pletcher, he'll send out 2 in here. And look, I had my doubts about Gasoline going 9 furlongs, and he posted a big win up at Saratoga, but he did it on the front end, and now he's going to have to deal with his stablemate, who is the fastest of this group, in number 6, Up to the Mark. And Up to the Mark, I doubted him going that mile up at Saratoga, and he kind of ran like a horse who didn't want to go a mile because he was up close, and the 3 horses that were up close finished 1, 2, 3 with No Burn sitting 3rd early on, and Strong Quality and Up to the Mark kind of going at it, and Strong Quality outfinished him. So if it was anybody else, I'd be really against him, but he does not. But it's Todd Pletcher. But the fact of the matter is physically he does not look like he wants anything beyond a mile, if even wanting the mile, because he's built like a sprinter. So we'll see what he does here. As a horse that's definitely not built like a sprinter is the Shipper. That's number 8, Affable Monarch. I love that name for a horse out of Social Queen, and kind of a nod to our late Queen Elizabeth. But this is one that is going to benefit from any hitting up front, as he does have a pretty nice late rally. Watching his races coming in here, the 3rd place finisher in which he finished in front of Rusty's Rusty G55, 550, whatever the heck. Came back and won, albeit, but he looks like a horse that just really wants every bit of this 9 furlongs that he's getting today for Jorge Duarte, whose horses, when he ships in here, especially to Aqueduct, they seem to show up and run. And Acacia, I really like what I'm seeing from this guy coming in here from Monmouth.
All right, Maggie, thank you. As Jorge Duarte had a nice 2-year-old winner the other day. We'll meet the field as they step out onto the racetrack going this mile and in 8th. And currently, Golden Alchemist is the favorite, which does make sense off of that big win at Saratoga 2 starts back. We'll kick things off, though, in a moment. They're making their way slowly but surely. We're just building the anticipation, Andy.
This is a fun race, actually.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a very competitive race, and it should be an honestly run race. We'll see how it's run. I picked a kind of a goofy long shot in here, but I think there's a case you can make for my pick on Bridled Bomber.
I like it. Here's the number 2, Good Skate to kick things off. First off the claim.
No, he ran a big figure last time. Not exactly sure where it came from, and I don't trust it because I don't like the field he ran against. Off the claim for Michelle Giangulio, and dare I say it, 10 Strike Racing.
Here is your favorite, Golden Alchemist.
Very logical horse. He didn't run well in the Murray Jones. Maggie mentioned Lasix off, gets it back today. He's impressive breaking his maiden second time out in the stretch out.
Here's the 4, Unbridled Bomber.
He's going to have to run his fastest race ever to win here, but he should get some pace to run into. And I think he can relax a little bit and make that one run today. And I think he's a little bit better than his odds suggest.
Gasoline, able to wire the field going 9 furlongs last time.
Good luck to him wiring it again here. I thought he met a soft field last time and much prefer others.
Here's Up to the Mark, the other Todd Pletcher runner.
Yeah, I think he's far better than Gasoline, and he's going to be the speed. In fact, he's faster than Gasoline. It's interesting to see what they do. And he met a tough field last time, even though he disappointed a bit.
Here's Cryo, as he won going 9 furlongs last out.
Listen, after the Nodas upset that stake before, I wouldn't even put him past to win a race like this with this horse who looks overmatched.
Affable Monarch is next.
Yeah, I know some people that like him. I don't love this racer out of town, but the mile and 8 should work for him. And if I like the 4, why not look at him?
And here's Win It. He was very tough to handle last time.
Yeah, he had a weird trip last time out. The problem is his one big effort was on the front end. I don't know how he makes the lead in here.
We'll see as Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard Win It for John Kimmel to the outside. That's a look at the number 6 Up to the Mark, 1 of 2 for Todd Pletcher. Talk a little bit more about this field after this quick break. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the Juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we get ready for this upcoming 8th race going a mile and an 1/8. Currently, Golden Alchemist is the favorite. And I thought what Maggie mentioned about the Lasix coming out of the Smarty Jones, an interesting tale because he really didn't seem like he was ever traveling comfortably.
No, he didn't run at all that day, and he is a better horse than that. It's funny. This is a horse that Chad Brown had told me about before his first race, and he really liked him. And, you know, he sort of felt bad after the race because he told me he liked him. And I said, he lost to a monster in St. Tappet. I don't think you were wrong about the horse. He just lost to a very good horse, and he came back and he stretched out 2.5 furlongs. Not an easy thing to do. And he just destroyed the competition. He was much the best this day. And it's a horse I think Chad had always had confidence in. Now, they tried this Murray Jones. Maybe the no Lasix didn't work, and that's a problem going forward because he won't be able to use it in stakes. And if he runs well here, at some point you're going to want to go on to stakes. I mean, you'd almost look at this race for some of these. They're all. Is this a restricted 3-year-old race? No, it's up, but I think it's almost all 3-year-olds, right? When I'm looking through, is there the 7's a 4-year-old, the rest are 3-year-olds.
That's it.
You could argue this is somewhat of a prep for the Discovery, which is a 1 1/8 race, which we run in late November. So that's a race won't be able to use Lasix, but he ran well, and I can see why he's the horse to beat.
Number 6, Up to the Mark, is one of 2 for trainer Todd Fletcher, and he will go the 1 1/8 for the first time. Did finish behind No Burn, who's been in great form last time out, as this is from September 3rd. Right?
This is, guys, you can get this race off. This is the wrong race. It's the, sorry, Wei, I apologize because we showed the wrong race earlier today.
I was like, that doesn't look familiar.
Right, because it's not Saratoga, that's Belmont. As far as Up to the Mark, he ran well last time, but it was disappointing. Supposed to win off that impressive win first time out. Still, he's run fast buyer figures. Do you feel like he's a little chilly on the board at 3 to 1?
I do, very much so. Yeah, very much so. Obviously, he's a little bit of the unproven commodity at the distance, but I agree. I know that he ran a good figure last time, but
what do you do?
I kind of feel like he's supposed to beat No Burn.
And he's going to have to stalk Gasoline. He's probably faster than Gasoline, but I imagine inside of him, Luis Saez, Gasoline in front, he'll stalk in second. I won't be shocked if he wins here. I think this is kind of a pivotal race because it seems like Todd really wants to run him longer. If he's not successful here, look for Todd to look to run him at 7 furlongs or something next time out.
What about his stablemate Gasoline, as he was able to dictate on the front end last time out to go the 9 furlongs after being a little bit of an underachiever prior to that in his mile races?
To be fair, he's run 3 races where he's gotten 87, 90, and 89 figs in his 4 or 5 races. So he's run fast races. The problem I have is that was not a good field. And Sidekick, who was the favorite in there, has just been a disappointment. Now he's the same horse that the number 3, Golden Alchemist, beat. But it feels like he kind of got worse with his next starts. And he got clear on the front end. All 4 dirt races were won wire to wire that day. I'm not saying it was a big bias. They were relatively logical type horses. But when you see 4 dirt races won wire to wire, it's at least worth pointing out. And I think with Up to the Mark, who in my opinion is a better horse stalking him outside, I just don't see a great path for him to the winner's circle. We'll see.
Meanwhile, you go with the number 4, Unbridled Bomber, thinking he'll be running late?
I'm going to have to hope this race gets a little bit hot up front and they start falling apart in the late stages. It's going to take somebody else going. Now, Cryo's supposed to go. He ran a big figure on the front end last time, and I don't see why Javier Castellano should be taking back on this horse because his race in the front end is far better than his races when they weren't aggressive. We'll see if he goes. We'll see if Good Skate and Trevor McCarthy go a little bit from the inside.
For more, as this field finishes up their warm-ups, let's check in again with Maggie.
Let's talk about another horse who could go, but he has the worst time of it, breaking from the outside. That's number 9, Win It in here. Now, Acacia, maybe if we have enough time, you can briefly talk about how this horse was behaving prior to his last start, because he didn't necessarily behave in the running of it. I wasn't there, but he was acting up 2 starts back when he broke his maiden. He was studdish, he was not focused, and still he went out there and was able to wire the field. That's probably not going to happen today, but this is the most calm and focused I've seen this horse behave. One that kind of has the cotton in his ears, and 2, one that I was fairly critical of 2 back. He just didn't look that strong over his top line, and he continues to develop. So we'll see what he does here, but dynamics obviously not in his favor, Acacia.
Things play out, Maggie. Thank you. I wrote last time, love 1 1/8 for him. Way more composed today, and it did not play out that way during the running of the race. He was very tough to handle.
He was.
Win It to the outside. Golden Alchemist, currently your favorite. Race 8 coming up, Belmont at the Big A. Here's John and Brielle.
And they're off from the inside. Good Skate. Now moving up is a Gasoline. Up to the Mark is right there, and on the outside, Cryo. They go into the turn. Down at the rail is Gasoline. Cryo's on the outside up the challenge. The two of them are together with Up to the Mark racing in third. Then comes Win It in fourth. Down at the rail, Good Skate. Brookwell now back in fifth. It's 4 lengths to Golden Alchemist. Another 2.5. Back to Affable Monarch. And trailing the field is Unbridled Bomber in eighth. And now they're moving up the back stretch after a quarter in 23 and 3. Cryo leads here by 2.5 lengths. Win It and Gasoline, the two of them, are heads apart second and third. Good Skate now moves up a spot into fourth. Alongside is Up to the Mark in fifth. It's a half dozen lengths. Back to the trailers, Golden Alchemist, followed by Affable Monarch and Unbridled Bomber. Half mile in 48 and 1. It is Cryo who has the lead over Win It. Cryo by a length. Win It getting a bit closer now. And just in behind is Gasoline, who's racing in third. Up to the Mark, up on the outside and into fourth. And then comes Good Skate, who is retreating in fifth. Now passed by Unbridled Bomber as they come for the quarter pole. And Win It is right alongside of Cryo. The two of them are together. Off the turn now and into the stretch. The gray Win It on the outside. Cryo continues to battle on. Unbridled Bomber is advancing along with Gasoline. Unbridled Bomber now to take over the lead with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Unbridled Bomber in front. Unbridled Bomber draws clear here. Unbridled Bomber to post the upset here and won convincingly. Unbridled Bomber at 18-1.
Unbridled Bomber at 18-1, and a terrific call by my co-host Andy Serling here. This guy was flying under Jose Ortiz.
You and I were watching the race, and they were obviously moving up front. And he's in the back of the pack and last, and the 3 and 8, the two closers in front of him. But he ran by them like they were standing still. And I said to you, and you looked at me, and I said, my horse is running here. And you could just see he was going to run by the field and absolutely gallops. I know my friend David Aragona, I hope he has the Exacta because I know he liked the 8, and this horse has been one of his pets. So some just hoping that David had the Exacta, but nice job here at 18-1, nice win.
As we saw another, even more disappointing, it was a real no-show performance from your favorite Golden Alchemist today, who was at the back, as you mentioned, near the winner, Unbridled Bomber. And Win It, meanwhile, did kind of the same thing he did last time. He wasn't as much getting out, but he just dragged Kendrick Carmouche up to the front. He was not settling.
And you wish that he would have gotten an inside post. And you have to give Gasoline and Win It both credit for finishing third and fourth, because they really did dirty work in the 7 forcing the pace. And I think Win It ran well in here. It's nothing Kendrick could do. It's not Kendrick's fault, an outside post. He's aggressive. He ran off on him. And I think he actually ran really well considering it. And if he could get in a race, obviously not quite as much speed, but also getting that outside post a mile and 1/8 is so tough, and he just pulled him in. It's exactly, I mean, he had a little more trouble early last time, but it was almost a mirror image of the last time he ran, the way he dragged Kendrick into the race midway through it.
A great call by Andy at 18-1. Unbridled Bomber and Jose Ortiz running right by everybody else. 4, 8, 5, 9 in the 8th at Belmont at the Big A. Prices and more after this.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance to ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. Race 8, Belmont at the Big A, is in the books. Went to Unbridled Bomber, closing late, closing strong under Jose Ortiz, as this guy was a bit of an upset, but Andy Serling liked this one, a nice call as he was able to come running late for a $38.60 winner, trained by Jimmy Ryerson, who's standing by with Maggie.
And I think one of the reasons Andy liked him is because he's had quite a few excuses in his races. As Jimmy, you just said to me, oh, he's been a headache, but he does have a lot of talent.
Yeah, he's always, you know, we always liked him. He's matured physically. He was always big horse, but he really filled out. The last few weeks at Saratoga, we didn't have any races, but the main thing was to get some weight on him, and he really, his weight is the best it's ever been, and took some equipment off of him, and he's learning how to run, and, you know, we'll see how it goes this winter.
You ran him in a hood, and what are some of the things that you took off? What are some of the adjustments you made equipment-wise?
Well, I put blinkers on him, and then he started to run off in a couple races. So then we took the blinkers off, we put a hood on him. I think he was fine with it, but I just got to the point where I took it off. And then he's a great moving horse. I was been running him in 4 bandages, and I said to myself this morning, I said, why you have these fronts on this horse? Just take the fronts off. And I took them off. I don't know, you know, at the end of the day, I don't know what it is, but we always thought he had some ability.
And you've tried him in Graded Stakes Company with fellow 3-year-olds. I mean, after this performance, now there is one more left, isn't there?
I don't know if there's any 3.
No, there isn't.
We're looking to other than around 2 turns. That's been the big thing. For him to be a decent horse, he had to me, go 2 turns. He was running off the other 2 times prior. He ran okay, as Andy mentioned. He ran all right at Saratoga. He didn't run bad. He got carried out. Yep. And a decent 3-year-old beat him that day for Bauer. You know, a horse that's been running real fast. And so that he had to improve off that. If he improved off that, he was going to be a factor today, and he did.
He was a serious factor, Jimmy. Massive congratulations. He's very impressive.
Thank you very much.
Unbridled Bomber. Well done, Andy, and well done, Jimmy Ryerson, for figuring this horse out and putting it all together. And put it together he did, Acacia.
Magic Formula, Maggie, thank you. $38.60 winner in the late pick 5. Follow along. And Andy, what's the deal with this pick 6 carryover?
Yeah, it'll be a carryover regardless who wins. 4s and 5s in the last, I think, 42 to 43,000. Looking forward to that in the carryover. And always happy to see Jimmy Ryerson do well. He is really one of the good guys in the game, the original trainer of the mighty Unbridled Song.
That's right. As Uncle Marty, currently the favorite with this 2-year-old race in the nightcap, the other division of that New York bred 2-year-old race 2. As it's time for us to say farewell, we'll be passing on this last race to Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori, but a marathon day today, and it was a lot of fun, Andy.
It's always easier to end it on a good note,
Absolutely.
But it was a lot of fun. Looking forward to doing it again and handing it off into quite able hands.
That's right. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races, as we're also about to kick off the live racing action from Churchill Downs. Race number 1, there's a look at Tequila Empire, the opener beneath the Twin Spires, after this break on America's Day at the Races.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes. plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
There's a saying in horse racing, pace makes the race, and it's true. Most horses have a preferred running style. Some of them are speed horses. They jump right out of the gate and head to the lead. Others sit off the pace. They're stalkers. And others come from way off the pace, and they do their running late. They're called closers. When speed horses run loose on the lead without being pressured by other horses, they're more likely to win. On the other hand, when there's a lot of pace in the race, many speed horses, they're going to battle and likely tire each other out, which sets up for a closer.
Back with you with continuing live coverage from Belmont at the Big A. Churchill Downs getting set to kick off their card as well. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf, champion jockey, winningest jockey in the history of this racetrack. Richard Migliore with me as we get set for the nightcap coming up and the entire card ahead from Churchill Downs.
For all the wins I had at Aqueduct, though, I never won a race at Aqueduct in September. We didn't race here in September.
No, you did not. We are going to see him, though, for what it's worth, getting saddled back up a little bit later on in the program. So we have that coming up for you. Mig shows us what its life is like in the starting gate. Right now, getting set for the first under the Twin Spires. And the card kicking on this Thursday evening with a $50,000 maiden claiming race. Mile and a 16th, Robertino Diodoro's horse going turf back to dirt.
Okay on debut, a close going 5.5, does have 3 starts, so some foundation.
Reina Bella at 5-2, start number 2, tried turf first out.
Yeah, gets blinkers on. The mare had 3 other foals, all winners on the dirt.
9-5 favorite, Dre Miles, dropped down a class.
Yeah, middle moved against much tougher, and it's taking a lot of money here. I'm a little surprised. I didn't think this horse would go off favored, but obviously I was wrong.
Frosty Diva at 12-1, Adam Beschizza for Grant Forster.
Yeah, it didn't show very much at all on debut, and the mare just has not produced as of yet.
Truism, rider change. Brian Hernandez Jr., 4th in the debut of Belterra.
I think this horse will appreciate stretching out. The mare has had a tendency to throw foals that excel when the distances get longer.
And it's a tough read here with Perfect Rose. Yeah, dropping class, but has not shown much ability against better.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like there's anything there. You always look for some flash of life. I will always look for horses to give me an 1/8 to 1/4 of a mile, someplace within the context of the race that says, okay, this horse had some run. I haven't seen that in this horse's past performances.
4 minutes to post here in the opener. We're going to go live to Churchill Downs, Paul LaDuca. Paul, we saw Rene Diaz thrown from his mount yesterday. What's the latest with him?
Yeah, he was taken to Louisville Hospital, and he was diagnosed with basically small tears into his left leg. Now, I get to talk to his agent, Jose Santos Jr., and basically he had kind of the same injuries that I've had over my career. He had a partially torn meniscus. Now, I completely tore my meniscus. I'm going to have my cameraman, Mark, show you a little bit. It was a lot easier for me. I was actually catching 6 weeks after because I could go below flexion. As you can see, I could go underneath flexion. As a rider, you have to stand up at flexion. And I think when you get to that point, it's very, very difficult. There's so much stress on the front of the knee. And that's why I think it's going to take him a little bit longer. Right now, 4 to 6 weeks. Just shows you how tough these guys are with a partially torn meniscus, where I could have taken a break off. You see a lot of guys catching with one now, knee now these days, Wolfie. So to be a jockey and to put that much stress on your knee is incredible. So hopefully we'll see Renee back on the racetrack soon.
All right, Paulie, yeah, we certainly hope to see him back very soon. That was unfortunate. Meanwhile, this opening race, according to the board, it looks like it is wide open. We just went through the post parade. What are your thoughts here on the opener?
Well, I mean, it's a very difficult race, right? When you look at Tequila Empire, the inside horse in here for Robertina Diodoro was favorite last time, but that was over the turf course at Lone Star. You look at Reina Bella, and Reina Bella in here, the 2 as your favorite. Seems like a horse for Eddie Keneally that had the blinkers going on, did not have a good trip, and seems like the hot horse on the board. Rusty Arnold won his 400th race here yesterday. He trains the 3. Only the 10th trainer in Churchill Downs history to win 400 races. And, you know, I thought the 5, Truism, was a player in here. You know, didn't get going. Actually, this filly by Blame got left in the start. I know it was at Belterra, and Tommy Drury wins a lot of races at Belterra, but I thought she ran on nice enough that she can maybe get a piece against this group. I had this race 1, 2, 3, 5. I'm not giving you guys anything out of the ordinary. If I gave a little look or a little win bet, I'd probably go to the 5, Truism. I think this filly by Blame, I have a Quiet American mare for Tommy Drury, and the hot Edgar Morales, who, by the way, in the closing weekend here, is in a tie with Tyler Gaffalione for the jockey standings.
Yeah, how about that? Tyler Gaffalione, last time there was a meet at Churchill, doubled up on Ricardo Santana Jr. with 62 wins. He just ran away with it.
Yeah, but, you know, this is a pretty short meet, and I think a lot of it has to do with how you get out of the starting gate, you know, how you break and kind of set the tone for a short meeting. You know, Saratoga for so many years when it was 24 days, who got off that first week usually set the tone for the rest of the meet.
If you're playing this pick 5 as well, there's a huge scratch in race number 2 that kicks off the pick 4 as well. Galerio comes out of that race. I thought it was Spa City and Galerio in there. With him out, Spa City is going to be a pretty heavy favorite for Mike Maker.
Yeah, I was a little bit interested in the second race in the 1-2 Palace Coup. It kind of, you know, I like when you get a turf race that kind of, to me, almost muddies up the form. The race before at Saratoga, albeit it was in the slap against No Burn, was a really good race for this horse.
7-2 morning line, Palace Coup. And, yeah, he's got speed from the inside, so we'll see if he can use that to his advantage, Palace Coup. But big scratch certainly in that second race if you are playing, again, this pick 5. And just quickly, the third race, Janice Joplin, I know is going to take a ton of attention there. I don't know if I'm sold on her stretching out to a mile. She's the odds-on favorite, Marcassi, second in the Adirondack, third in the Schuylerville. What was your take?
Well, all her dirt races are good, you know, and then the one turf race, you just put a line to it, right? But I agree. The question is the distance. Does she really want to go that far? But, boy, she has faced a lot tougher than what she's facing here.
And I thought Fantel in the 4th, potentially a single for Anna Mia. There's many in there just have not shown a lot of ability on dirt.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And you know, this mare has one start on the dirt, but it was a real strong second.
So quick look, at least the first 4 of this pick 5. And it's the 9-5 favorite, Reina Bella in here, the 2 horse going to move in a moment. I was still surprised. Maybe she's just that good and better than the bunch in here. Eddie Keneally, turf debut, but for anyone to be that short a price.
Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled by it myself. Rusty Arnold, though, a terrific horseman with the 3, Dre Miles, getting his 400th win that Paul was talking about. He is an old school horseman, you know, a guy that other horsemen respect. And, you know, I'm always happy when he has success. He's just very consistent year in and year out.
That's his filly that stepped into 3. Dre Me Less, 2-year-old filly by Connect. Start number 2, stretching out from 6 furlongs to a mile and a 16th. Frosty Diva steps in as we get set to kick off this Thursday evening card from Churchill Downs out of the Twin Spires in Louisville. Let's go to Travis Stone to kick things off.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Dre Me Less breaks out on top and quickly heads over to the rail. Here comes Truism up into second. Reina Bella came off the rail to track the pace, but now she tucks in behind to be third. It is Dre Me Less in front early. Truism up on the outside second. Reina Bella keyed up in behind while third. Tequila Empire advancing toward the rail fourth. Frosty Diva comes away fifth. And it's 4 back to the trailer. Perfect Rose 8 lengths off the lead to the backstretch run. And the opening quarter was 24-1. Dre Me Less shows the way just under a length. Truism is stalking while second. A margin of 2 back to Reina Bella, coasting along third while in the clear. Tequila Empire down inside is still fourth, and Frosty Diva is still fifth. And now it's 5 back to Perfect Rose to trailer. Heading for the far turn, Dre Me Less still in front, 4 furlongs out. Truism continues on from second. That opening half was 49 seconds flat. Now it's 2.5 lengths back to Reina Bella, who's coming under a ride while third. In fact, she's passed inside by Tequila Empire, who's rallying now. Tequila Empire angles outside from third, and farther back, Perfect Rose is launching a rally from last. At the quarter pole, Dre Me Less is off the turn in front by 2.5, but Tequila Empire steady progress and comes through toward the rail. Truism is back into third. Perfect Rose is fourth. Down to the final 16th. Dre Me Less shaken up by that 8th pole and by the 16th pole, and she is gone. Dre Me Less handwritten under the wire to win it by 4. Tequila Empire second. Truism was third, and Perfect Rose was fourth.
Second time out, Dre Me Less appreciating the extra ground here. She widens that advantage through the stretch.
Yeah, 6-5 she ultimately went off at. I thought that was way too short, and she justified the price. Congratulations to Rusty Arnold having her ready to fire off of 1 sprint. Martin Garcia with the mount. So that's Rusty Arnold's 401st.
How about that?
Churchill Downs.
Next 400 on the way. Nightcap coming up here from Belmont at the Big A. We're going to close things out on this Thursday card. Maiden special weight restricted. State bred maiden special here at 6 furlongs. As you take a look at the 4 of this, the favorite here, Thank You, John. Chad Summers trains this debuter, the dam sister to a couple of graded stakes winners and some very sharp works, including that most recent on the Belmont training track. And we'll start with West Star, who was by Highway Star, multiple graded stakes winner sprinting, grade 1 place.
Yeah, this is her first foal. She earned $1.3 million, multiple graded stakes winner. Very strong female family there.
For Steve Asmussen, and taking no money, surprising. Shadow Dragon, 6-1, Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, this horse is by Army Mule, gets 25% winners overall, 14% with his 2-year-old first-time starters.
Looms boldly, first-time starter, Brad Cox. Dam produced 5-time winner, Steam Engine, also Critical Value, a stakes winner.
Yeah, half to Critical Value. She's had 6 foals to race, 5 winners, so she's a producer.
Significant money here for a first-time starter from this barn here for Chad Summers.
Yeah, by McLean's Music, it's 18% with his 2-year-old first-time starters. Very solid work tab.
Not listed in the form here. Hyperspeed, start number 2, blinkers coming off.
He got crushed leaving the gate last time. Actually showed some run in the race. I think this horse ran much better than the race looks on paper.
Padgett went by 34-1, blinkers on for start number 2, Rudy Rodriguez. And here's another first-time starter, Left Me Behind.
Yeah, taking a little bit of money for Saratoga Stable. This is the mare's first foal.
Deliberate Risk, Flavian Pratt at 5-1.
Really strong family here. Ran against Open Company in Del Mar. Direct descendant of Seeking the Ante.
Showed some tactical ability, Max Foster, in that debut in the slop at Saratoga.
I thought this horse ran pretty well. I think he just got tired. He was in need of a race going 7 furlongs. Showed decent speed.
And deserving favorite, Uncle Marty, off that Saratoga Dirt debut. Actually debuted long on the grass.
Yeah, he settled and he finished well, and now he gets an outside draw. Doesn't have to deal with kickback, should be able to get into a good rhythm.
7 minutes away to close out our card. Here, Belmont at the Big A. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, Barkley Tag just offered me his jacket because it is getting pretty cold out here. So, I mean, I have to pick Leave Him Behind, don't I? Left Him Behind, as we'll take a look at number 2, Shadow Dragon first here. Is a horse that sold for $375,000 at the OBS April sale after working 21-2. You know, we saw another Army Mule win the counterpart of this race, and they couldn't look any more different, as Canarsie is your typical Army Mule, and Shadow Dragon is actually quite long and stretchy. And when they work 21, or I should say a quarter of a mile, that usually indicates that the pinhookers are they think that they want to go longer. And I'm kind of getting that impression, but he comes in here fit for a Bill Mott first-time starter, usually sometimes not the case necessarily. The one thing that's holding me back with him is that he just looks as though he wants more ground than this. But we've seen these Army Mules be very effective at first asking. Like I said, he at least looks ready for this debut. Now, number 4, Thank You, John, is taking a lot of money after a lot of fast workouts. And I remember Andy Serling saying, you know, we might see this horse with the lead for 3/8 of a mile and might get a little dicey last quarter. I kind of am picking up what he's saying. This horse is so short coupled. It almost gives you the illusion that he's missing a rib or something, because he's so short backed and so compact that, yes, he's going to be fast. And he's wearing blinkers, and I love the way that he's behaving, though, first time out here. But when push comes to shove in the latter stages of this race, I'm not so sold. He might need to start from that fitness perspective and just to develop a bit more physically, though no denying that the speed is likely going to be there. Left Him Behind, working well up at Saratoga. I wasn't able to see his recent workouts, but he did, watching his recent, or I should say his workout on XBTV back from August 17th, he was on the inside of a horse that is an 0-for-3 maiden, but always going way better than him. Wearing blinkers that day, does show up here wearing blinkers, really well muscled, incredibly fit. Probably, other than the Shadow Dragon, the other most fit first-time starter in here, and really well muscled, looks like a horse that is a sprinter. Just started acting up a little bit after they got the tack on him, and looks to be kind of doing the same thing out in the racetrack. Wish I was looking at a little bit more of a professional, mental type of horse, more mentally professional, I should say. But I think there's ability there, and I'm going to be intrigued to see how he runs. Coming in from California's number 9, Deliberate Risk, as he looked to be a good size on that replay, and he is. He didn't disappoint, and Miggs pointing out a really nice pedigree for this horse that ships all the way from California for Jack Sisterson, really holding his weight well, considering this is his second start and the ship in mind. So therefore, I wish he just looked a little bit more tucked up. But I don't mind that race, Greg, as he made kind of a wide, somewhat early move going around the turn and then flattened out. We'll see how he fares against State Bred Company for the first time.
All right, Shipping East for start number 2 for Deliberate Risk. That debut at Del Mar, late August. 5-1 right now, third choice on the board.
Yeah, I think he's very interesting. He's got a pedigree that really points him out. Again, the family of Seeking the Ante, the Grand Dam. He ran against Open Company in a hot maiden race at Del Mar. Now he ships in here against New York breds. I think there's a lot to like there with the 9, Deliberate Risk. I'm going with the 10, Max Foster, who I think ran very well on debut, was only beaten 4.5 lengths going 7 furlongs, showed good speed. And who was third in the race? Jackson Heights. Who won the Bertram Bongard earlier today? Jackson Heights. Yeah. This horse was only 1.5 lengths behind Jackson Heights on debut. And I just think 22-1 is way too much of a price for a horse that actually showed run first time out.
So big number, 22-1 on Miggs' selection. I'm with you. I thought showed ability in that race, absolutely. This horse, though, the 11, you can see why this horse is favored. Start number 2, shortens up, goes on dirt for the first time at Saratoga, just misses against Blame It on Daddy.
Yeah, made up a lot of ground, really finished through the stretch. He had
with a troubled beginning, too.
Yeah, he got, bounced around at the break. He got bumped pretty hard. See, he's got a tendency to want to lug in, and you saw the horse that wound up third bore out badly here, Impressor. And he finally was able to kind of get running, and he settled. But it's troubling to me that he gets post 11, and he's definitely showing that propensity to want to lug in. So he's going to have to find a trip, find his way to the inside. And for a closer in a big field that probably the outside post isn't going to be beneficial to him because he wants to lug in, I just think there's other places to go at much better prices.
You're alive in this late pick 5. We were rooting for you. To the current favorite right now, just shy of 20,000. To the 4-horse, the second choice on the board, just over 18,000, and then it gets a lot bigger from there. So good luck to you to try and close this out.
Did I read that correctly? But the shortest price coming back was with the 9 Deliberate Risk.
Was it?
He was actually the favorite in that multi-race.
Yeah, 17,264.
And the money's been coming in steady on him now at 4-1. He's very alive to me.
And wow, West Star, workout reports, has not shown a whole lot in the morning, but this dam obviously was a monster Highway Star. And this is the first foal she's produced.
If I remember correctly, she didn't show a lot in her morning training. Where she showed up was in the afternoons.
Won her debut also.
She won her debut, but I remember, though, in the morning, she was never flashy. She never looked like she was, even when she became accomplished, she was not an eye-catching workhorse.
Here she is, West Star, her daughter of Highway Star, from the winningest barn in North American history, and from a dam who won $1.3 million on the race. I thought West Star was just, you had to throw her in with that pedigree. We shall see. Obviously, the 4, that last work caught a lot of attention, and as a result of that, co-favorite right now at 5-2 for Chad Summers. First time out, Luis Saez will be aboard. There she is. Thank you, John. Favorite, though, Uncle Marty outside. Second dirt start off a productive debut on dirt at Saratoga. Good luck again if you're alive in this pick 5. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to close out our card here in New York.
We're all set for the 9th. And they're off. Hyperspeed out for the lead, along with Deliberate Risk. And now advancing at the rail is Looms Boldly. And Thank You, John is right there. Looms Boldly, the leader. Thank You, John is next in second with Deliberate Risk in third. 4 lengths. Back to Hyperspeed, who's back running in fourth. Max Foster on the outside is in fifth. Left them behind is in sixth position. It's a break of 3 to Uncle Marty. Then comes Shadow Dragon, followed by Paget. And farther back is West Star in 10th. The quarter in 23 seconds. It is Looms Boldly with the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Thank You, John's on the outside in second. 4.5 lengths. Back to Deliberate Risk next in third. Left them behind down on the inside in fourth. And then Uncle Marty in fifth. Far outside it is Max Foster. The half went in 47-1. It is still Looms Boldly who has the lead. Deliberate Risk moving up on the outside to grab second. Then left them behind. Down at the rail is Uncle Marty, who's putting in a late run. And here with a late burst is Shadow Dragon. Shadow Dragon gets up to win it. First time starter with a big rally through the stretch. Closes out the day at another nice price, 7-1 on Shadow Dragon.
Wow, if you had Looms Boldly, we feel for you. First time out was running a big one. Another first timer, though, comes and gets him for Hall of Famer Bill Mott Shadow Dragon.
Yeah, it's, if you had the 3 Looms Boldly, this is a heartbreaker. But Shadow Dragon was a little bit clumsy, I thought. Leaving the starting gate was far, far back. When he got outside, he just settled and lengthened his stride, came with a huge run under Junior Alvarado, and just got up. Let's take a look at the start. We'll keep your eye on the 2 and the 3, the 2 horses that ran 1-2. So the 3 stumbled in and into the 2, and then still had the kind of speed after even picking himself up like that. So Looms Boldly even ran bigger than I thought.
So did Shadow Dragon. I mean, his race got eliminated basically out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, horses run to empty space. The 3 stumbled and ran towards where the 2 didn't break particularly well. Look at it. He's covered in dirt. He took the kickback. You know, it's one thing for a horse to win on debut, but it's another thing for a horse to win on debut like this from off the pace. It shows the ability to overcome adversity. They've got courage. They take the kickback. This was an impressive performance.
Big debut. Shadow Dragon 7-1. We'll have the prices in a moment. 2, 3, 9, 11. Kentucky Derby winner. Prepping for this weekend's Lucas Classic. Meanwhile, schooling in the paddock. Back at Churchill, let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, Rich Strike is in the paddock as we speak right now, schooling with actually the second race runners in here. He actually walked in behind the 1 horse in here, and he has taken everything in stride. It seems like the more people that have gotten in the pack, he's gotten stirred up a little bit and kind of thinking maybe it could be racing day. But, you know, quiet as he is, I wanted to ask Mig a question because, you know, Richie, you and I and Greg as well, when he came to Saratoga, he was full of gusto. He was running all over the place. He's back home, and he is calm as he could be. And I think the confidence of coming off the Travers, it happened to be his best number. It was a better number than he got in the Kentucky Derby. And it's the way he's acting in the paddock here. Looks like he's going to fall asleep comparing to where he was at Saratoga. So I know it's going to be a tough task on Saturday against some older horses, but I would not be surprised the way he's prancing around the paddock today.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, his record at Churchill Downs is, you know, perfect, 2 for 2. And obviously one was in a maiden claim race, but the other was in our country's biggest race, the Kentucky Derby. And Saratoga, he was really animated. He got off the van, but it was a new place and shipping. He's maybe a little more familiar with Churchill Downs. I'm going to reserve judgment till we see him on race day.
There he is. And obviously, his Kentucky Derby was out of this world. Sensational. Set up nice for him, too. But that was a tremendous run. He did run, as Paulie mentioned, though, a bigger figure and a credible effort in that Travers. He's only a neck behind Zandon for 3rd. Nearly got 3rd in that race. So for him to show up off a disappointing Belmont, and not many horses, want to go 1.5 miles. But that was a validating performance from him. Obviously, it's going to be a very tough task now tackling older company for the first time.
He is, but I'm just intrigued by that, you know, he gets back to Churchill Downs. I like that a lot. And I think the Travers just showed that the Derby wasn't just a fluke. He's a horse with a lot of ability. Now, I think he's also got a little bit of a mind of his own, and when he decides to turn it on and off is the question.
So Lucas Classic, he'll be lining up this Saturday against Art Collector, Happy Saver, Hot Rod Charlie, and a couple others. Kentucky Derby winner back at his cozy, comfortable confines where he won the Derby back in the first Saturday in May. Breeders' Cup bursts absolutely at stake all across the country this weekend. We'll preview some of the big ones when we return here on America's Day at the Races. Continuing coverage on this Thursday evening when we come back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2 and regional networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually, well, huge weekend all across the country. We're going to have a lot of the action for you on this program. How about this first-time starter and what he overcame, slammed out of the gate. For most horses, that would be game over. He overcomes it to win his debut impressively under Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, Junior sat towards the inside, probably about the 2 or 3 path, and he started to tip out. And some young horses, when they've taken all that kickback, when they finally get in the clear, it's like a breath of fresh air. They're like, okay. Now it drops his head, and well, this son of Army Mule really dropped his head and finished. And very impressive to be able to do this on debut, take all that kickback after getting hampered at the break, and nice stride through the wire, too.
$16.80 to close out the card, owned by Peachtree Stable, Bill Mott trainee, and pick 5, 54,312. The early pick 5, by the way, was 120, just shy of 130,000. So if you had a good day today, you probably profited pretty well. Well done. This is a sequence that you look at this. It should not pay $54,000. That was an incredibly generous return off what came in.
But you had to do some good handicapping to get there.
Still, no, not easy to have, but that seemed awfully high, didn't it?
That's the greatest thing about going to the races. You can
leave
with more money than you came with.
Love this game. Race 2 mile, a 16th 50 claiming event. Here's Palace Coup, speed from the inside.
Yeah, speed from the inside. Last race on the turf, gets back to the dirt. Can't get past that big run against No Burn up in Saratoga.
Spa City, he is the horse to beat now with Galeria the 3 out for Mike Maker.
Yeah, horse that's tactical too. He can be closer if they go quick, and he can lay up close if the pace isn't hot.
7-1 on My Sixth Sense, trained by Steve Hobby. 5-time winner, 8 seconds in 32 starts.
Yeah, hard trier. Just feels like he'd have to find one of his best races to compete here.
He was well behind Spa City when they met 2 starts back. And then, wow, Segoy taking a lot of money at 9-5 for Michael Tomlinson.
Yeah, racing predominantly on synthetic and turf, but does have a win on a fast dirt track, albeit much slower figure.
Yeah, much slower figure. It seems like they're playing his turf and synthetic form. This has not really been. I know he won Will Rogers Downs. That was a very slow number. This is not a dirt horse against the likes of this group, I wouldn't think.
No, I think he does hold a bit of a key to the race, though, because he does have some speed, and maybe he's the one that keeps Palace Coup, honest.
So there's the Kentucky Derby winner again, Rich Strike, back where he has been at his absolute best, and we'll see if he can reproduce some of that magic from the first Saturday in May in the Grade 2 Lucas Classic on Saturday at 1 1/8 miles.
He looks good. He's carrying good weight, back to the place of his greatest triumph, well, of his only 2 triumphs, actually. And we were on air covering the day he broke his maiden.
September 17th of last year, he won by 17 1/4 in for 30 maiden claiming for trainer Joe Sharp, and Eric Reed, Red TR Racing, said, we will take him for $30,000, thank you. And he goes on to win the Kentucky Derby. Just an incredible story. And it would be great to see him continue to produce, run big races. Hopefully, you'd love to see him move on to the Breeders' Cup Classic as well, if that's the intent, if he runs a big race. But first things first, run big against older company on Saturday.
You know, this year with horses like Flightline and Life is Good, you know, both pointing to the Classic, you're talking about generational talents. I'd almost look for an excuse to find some other spot.
And that may well, even if he wins impressively, that still may be the case. Yeah, with those two monsters out there. Race 2 here, 6-5 favorite, Paulie at Spa City for Mike Maker.
Yeah, and, you know, Giant Scratch, you mentioned it of the 3 in here because the 3 was actually, I thought, might have been your favorite in here. And it's a tough call for me because I actually think Spa City might be a tiny bit on the decline. I actually like the 1 in here, Palace Coup, and I just think the horse has not been in the same, in Joe Sharp's barn, sprinting on a fast track. The last 2 efforts have been a lot better. The horse does like Churchill Downs. 2 starts, a win, and a third. Now, Spa City, I get it. I get it when you go to Spa City. This horse likes to win races, but got taken out from the Tom Amis barn for $80,000. That was behind Mass Parade and Intrepid Heart, who came back to run 3rd again, and is the horse to beat. I think the 5 is taking money because, you know, they're wondering if the 1's going to go to the front end. The 5 does have speed, so you get the outside draw. You're not going to get the big kickback being a turf horse. The worry that you have is the lone dirt win was at Will Rogers Downs. It was going gate to wire, but maybe this horse is a different horse, and the drop for 50 from Michael Tomlinson will help. Maybe they think that this horse can actually win this race. The crazy part about it is the 4 has way better numbers than the 6. The problem with the 4 is 0 for 13. The last 2 years. So, you know, he's tough to get to, but I think in a compact field, he might be able to get that setup. But the more I look at this race, I can't take even money on Spa City. I'll take 2-1 on Palace Coup.
Even money. Thank you, Paulie, on the 2. This kicks off our pick 4 coming up. And he brings up a good point with Spa City. This horse, figures-wise, somewhat towers over this group, but potentially is, you know, 5-year-old who might be on the decline a little bit.
All athletes, whether equine or human, there's a point where they lose a step, a little bit off their fastball, right? I went up on the 1-2 Palace Coup because I think he gets loose on the lead. We saw the winner of the first race go gate to wire. Sometimes Churchill is kind of speed. Too early to make that assessment, but that's the direction I'm leaning in.
Well, we'll see if he can seal the deal here, and you got to think that's the game plan here with him from that inside post for Joe Sharp. It was Joe Sharp who originally had Rich Strike, put him in for that 30 maiden claiming race, and somebody bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, listen, you've got to go with what the horse has shown you up to that point, and he was a shock in the Kentucky Derby. I mean, you know, looking back on it, everything fell right. He was good on the day, but
he was a shock when he broke his maiden for maiden claiming. He was better than 10-1.
He was not even in the Kentucky Derby until Wayne Lucas had to scratch his horse.
Ethereal Road, yeah, just hours before not even hours before, minutes before the cutoff time.
Yeah, so, you know, he was a horse that maybe sometimes, you know, people don't underestimate the racing gods. They said, no, this is going to happen.
Even money on Spa City here. Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffleone. But we should see speed from the rail with Palace Coup. Let's go to Travis Stone to kick off the pick 4.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Segoy, good beginning. Palace Coup for the inside post comes on as well. And Palace Coup on through to take the lead. Segoy backs off to track the pace from second. My Sixth Sense in behind, while third and Spa City is fourth and saving ground. Pretty tight pack clubhouse turn. Palace Coup's in front. Gerardo Corrales trying to slow down this tempo. Leads by just under a length. Segoy is a prompting second. My Sixth Sense is stuck 3 wide while third. Spa City is covered up and tucked away. In behind fourth as they turn to the backstretch run. It's only 2 lengths from top to bottom. Palace Coup continues to show the way. Segoy continues to stalk in second. That opening quarter goes in 24 seconds flat. And here's the half. It's 47-4. The pace is not particularly fast. There's 4 furlongs to go. Palace Coup, Segoy still on the front end together. My Sixth Sense is stuck 3 wide on both turns. Meanwhile, Spa City saving ground on both turns, right in behind 4th, and now edging up into 3rd. We need to find a way through, though, as they come for the top of the stretch. Palace Coup still the one to catch. Segoy still 2nd. Spa City in behind them now 3rd. My Sixth Sense is off the turn 4th. Palace Coup turning for home in front by 2. Segoy's trying to keep Spa City pinned down toward the rail, and with that, Palace Coup opened up a 3-length lead. Spa City runs up into 2nd. Time is running out to catch Palace Coup, and he won't do it. Palace Coup, masterfully ridden by Gerardo Corrales on the front end, beats Spa City, Segoy, and My Sixth Sense.
It wasn't a lead all to himself. Palace Coup got harassed a little early on by Segoy, but able to go every step of the way on the lead here and hold off Spa City, who did not make really that much of an effort to close here, as he was trapped inside for a lot of this race.
Yeah, but when he got out, he had plenty of time to make some impact. You know, if he had run out of ground and missed by, 3/4 a length, a half a length, you would have said, okay, being held up in traffic. But if anything, the winner was getting away from him
that's
late.
my point, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so Palace Coup was good, made the lead, did get a little bit of a challenge early on from Segoy, but 2 races so far at Churchill Downs, 2 gate-to-wire winners, just something to keep in mind.
All right, Palace Coup, Joe Sharp, Gerardo Corrales, FAS Racing, son of Bernardini, wins for the 6th time in his career. 2 for 3 at Churchill Downs. And an upset, minor upset, to kick off the Pick 4. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Gonna look ahead to some more fall stars. Verifying for Brad Cox. Half to Midnight Bisou back in action. It was an impressive debut winner at Saratoga, going up against Gulfport, the Batchford Manor winner for Steve Asmussen.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
We are back, and 2020 Champaign winner Jackie's Warrior went on to do some pretty good things, although sprinting, of course, would become his game, and still some unfinished business for him, trying to win a Breeders' Cup Sprint in about 5 weeks' time. But you knew, didn't you?
Knew that he was going to win the Champagne?
Knew what he's going to turn out to be pretty. I know the barn was very high on him, even back in the hopeful. Because they had 3, I believe, that were pointing to that race, but he was the one that they're very high on.
He always gave me the impression of more of a sprinter just because when a horse has that much brilliance, that much natural speed, it's just really hard for them to carry it. I mean, just he's a very fast horse.
Incredible list. The most recent 3 Champagne winners. Tiz the Law would go on to win the Travers. Belmont, in a year where the Triple Crown was turned upside down and the Belmont kicked it off. Jackie's Warrior has become one of the best sprinters we've seen in recent memory, and looking to close his career with a Breeders' Cup Sprint victory. Wow, that's an impressive list. Just most recently, we'll see. And now with no Forte going to this race this year, it's opened things up quite a bit.
It really has, and we've got a similar situation too, where you've got maybe some horses that'll ultimately wind up being sprinters, like an Andiamo, a Firenze, but interesting field.
Well, verifying half to the champion Midnight Bisou. Odds-on favorite first time out this summer at Saratoga. Did not disappoint for Brad Cox.
No, showed very good speed this day as well. And, you know, with Joel Rosario, if he's there, it's because the horse is doing it properly. He's not forcing a horse to do anything. And look at the confidence that Joel displays. Finally, the 8th pole, he taps him on the shoulder and says, come on, big boy, let's give a little more and finish this deal. You know, it's okay to leave your company. You got to teach young horses that. You don't want them to think that their job is to run alongside horses. Their job is to run by horses. This was a very impressive debut. The fact that Joel stays put, and that's Jackie's Warriors pilot as well.
Yes, it is Joel Rosario. So 6 furlong debut. Now it's going to stretch out to a mile in start number 2. As we said, no Forte in here, but a couple of horses who chased him will show up, including Bashford Manor winner Gulfport and Blazing Sevens, who was 3rd.
Yeah, you know what? I know a lot of people have kind of jumped off of Gulfport. I think Gulfport is for real. He ran hard here. He was the last one standing, so to speak. I mean, he showed the most speed. He kind of blew the turn there. I think there's a lot to like with Gulfport. I like him stretching out. He's got an efficiency of stride. He's got a pedigree being by Uncle Mo out of an unbridled song mare that he should get more ground. And being drawn outside, he's tactical. He'll be able to get into the race the right way. Jose Ortiz picking up the mount for the first time will allow the horse to break into his hands and find his rhythm. I think that Gulfport is very, very strong here.
And he's going to have really almost more than anyone, actually more than anyone, that foundation now stretching out to, it's still a 1-turn mile, but it's still a mile.
Love the progression, too. 5 furlongs, 6 furlongs, 6.5, 7, now a mile, 5th start. He has the foundation, and he has that, you know, those little moves forward. I like when you see those incremental moves with young horses, and a mile is a difficult distance, and you have real speed signed on in here. Outside post gives him the luxury of stalking.
Some of that speed, too, is down on the rail. Andiamo a Firenze, of course, the brother to the great Firenze Fire. Didn't run bad at all when he was defeated in the Sanford off a debut maiden win. He wound up 3rd in that race behind Mo Strike, and then he comes back against New York Bred Company in the funny side on a muddy track, Saratoga, and as expected, he dominates against this group.
Yeah, and he's fast, too, and for the inside, kind of, to me, almost simplifies things. He's got to go. I look at him from a physical perspective, and I'm a big fan of his brother, and I'm a big fan of him. I see a sprinter. I mean, he's winning by daylight, but his stride really got shorter late. You didn't see them running through the wire. He just was better than these horses. He shied a bit from the crop. He jumped back to his left lead. Even when he's coming to the wire, doesn't he look like he's getting smaller? His stride is actually deteriorating.
Still, as a 2-year-old in a 1-turn mile, can you maybe get away with that a little bit if you're just best?
Listen, you know, I think Jackie's Warrior certainly did, and you know we've seen he's good up to a mile. I'm seeing a sprinter. If Andiamo Firenze wins, I'll be happy for the connections. I'll be happy for the horse. I'd be surprised.
All right, we'll see if he can handle that stretch out to a mile. That is coming up on Saturday. Grade 1 Champagne, winner of this race we will likely see move on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. If we look at these Breeders' Cup Challenge races at Belmont at the Big A coming up this weekend. So 2-year-old Colt Champagne, Juvenile fillies turf for the Miss Grillo Pilgrim Juvenile Turf. Got the Vosburg in the Sprint Division and Juvenile Turf Sprint Futurity on October 9th. So a lot of tickets yet to be stamped coming up here at this meet to move on to the Breeders' Cup. Back at Churchill Downs, Pick 4 underway. Palace Coup, we knew the mission, get to the front, and was able to lead every step of the wire despite some early harassment from Segui.
Yeah, and you can see right here where Spa City is a little bottled up. Segui holding his line, not doing anything wrong. That's race riding. But Palace Coup just kept finding. And the closest that Spa City got was right here, and then Palace Coup was getting away from him again late. So the winner was good. And again, just something to keep an eye on, because we have seen biases at Churchill Downs over time when speed is good. And so far, we've seen 2 gate-to-wire winners.
Dollar Double with Dre Me Less, who's a morning line favorite, Rusty Arnold, and Palace Coup at 2-1, 9-1 on a Dollar Double.
That's value there. That's how you find your value, right?
Maiden Special Weight, it kicks off the Derby City 6, and it begins with a restricted Maiden Special Weight, horses that sold for $50,000 or less at their most recent auction. The condition here: Janis Joplin, 4 to 5 morning line, 1-turn mile coming up here. She's going to stretch out to that mile on dirt for the first time. She tried a mile in the grass last start. It does not look like grass is what she wants to do. Still a maiden, even though she is multiple graded stakes placed at the Schuylerville and Adirondack this summer, Saratoga.
Well, that jumps off the page at you. You know, when you're handicapping and before you dig deeper, and it happened with me, I looked at it and said, wow, she's coming out of graded stakes, and then the turf race, you put a line through it. So I understand why she's getting the support she's getting.
Still, there's some other intriguing fillies in this race. We'll talk about it when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Derby City 6 is next on this Thursday evening card under the Twin Spires. When we come back from Churchill Downs, we'll check in with Paula Duca as well. And I'll tell you who may be able to beat Janis Joplin, who should be a heavy favorite by post time.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just when to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The Thoroughbred Makeover is a show ran by the Retired Racehorse Project, which is a nonprofit, and it's basically you have to take a thoroughbred that has raced within the past year and a half, and then you can start them in December and you retrain them and you show them in all these different disciplines in Kentucky. It's very cool to watch. Everyone's so supportive. It's never anything bad at the makeover. Everyone's always cheering you on. Christo Sky is what is considered a war horse. He had 65 starts, 14 wins. His average earning per start was $5,600.
16th to go, it's Christo Sky driven out. Christo Sky and Irad Ortiz Jr. will win the Claiming Crown Express by a length and a half.
I wasn't planning on going to the makeover this year, but I was like, he's too cool of a horse, I have to. He loves to jump. He gets a little excited sometimes. He will almost leap in the middle of like right before a jump, but he loves to jump. And once he knows how to do something, he's the boss. Like, you just let him go, he will do his job. The thoroughbreds are just so smart. It's you show them one thing and they're like, okay, I'm ready for this, because they're so exposed to everything on the track. There could be an ambulance and they won't care when you see another breed of horse be like, oh my God, what is that? And they just don't typically care about an audience. They're like, we've seen everything before already. He's just easygoing. It's like, you ask him to do something, he's like, okay, I'm just gonna do it. And he's lovable, he's just the best.
Going to be having stories featuring some of these runners we're going to see in the Thoroughbred Makeover. A national symposium takes place October 12th through the 15th, Kentucky Horse Park in Lexington.
It's just fantastic. And, you know, thoroughbreds are so smart, so game, so athletic. And just what she was saying, once you show them something once, they've got it. They're really incredible horses. And, you know, I think for many years they got a bad rap of horses coming off the racetrack. Oh, they're too hot. They're too tough to handle. They're not. They've seen it all. They've been through it, and they're really, really intelligent. You just got to give them an opportunity to reset and learn new things.
We're going to get into the Derby City 6 coming up. We're also going to have another very good story on a runner who was very prolific on the racetrack going to that same competition. That's a little bit later on in the program. Derby City 6, though, 1 turn mile coming up as we get a look at, I thought, an interesting alternative to the horse who will be favored, Janis Joplin. This is Amaryllis. Start number 2 for her. She got beat by a filly named T-Max, who is now 2 for 2. Lone Speed that she was not able to run down, who improved 11 points Beyer-wise from that first to her second start. And she came back and won a $100,000 allowance optional claiming race at Churchill Downs, start number 2. So Amaryllis chased a pretty good one in the debut, ran decent. She has a lot of room to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like she'll want every bit of the distance, getting a mile here for the first time.
She's by the Derby winner, Always Dreaming. Here's Cotton Candy Annie. Might be forward in this spot. She did face her second start on dirt, Shoplifter, who came back, ran second in the Pocahontas. The runner who was second in there, Lady Rattler, she came back and won not only her next start, her next 2 over at Colonial with 66 and 68 Beyers.
And she's been the mile distance twice already, once on turf, once on dirt, one that was rained off. We've seen Kenny McPeak have very good success, too, with changing horses back to dirt off of turf races.
Especially, recently.
Yeah.
We'll see if this one can, taking money, 5-2. So the 2, the 6, the 7, taking a lot of money. The 5's a first-time starter. The 1, maybe another one, too, that we can get to. But let's start with the favorite here, 8-5, Janis Joplin. She was in this restricted maiden special weight in her debut, and Mark Cassidy thought she was good enough off that to put her in the Schuylerville opening day, and then the Adirondack. She hit the board in both at Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, and especially, Philly gets stakes placing, graded stakes placing. It enhances their value a great deal.
It looked like she's going to win this race when Naughty Gal started to veer out in the stretch for D1.
Yeah, she had that beautiful, expansive space all to herself. Looked like she was going to get it done. The angle is difficult at Saratoga. Us being there every day, we know the outside is always got the edge. They're in front, even though it didn't look like it. But she ran extremely well.
Concerned at all that she had put away Sabratough, who wound up third, but then Sabratough came back and made a move on her and made it very tight late.
That's the question. Because the fact that horse was getting back to her, does it say she doesn't want to go that far? I mean, it's really interesting watching that replay. That's the question that's raised.
Yeah, it did not continue to go on with it and maintain that separation. So we'll see.
So I'm agreeing more and more with you. It might not be me and Bobby McGee, but it's me and Greg Wolf. So
7-5 favorite. Going into just looking at the past performances, you're like, oh, this is an easy. It's a free square. It makes it a pick 4, pick 3, pick 5, and pick 4. A little more, I think, a little deeper than that here with this field. So yeah, certainly can question if she does want to go the mile, and maybe Big Dig, start number 2. One of those to question her with. This is a Tom Drury Jr. filly. The Dam, she was just 2 for 24 lifetime, but both her wins came routing. It's her first foal. We'll see in a moment here. Again at 8-1. She debuted in the mud at Ellis.
yeah, and rallied well that day. Now we should make the comment. This is also one of those restricted maiden allowance for horses that have been sold at auction for $50,000 or less. And this filly ran in the restricted first time, ran okay.
Janis Joplin, multiple graded stakes placed this summer, Saratoga.
Yeah, picked up for $25,000. She's already worth a lot more than that because of her stakes placing, and she'll be very tough here. If she can get the mile is a question.
Basilica Doro filling in for the injured Renee Diaz, Chelsea Bailey here.
Yeah, it's going to have to show more. Did show brief speed last time on the turf.
The only first-time starter in the field. Next to her, the 5 Steel Racer by an unraced Dam, whose only other foal 0 for 9 in the money.
I think the story here, though, is William Walden, 1 for 1 at the Churchill meet, 5 for 19 in his career, 26%. Son of Elliott Walden's gotten off to a very good start as a trainer.
Double-digit odds at 10-1. Amaryllis looks like a lot of upside here for start number 2 for Rudolph Brissett.
Yeah, I think you make some very good points. She closed well, also in a restricted maiden allowance, and got a pedigree that says a mile should be within her scope.
And the McPeak runner on the outside, turf to dirt. We mentioned distant third behind filly, who wound up second in that Pocahontas.
Yeah, by Sharp Azteca, who's gotten off to a very good start as a stallion. Well drawn outside with that long run to the far turn. I think there's a lot to like here, particularly with Kenny McPeak making that surface switch.
She could sing, Paulie. Can she route?
We'll see today. I mean, listen, Janis Joplin's an interesting horse in here because, you like Mick said, you have to draw a line through that last start over the turf course. She did no running at all. She basically was ease, so you could just take it as a non-start or a workout over the racetrack because her dirt efforts, they do belong here. Now, she technically, yes, is still a maiden, so she's dropping in class, but she was also in this restricted maiden condition before. We've mentioned this restricted maiden condition a lot. If you have sold or are RNA'd at a sale at $50,000 or under, you're eligible for it. Now, she did, first time out, run well here and ran a good third after being left. Does that get the job done here? I don't know. The 6 did not run bad last time out for Rudy Brissett. A horse for filly by Always Dreaming. T-Max, the winner, came back to win. Sometimes when those horses are spread out the way they were, Amaryllis was 5 lengths clear of the third place finisher. So I have the feeling the 6 might have a little bit of quality. But I'm with Mig. I like the 7 in here, Cotton Candy Andy. Her first 2 starts, you could tell that she had speed. She got taken back deliberately on purpose, her first 2 starts, to just get a little bit of a lesson. And then she went long and she showed her speed on both surfaces. I think she's going to show her speed going the mile distance, 1-turn mile, and back on the dirt. And she's going to be the horse to catch. And I'll tell you what, one of the best front-end riders and one of the best riders for me, besides Mike Smith, of letting his horses just sort of drop his hands and letting his horses get to the front end and have something left towards the end, is Brian Hernandez. And I think that's going to happen here with Cotton Candy Annie.
All right, so we'll see how forward Brian Hernandez Jr. has this filly here. Sharp Azteca filly for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, talk about foundation. 4th start, been a mile twice. I like the surface switch back. I agree with Paul about Brian Hernandez. Just a real good rider, nice rider, doesn't get in horses' way. Think about Fort Larned winning the Breeders' Cup Classic gate to wire. It just, I think a lot to like here. If you have questions about Janis Joplin, which, apparently we do, I think Cotton Candy Annie is the alternative.
So we could easily see Janis Joplin handling this field. maybe even with ease. But I think there's enough question marks to look elsewhere, too.
I think one of our jobs is to raise these questions, whether we're right or wrong about it. You know, maybe someone didn't look at it the way we were looking at it, and suddenly they come up with a different idea. Again, it's just trying to give people different perspectives so that they can make informed decisions. Getting back to the 7 Cotton Candy Annie, Sharp Azteca, he's got 19% winners overall. You know, this is his first crop sire, a horse that won the Cigar Mile right here at Aqueduct, was runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile to Battle of Midway. I mean, a very nice horse in his own right.
Him, Boldoro, early sensations with their first crop.
Yeah, when we've seen some sires really came out firing. Army Mule has been doing tremendous work. So it's always interesting when you have a new class of freshman sires to see who kind of steps to the fore.
And you talk about progression, too. Obviously, you want to see better. You want to see a maiden win on the resume, but every start on dirt, and even last time out on turf, going a mile the last couple of starts, there's been improvement every single start.
And we've kind of seen that from Kenny McPeak's horses anyway. Kind of what Paul said, you know, first time out, 5.5, second time out, 5.5, get out-footed, get kicked back. A horse learns, you know, they get something out of it. Mentally and physically, it builds them up. You know, a horse wins first time out. It's not always the best thing for that horse because they don't learn enough or get enough out of it from a schooling standpoint.
So 3 of them, including, I'm surprised she is not the favorite right now. Wow. The 2 Janis Joplin second choice, co-second choice. The favorites become Amaryllis, the 6. That is very surprising.
I am surprised, and I thought Janis Joplin would be the favorite, and I was trying to make a case against the favorite, and now she's not the favorite. But, you know, Amaryllis, by Always Dreaming, won the Kentucky Derby right there at Churchill Downs. Still, you know, looking for, well, he's had a couple of winners, but they were all dirt sprinting. So this would be his first horse stretching to a mile to get it done. I like Cotton Candy Annie. I just think she's well placed.
Yeah, and again, following up just to finish that point on Sharp Azteca, that's the sire of Cotton Candy Annie. And look, I know this will be start number 5 for her, so she's had some opportunities. But the leading first crop sire in terms of wins,
Sharp
20
Azteca.
for 58.
Strong numbers there.
So 5-2 Cotton Candy Andy. And did you have the same take as Paulie? He thought she was going to be forward, maybe in front in here. Amaryllis, though, coming out of a sprint. As our even Big Dig. I don't know, we're just necessarily going to see speed from Big Dig, but do you think Amaryllis or potentially someone else could be close and harass her?
Well, I really hope that Cotton Candy Annie shows speed. I do think she can. I mean, she's been laying up much closer the last 2 starts as she stretched out. Brian Hernandez is a smart rider, too. He had to recognize that the first 2 races were 1 gate to wire. Now, does that mean it's absolute speed? No, it does not. But I also think it's something you got to keep in your mind.
Nothing else. It's been a good place to be. First couple of races on the card.
I always saw it like this. They've got to run where I've been.
Good point when you put it that way.
They've got to run where I've been.
Might be that easy.
As long as I didn't have to use my horse too hard to get there.
How aggressive will Cotton Candy Annie be under Brian Hernandez Jr. last to load? The 7 filly for Kenny McPeak. Start of the Derby City 6. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Big Dig down toward the inside, and Janis Joplin is there. Basilica de Oro and Steel Racer and Amaryllis to their outside. Up the chute they go. Steel Racer comes on to grab the lead. Janis Joplin toward the rail, and Amaryllis to their outside joins them. As they cross over to the main track, it's Steel Racer in front and Janis Joplin at the rail. These 2 head in head for the lead. Amaryllis is a stalking third on the outside. Big Dig comes through toward the inside. 2B fourth. Cotton Candy Annie is out in 5th. Basilica de Oro is right in the thick of it, 6th and only 3 lengths off the lead. Pretty tight pack down the backstretch run. And the opening quarter was sharp, 23 and 2/5 seconds. Here's that half, 47-3. Janice Joplin heading for the far turn, half-length advantage. Amaryllis ratcheting up the pressure from second now. Steel Racers back into third. Cotton Candy Annie revving up with a 3-wide bid from fourth. And right in behind is Big Dig. They come to the top of the stretch, and it's Amaryllis in between. Janice Joplin toward the rail. Cotton Candy Annie 3 wide off the turn. Big Dig is right in behind with 3/16 to go. Amaryllis to catch. The lead is just a length, though. 1 furlong to go. Amaryllis shaken up, and Amaryllis is holding on to that lead. Amaryllis clear by 2. And it will be Amaryllis under the wire. Final margin about 2.5 in the end. Big Dig was second. Cotton Candy Annie was third. And Janice Joplin checks in fourth.
Heavy, well, not a heavy favorite, excuse me, but Janice Joplin, 4-5 morning line favorite. She's a no-show in here. Amaryllis, at least in the stretch. Amaryllis, second time out, pulls away from this group.
Yeah, and the money showed for her, too. You get Tyler Gaffleone, who's just done so well down there at Churchill Downs, and always well placed. Janice Joplin, she had no excuses. Speed's been good. She was up there with Amaryllis. Amaryllis was just off of her flank, and Janice Joplin maybe just doesn't want to go that far. Big Dig, nice run from her, saved all the ground, and ran on well, but no doubt about the winner, Amaryllis. Cotton Candy Annie, wide trip on a track that maybe that's not the place, but loomed up, had her chance, and then she flattened out as well.
Amaryllis, start number 2, stretching out to a mile. Daughter of the Kentucky Derby winner, always dreaming with the win.
Yeah, always dreaming with a winner going a mile, and Churchill Downs, the site of his greatest victory.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we return. The MiG saddles back up for the first time in a long time to take us into the ins and outs of a successful break from the starting gate. We'll have that for you when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There's so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all four legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're going to take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're going to be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
A lot that goes into it, and I'm sure for every guy, you hear Kendrick say he's a button guy. He listens for that when they push that button. Everyone has their own things and tricks of the trade they do. How did it feel to be on top of one again on the starting gate?
Oh, it was actually a little bit overwhelming for me, a little bit emotional. I hadn't been on a racehorse in over 12 years, and then actually go in the gate. So, but it felt good. You know, I wish I could have broke him out of there. I did not break, and even wanted to gallop him around, but John Kimmel's assistant, Loretta Lustig, said, no, we'll put the exercise rider back on. But it was fun to do, and hopefully giving people a little bit of a different perspective. It's, you know, kind of a faraway place, the starting gate, when you're watching from the stands, hopefully trying to bring you a little bit more inside of it.
Oh, good piece there, and to take us inside. Really love that. We got a big one coming up this weekend. Kentucky Derby winner is back at his home of his biggest moment, his two biggest moments, really, and his only two wins at Churchill Downs. Grade 2 Lucas Classic, and Rich Strike is going to take on older company for the first time in his career. He schooled just a little while ago. We had that for you live on the program, and as you and Paulie were mentioning, looked a lot more settled and calm than when we saw him this summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, when he got off the van in Saratoga, when he shipped in for the Run Happy Travers, he was breathing fire. He's showing good energy, though. I like the way he's contained, but he's showing good energy. And
he is a specimen, too.
Solid horse, carries good weight.
Well, his Kentucky Derby, sensational. What a ride as well from Sonny Leon. Biggest price on the board and the second biggest upset in Derby history.
And Sonny Leon now is down at Gulfstream Park plying his trade, so he's kind of taking a step up from his former circuit. You know, winning the Kentucky Derby opened people's eyes. He won on the biggest stage and delivered a masterful ride, being able to weave his way in and out of traffic from post 20, by the way.
Incredible. And people are going to say, you know, hot pace, set it up for him. There were several other good runners. Mo Donegal would come back to win the Belmont Stakes, who got that hot pace set up for him as well. It was this horse that produced and got that Derby win, and that Travers win, we talked about it earlier, kind of validated what he did in the Derby, running a bigger figure than he even earned in that Derby win.
Yeah, and I think that accentuates Epicenter's effort in the Travers as well. But that being said, it proved that the Derby wasn't just a sheer fluke, that he is a horse with a lot of ability. Maybe he does need a pace. Maybe he does need a setup. Maybe he just needs to put it in his head, hey, I'm in the mood to do this today.
Yeah, and Eric, we heard from Eric Reed, too, this summer, and he was very honest. He said this is a horse, to him, it's hard to say you got a horse for $30,000 out of a maiden claiming race who you're frustrated with, who goes on and win the Kentucky Derby. Should be nothing but roses, obviously.
Well, yeah.
But he's been a horse that there's more there to him, and he doesn't show it a lot. And even, he says, this horse has speed out of the gate, but he never chooses to show it in the afternoon.
Well, it's interesting watching him like train in Saratoga. He fired that bullet, not like a closer. Closers work slower and they finish their works. Speed horses dazzle you in the morning because they show speed in the morning. So the fact that he does possess that speed must be frustrating for a trainer.
And he says maybe one of these days he's going to decide to show it and be that horse. Still, he was pretty good coming from off the pace in the Travers, which, of course, was won by Epicenter. Who is the leader of this 3-year-old division right now?
I think he's got a stranglehold on this division. I mean, he won the Travers with supreme ease, and honestly,
making up ground.
He was unlucky. You know, maybe in the Derby, hot pace. He worked out a great trip, but maybe it was a little bit early into the teeth of it. He was ripe to be picked off. The Preakness lost position early, ran extremely well. Then the Jim Dandy and the Travers, I think he asserted his dominance on this group. But let's take nothing away. When we saw a very good effort there from Rich Strike. He ran well in the Travers.
What about in terms of pace? Will he get that pace to set it up for his closing kick? We'll talk more about that, obviously, on race day. Let's hear from his trainer, Eric Reed.
Yeah, everybody that I see going in there is solid. I mean, it's no easy race, and you know, we would like to run the Pennsylvania Derby, but with the travel from New York to Kentucky and then back up there and the quick turnaround, it's just not, you know, Richie's not able to do that. So this was our prep that we had. It's at his home track, just a solid group. It was 10 weeks of torture for me waiting to show everybody that he wasn't a fluke, that the Belmont was something I did wrong, and I think in the Travers he proved that. I felt so bad, and that was the longest 10 weeks of my life getting to, you know, get him back some credibility, and I think we should have been second that day. I think we definitely showed everybody that we fit with some of the best 3-year-olds in the country, and now we got to show everybody we can run with some of these older horses. The Breeders' Cup this year, it's always tough, but this year there's 2 generational type horses with Flightline, Life is Good, and that's not to throw out all the other good horses that are going to be in it. But I think this race will determine whether we end up in the Breeders' Cup or not, but it will set us up good for the Clark Handicap afterwards, and that's here on his home track, and it's shortly after that. So that's kind of our plan, unless he proves that he can handle this group, because this is a solid group.
So this weekend going to determine his fate towards the end of the year. Clark, obviously a grade 1 at a track we know he loves, but if he happens to run a race like he ran in the Kentucky Derby and he comes up with a big performance, beats older horses, Classic's still on the table.
Well, it's got to be on the table. I mean, you've got the Kentucky Derby winner, and if he, you know, wins impressively, of course, in any other year it would be a no-brainer. This year I think you got to look at it a little bit different with the likes of Flightline and Life is Good. I mean, this year, more than ever, the older horse division just seems very, very deep.
Not even – it's 2 standouts who just seem in like they're another stratosphere in terms of talent.
But they're both fast. They both have a similar style. Do they hurt each other?
Yeah,
that's
you could miss out on that opportunity, right? If you pass and go to the Clark, but
I'm very conservative in that respect. That I want to go to the easiest place I can find.
That's how you usually have success in this game. It's gonna be fun. Lucas Classic, grade 2, mile and an eighth this weekend. Meanwhile, Happy Saver, Hot Rod Charlie, they both ran respectable races, but they were going up against one of those generational talents, Life is Good, in the Whitney, and these are 2 that Rich Strike is going to meet this weekend.
Yeah, and listen, Life is Good was very good. I thought Happy Saver was very game, having an alter course there when Irad Ortiz needlessly shifted ground over to take any space away from him. And Hot Rod Charlie runs good every time. I mean, he's as consistent a performer as there is. If he doesn't win, he lets you know he's there.
Does he have to put pressure on Art Collector, or can Art Collector get loose and be alone on the lead?
I think he has to put pressure. I think Hot Rod Charlie's one of those horses that's capable of going quick and maintaining it. He has stamina.
The best race we ever saw. I know we're looking at Art Collector again, and look, he's come back very good.
And he's the main speed. He absolutely is.
No question, right? But Hot Rod Charlie's Belmont, when he was on the lead, that was one of the best performances I thought we ever saw from him.
He is quick, and he runs best when they allow him to run freely. He went 46-2, going 1.5 miles.
Pressured.
And he was fighting every step of the way with their eventual 3-year-old champion, Essential Quality. I mean, he went out to the Pacific Classic, I'm sorry, excuse me, to Monmouth and Haskell, and he was fighting in 3/4 and 10 and change. He is a horse that's better off going quick early. Now, Art Collector's fast, but look at Art Collector's recent fractions. 49-1 when he won the Aladar. 48-3 when he won the Charlestown Classic. Now it's a bull ring, tighter turns. Hot Rod Charlie attends paces 46 consistently, 45 and change consistently.
Yeah.
He may be faster. Don't take it away from him. Let him roll.
We'll see if he pressures, because Art Collector, he's got to be on the front if he wants to win. We'll see if those two decide to duke it out on the front end. That's coming up this weekend. Grade 2 Lucas Classic. Potentially winner. Impressive enough. Going to move on to the Breeders' Cup Classic out of that race. So we get back to action at Churchill Downs on our Thursday evening card. 4th race kicks off the late pick 5. 20,000 claiming race for horses who've not won 2 lifetime, and here going 7/8 of a mile. And we're approaching the 9-minute mark to post as we take a look at Verklempt. Let's check in again with Paulie.
Yeah, and I am not feeling Verklempt, to follow you Mike Myers fans as well. An old Saturday Night Live skit. But, I'm going to go 4 deep in here. I get it. Fantail in here is the horse to catch and the horse to beat. The one dirt number this horse lays over the field. I'm just worried going the 7 furlongs. 1 for 16 lifetime. And so I'm going to use 4 horses in here. 3, 5, 6, and 8. I actually think the 5 sneaking here. I also think the 6 and the 8 are the other 2 horses that you need to use in here. 1, 5, 6, and 8 in race number 5. Super Wonder Girl from way off the pace could be a player in there. I also think the 8 is going to be the horse to catch in there from Michael Lauer. Sneaky horse. Listen, the 6 race is a bunch of 2-year-olds, and I haven't heard much. Big scratch of the 8, the firster, Brad Cox. So I went, with Steve Aspen, first-time starter. One of the outside runners in there, Sir Rock, a $775,000 purchase of Gun Runner. I thought you had to use the 3 in there, a horse that had run in the race. The 1.8 mile feature race on the card. Misty Vale is the best horse in that race on numbers for Tom Amoss by far. But she gets an awful setup in there with a ton of speed, and it looks like Salute the Flag and Designer Ready could be the horse that could take advantage. And then in the last, I'm going to roll with the 11 horse, guys. I like the 11 a lot in the last. Mahoney Road, first time gelding. This horse ran a giant number as a 2-year-old. If that horse can get back to that number, I think the horse to beat. Slim Man in the last is going to get bet, but this is a horse that ran a giant number, second time out. And I just can't believe that this horse is in for a claiming tag. I think the 3's a play against in the last.
Yeah, kind of been going backwards, Paulie. Mahoney Road in that last. The 11 taking a lot of attention and doing really well. Pick 5. We will kick it off when we come back. Stay with us.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi racing experience, and let's win races together.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup, Keeneland.
Back on America's Day at the Races, getting set for the late pick 5 coming up on this Thursday evening card at Churchill. It's brought to you in part by champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting and now standing in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Going to kick off the post parade. Non-winners at 2 lifetime condition, 7/8 of a mile distance with the one Mudari, who broke her maiden last time out going 6 furlongs.
And she's quick, and she's got Jimmy Graham, who we know can be aggressive, and if, like me, you're of the opinion that speed is good, I think she's in front early.
Went gate to wire in that victory last start. Super Cat Lady for Michael Tomlinson, 5-year-old mare.
A horse that doesn't have as much speed as she once possessed, but gets Corey Lannery, a rider that likes to ride the inside, take his chances.
Only win was in the slop. It was at Churchill. Fantail, the only one start on dirt. It came out at Santa Anita, race taken off the turf, but the figure stands out.
Yeah, and she also can be quick, so it'll be interesting to see if Raylu Gutierrez uses that speed. You see the colors there of Michael Iavarone. Colors of Big Brown.
Pontiffany, Chelsea Bailey at 15-1.
Yeah, steps up off a decent second last time, but that was for they're claiming 10. This is 20.
Giovanni Franco for Barry King on Monocacy at 16-1.
Yeah, a horse that really compromised herself last time at the start. Can be more tactical. Had no speed last time because she hopped at the break.
More romance. 1 for 10, the win. Remington at 7/8.
Yeah, slow, steady slide down to this claiming 20. More of a closing type, which I don't think the track is playing kind to.
And Verklempt won on a race taken off the turf. It was in the mud at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, drawn outside. He's going to have to get some position. One of the strengths of Tyler Gaffalione, though, is his ability to put horses in position.
3 minutes to post. Race that kicks off this pick 5. Even money favorite. 5-year-old mare who you're looking at here has only had 1 dirt start, and it was a race taken off the turf, Santa Anita. It was supposed to be down the hill, and that figure just towers over this group in terms of dirt starts. We're going to go back and start before. This was on the turf, and this was an 82 buyer in a near miss against a next out winner.
Yeah, she ran extremely well. Flavien Prat, who now is plying his trade here at Belmont at the Big A, switched to the East Coast. Given that it's patented, very strong finishing ride and just missed. It's interesting to me. It feels like, just watching that she's one of those horses that likes to run with horses and maybe not necessarily so much past horses.
Different surface, too.
No, absolutely.
So short price, even money. I thought she was a standout in the spot, but you're going off 1 race as well. Appearance-wise, what do you like?
No, she looks good. She looks great warming up. I love the animation in her stride. She looks like high energy. She looks very sharp.
And she should be quick, too. I would think she's going to be the one in front in this spot as we take a look at Verklempt. Again, her win, soft 25 maiden claiming race that was meant for turf. It was taken off. and run on a muddy track. Here it is, back May 19th of this year.
You know, this is one of the reasons that I find Churchill Downs difficult to handicap. I just don't know how to assess, you know, like what she's beating in Maiden 25 at Horseshoe Indy as compared to the, you know, the kind of horses she's facing here. And then you're getting other horses shipping in and changing surfaces. You know, obviously this was a nice effort from her. What was she in against?
She would need to improve a lot, and she could. Look, she'd need to improve a lot off that to get back to what Fantail had done. But again, it was only one start, Paulie, for Fantail when she produced that figure. Can she reproduce it here at a short price?
Yeah, it's really a tough call, Greg, because she is the fastest filly in here. It's not even close. Now, can anybody stay close to her? And is she going to be fit coming into this? You know, she was in Richard Baltus barn, who is no longer training in California. George Papapadramu took over a lot of his horses, and he had a monster season. And so now this horse comes over to here, and Anna Mia is a very, very good conditioner. The worry is going to be the last furlong of this race, unless she just runs away from this field. Now, when you get to the 8 horse in here for Klempt, very interesting horse here for Jimmy DeVito. You know, Jimmy's having a good meet so far. He had a first-time starter win from the outside slot. He employs Tyler Gaffleone, who's very aggressive when it comes to Jimmy DeVito horses. Usually will put them close to the pace. And I thought the other horse in here that's really not getting bet is the 6, and I think this horse has got a big shot. Gate issues, they've put blinkers on this filly the last 2 starts. And with Martin Garcia aboard, he's so aggressive and more aggressive than a lot of jockeys here. I think if this horse can get out of the gate, stay close enough, could be a danger to your favorite, the 3 in here. If the 3 can't get that final furlong, I did not include the 2, and I hate to say this, I thought the 2 looked the best of all the horses, at least in the post braid. So I'm 3, 6, 8 here with a little lean towards the 6 at a price.
We've said it before. I've heard a lot of analysts say it over the years, but you know, back to Fantail, who's on your screen right now, and Paulie brought up the 7 furlongs. If she can't last that extra, at least half furlong from when we saw her the only time on dirt, sometimes you will get a softer pace going 7/8, won't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, people are a little bit more conscious of it. 3/4, you're coming out, you know, completely aggressive and all out. She's going to be forwardly placed. I mean, if the one Mudari goes, she's right on her hip, isn't she?
Too quick, I would think. Sprint race, West Coast sprint speed. When she went 21-4 on dirt, you got to think it's send with Fantail, and she's in front in this group, unless she does not possess that speed anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a compelling case there. 21-4, and she was in front. Mudari went 23. Was in front.
He breaks alertly. Fantail is there as well. More romance from the outside, and Super Cat Lady down toward the rail. Up the chute and onto the main track they go, and it's Fantail fastest early, and she steps out to lead by 2.5. Super Cat Lady on the chase in second. Pontiffany comes away third. Mudari toward the inside in fourth. Monocacy between them fifth. More romance advancing far outside from sixth. And it's 2.5 lengths back to Verklempt the trailer. The leader is Fantail after an opening quarter in a reasonable 23-3. So Fantail hits the far turn in front. Super Cat Lady honing in from second. These two go 1-2 round the far turn. More romance spun out wide, but is racing up to be third. Monocacy is right there with Pontiffany. Mudari in tight toward the rail. Verklempt is still last. And still first is Fantail, trying to float Super Cat Lady wide off the turn, and they are shoulder to shoulder. And Super Cat Lady has taken the lead. Super Cat Lady takes over, furlong to go. Fantail's back into second, and it's 4 back to Monocacy in third. Super Cat Lady pouring it on late and will score by 3 lengths on the wire. Fantail was second, Monocacy was third, and Verklempt was fourth.
Fantail cannot last that extra furlong here going 7/8 to Super Cat Lady. Paula Duca mentioned this one looked best on the racetrack leading up to the load, and she responds at 5-1 with a win.
Yeah, and was always glued to Fantail, never let her out of her sights. Corey Lanninger very aggressive. This filly used to have good speed. recently not showing quite as much speed, but found that speed again. Never let Fantail get away. Fantail had no excuse. She was, you know, always being attended by the winner and was just second best. Neither the winner or the runner-up, Super Cat Lady or Fantail, switched leads too. They both ran through the stretch on their left or their inside lead.
5-1 upset over a 6-5 favorite to start off the late pick 5 on this Thursday evening card at Churchill. Corey Lanery, Michael Tomlinson, owned by Michael Bruden. 5-year-old mare by Super Saver the win. Well, the prices for you when we come back. Stay with us. We'll get into the late pick 4 next. And a rider we're going to see in that sequence in a big year, certainly for Francisco Arrieta, who's made big waves in Hot Springs at Oaklawn. Stay with us.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, and our late pick 5 Churchill Downs underway. Prices in a moment. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 6-5 favorite defeated in the 4th at Churchill Downs by this 5-year-old mare, Super Cat Lady, trained by Michael Tomlinson. 5-1 start to the late pick 5.
Yeah, look at the price on that exacta there with the favorite second, $42.66 for $2. She was always glued to Fantail, the favorite, never gave her much rope, couldn't give her the slip, and Super Cat Lady was just stronger through the final furlong. Fantail stayed on doggedly. No one else was closing any ground. I still feel strongly that you want to be forward. You don't want to give yours too much to do on this racetrack.
And she was still, look, she got beat, Fantail on the lead, but she still was well clear of third place finisher in here. And maybe these two were just best. But yeah, forward's been a good place to be tonight. One of the Twin Spires, 13.92 on the win. That pick 3, decent as we move into the final leg of an early pick 5 here coming up with a couple of upsets. Might be in good position here if you're still alive. $25,000 claiming sprint, 6 furlongs. I thought this was the most wide open race of the early pick 5.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Very intriguing race, several different directions you can go. And I think what I'm going to go back is dig a little deeper, and who I think is going to be forward, I'm going to give a little more edge to.
Girls a bullet. I thought a contender. We'll have Francisco Arrieta aboard, one of many you can make a case for in this race coming up. Well, Francisco Arrieta, early on, struggled a bit as a rider, but came to Oaklawn and really turned his career around, and he was living out his dream. But that dream early on for him may have seemed more like a nightmare. Few opportunities, even fewer trips to the winner's circle. Arrieta had to have unwavering faith that his dream would soon be realized.
Francisco Arrieta's childhood dream was to become a jockey.
Because my first time when I see a horse, man, I fell in love. What a beautiful feeling, you know.
Arrieta, a native of Venezuela, moved his tack to the United States in 2014.
When I started here, it was hard for me, you know, to get a chance. I don't speak any English and I don't know nobody. It was pretty hard. I have to gallop like for 2.5 years and ride a couple horses, you know, it was really hard.
He would need a strong belief in himself because this dream would require plenty of patience. Over a 3-year span from 2015 to 2017, Arrieta rode 210 races, winning just 3 times. Yes, 3 years, just 3 winners.
For sure, I work every day, you know, almost don't no day off, you know, working hard.
But patience, work ethic, and faith in God would lead Arrieta to finally break through as leading rider at smaller tracks off the beaten path.
I was in New York at the time. I started working for Robertino Deodoro, galloping, and I galloped for him like a year, and I asked him for ride horse, you know, and the opportunity didn't come in New York, so they moved to Arizona, so I asked him to give me the opportunity. So finally I moved with my family to Arizona and I started riding over there, and that was unbelievable after that.
It's going to be Senor Friday to win the Turf Paradise Derby.
He's one of the hardest workers. You know, he's a very good worker, got a good attitude. He's a good rider. He's, you know, he's a kid that started right from the bottom up, paid his dues, and it was just 3-4 years ago where he was galloping and picking up claimed horses for us at Saratoga during the summer to make extra money. So he's come a long way in a short period. Like I said, he's a kid that started right from the bottom. So got to give guys like him a lot of credit.
Then Arrieta came to Oaklawn for the first time in 2021, and he won 50 races, finishing 3rd in the jockey standings. On the year, Arrieta's mounts earned $5.5 million, compared to $62,000 just 4 years earlier. He also recorded his first Oaklawn Stakes victory in The Bachelor, aboard Jackson Traveler for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen.
Well, I just remember that was a nice horse. He just break and go to the lead. That was an easy winner, you know, nice horse.
Jackson Traveler beat the gate and beats The Bachelor. Jackson Traveler in front.
For the boy who started riding in Venezuela at age 16, it's been a long, winding 16-year journey.
About 4 or 5 years, I was, Mom, I want to be a rider. She said, no. I told her, let me be a rider. I want to be a champion, you know. Don't worry about it. It took me 10 years to win my first title, leading rider. 10 years, working hard, no day off, no vacation or nothing, you know. So, but here I am.
Persistence paying off for that young man. Turf Paradise, he's gone to Canterbury, established himself in New Mexico, and we've seen what he's been able to do just missing out on a riding title at Oaklawn Park this past year. Credits his mom as being a major influence in his career as we continue to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, honoring the cultures and contributions of both Hispanic and Latino Americans. He's Venezuelan. Been some pretty good Venezuelan riders we've seen over the years. Eibar Coa, Javier Castellano, Junior Alvarado, and now Francisco.
Ramon Dominguez.
Yeah.
I mean, you see a lot of terrific riders come out of there, as well as baseball players. So there's something down there, good athletes in general. But you like to see hard work rewarded and somebody not giving up, continuing. You can't control when you'll get an opportunity, but it's your responsibility to be ready for that opportunity when it comes and makes the most of it. And this young man's doing that.
You got to credit him. 3 wins in 3 years. A lot of people would have said, this is not for me.
Well, you got to have that single focus. It's like living life looking through a keyhole. You just want it that badly.
And he has proven he does. He's been terrific. We're going to see him coming up in the next race as well. We talked about how wide open this next race is at Churchill. It'll kick off, or I should say conclude, the early pick 5. It'll kick off the late pick 4. 6 furlongs, $25,000 claiming race. And I thought Francisco Arrieta's mount had a big chance in this race. Girls a Bullet to 7, where he'll be right now 11-1.
Yeah, horseman running a Colonial recently. Tom Vance there. Thing that kind of luring me away from this horse a bit more, Greg, is I just see this horse getting too outfooted, and I don't think you want a lot to do here.
World of Wonder from the rail, though, the favorite. Chris Hartman has speed from that inside slot, 14 minutes away. For the pick four, we'll have the post grade for you when we come back. When we continue along with America's Day at the Races, look ahead to the weekend as well. Life has been good for that Hall of Famer, and he'll have that horse by the same name in action in the Woodward this Saturday.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you. That is a beautiful scene. That is what we're looking at right behind us here. We're in the corner of that glass section there on the left. And sunset in New York in the fall. It's a beautiful thing.
The way that light, the sunlight reflects off of the glass of the buildings behind us on the other side of the back is really pretty.
Program brought to you by Nairo Bets, where you can play all this action coming up. Week 3 stakes schedule. Belmont at the Big A tomorrow. It's the John Hettinger at 1 1/8 on the turf, and obviously a superstar weekend coming up with Life is Good, among others. 2-year-olds in the Champagne. Belmont Turf Sprint. It's going to be fantastic. But tomorrow, John Hettinger, the feature. 1 1/8 on the grass. Fillies and Mares 3 and up, and Marvelous Mod. For Chad Brown, we'll have a Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard. Coming out of the Grade 2 Flower Bowl. Well, she was 17-1 in that spot. That was a tough spot for her. Prior to that, she had put together back-to-back wins, including a win at Saratoga.
Yeah, listen, she's dropping out of a Grade 2 against some of the best, older, fillies and mares on turf going long, and she's dropping back in against New York breds. And right there, I mean, it's just a tremendous class relief. She was beaten 6.5 lengths, and she didn't embarrass herself there. She is a hard trier. She shows up pretty much every time. 9 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 2/3. And she has a nose for the wire. She knows when to make her run. That's like my kind of horse. One of those horses that bring their lunch pail and go to work.
Meanwhile, we saw Jackie's Ware get beat at Saratoga this summer. It was the biggest upset I think we've seen this year. If Life is Good were to get beat in the Woodward, I think that would trump that as the biggest upset we've seen all year. 1-9 morning line in his final stop before a showdown with Flightline in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
I agree. If he was to lose here, it would be the biggest upset I've seen in a very long while. He's fast. He has the rail. He's just naturally faster than these horses. I really have a hard time seeing him. Something feels like it would have to go drastically wrong for him to lose.
He's a special talent, can carry his speed, and as you said, He's quick, and he does it so effortlessly. This was his Grade 1 Whitney win up at Saratoga this summer at 1 mile and an eighth.
Yeah, I mean, he just ran them off their feet. 46-4, 110-4, 1 mile and 35-3, 148-4 the final finishing time. He's just naturally fast and a horse that can maintain it. It does feel to me like 1 mile and an eighth is his stretching him to his limit, but he's brilliant and he's quick. Inside post, short run to the first turn here at Aqueduct. Should be very tough to beat.
8 for 10 in his career. Last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. This year, the Classic, the Target, and the Date with Flightline looming. But look, the Woodward in its own right, very prestigious race. And to be 1-9 in a Grade 1. First of all, how good you have to be. And part of it is he's so good, a lot of horses just don't want to show up and face him.
Well, I mean, that's the ultimate compliment, isn't it? When people don't want to run against you. I mean, I can go back to when Spectacular Bid won I believe it was the Woodward in a walkover. Nobody showed up. They didn't want to face him, and Bill Shoemaker basically broke him out of the gate, galloped him once around. He still went 1.25 miles in 2:02, under no pressure whatsoever in an open gallop.
I got to say, I love Uriah St. Louis here, showing up in this spot. He thinks he has a legitimate shot, and maybe he does. If like Thomas Shelby can put some pressure on Life is Good. He's an upset specialist. Discreet Lover at a huge price. Adventist, another one who no one expected to win. What Discreet Lover is like 45-1 when he beat Diversify in a Grade 1.
What you love about Uriah St. Louis is he's made a career out of big upsets, and that he's the owner-trainer of these horses himself. He vans them in. He does everything. I was teasing him. He came into Aqueduct last year and won a stake at a big price if he was going to pull the van up like next to Gargiulo's in Coney Island to get some dinner on his way back.
It's what he does. He's known for big upsets. This would be the biggest, though, certainly of his career. Life is Good. Everyone expects to move on and pick up the 9th win of his career. I want to remind everyone to get involved. NYRA Bets contests, Saturdays. Get signed up, started Friday, 5 Eastern start time to get registered, I should say, for that at NYRA.com/contest, $300 buy-in. And you can win cash prizes and, of course, seats into the following week's contest as well. Good luck to everybody participating in those as we get back to Churchill Downs for the Late Pick 4 coming up on this Thursday evening card. And there's the mount that Francisco Arrieta will have in this upcoming race. Girls A Bullet, the 7, a 6-time winner who is coming out of 3 consecutive races at Colonial.
Yeah, and again, this horse certainly fits. He's getting an appropriate spot. I just don't see the position. Where do you think Girls A Bullet lays early?
Yeah, she's going to be far back, it would appear. And the favorite, Speed from the inside, but there's Speed next door as well, right, with a 2. On occasion, Super Wonder Girl has shown some pace.
I thought the 2, Diamond Lydia Marie, is very interesting because I do think this horse will be forward, and Gerardo Corrales is a guy that's consistently aggressive. I like the inside 2, the 1 and the 2, World of Wonder and Diamond Lydia Marie.
And look, the outside 2, the 8 is a rocket ship, but she's coming out of a 1 mile and 16th race. Routing on the grass is going to dull her speed a little bit. When she's been on dirt, she has one way to go, and that is to the front.
Well, and that's the question, though. Did the turf races take anything away from that? I don't know. I'm also just wondering, being outside, sometimes there's less urgency for riders to get into the race.
This filly goes every single time, doesn't she? And the last time, look, she went long. The one other time we see it in her past performances, it was on dirt, but she went long, and she still cut back, going 5.5, wasn't on the lead.
Yeah, no, you make a good point. She could be very quick here.
And the 9's not really slow either. I think there's plenty of pace in here potentially to set it up for someone from off the pace. But as you've pointed out time and time again, Speed has been good tonight at Churchill Downs, and World of Wonder has the ability to be forward. I don't know if she's the quickest in the race, though.
No, but the inside probably give her more urgency. She did go gate to eye with Mitchell Morrill, who I like the progression. I think this young man has really figured it out and is developing into a top rider.
Diamond Lydia Marie, the 2. She's been first or second in 7 of 17 starts.
I think she's a major player at a big price. I think she's going to be forward and get the right kind of trip.
Clever Tail was a winner, the 4th win of her career, 2 starts back, Belterra.
Yeah, and she's 4 for 15 lifetime, so she knows how to win. She knows how to get it done.
18-1 next door on this 5-year-old mare, Kitty's Promise.
Yeah, well beaten last few at Belterra.
Super Wonder Girl, the 5, she's 8-1 right now. She put together back-to-back wins in the first of those 2. It was 3 starts back, June here at Churchill.
And another one that can show speed at times. She can put herself in a forward position.
My Money, Chelsea Bailey, taking money here, 3-1. She was 5-1 morning line.
Yeah, I thought she was interesting. She's dropping in class from claiming 50. She won the last time she was down as low as 30. She's got some speed.
Here's the 7. Here's Francisco Arrieta for Thomas Vance on Girls a Bullet.
Yeah, getting a nice little solo warm-up. Maybe she won't be as outrun as I believe she will. I know you like this horse. Every time you like one, they usually run well.
I thought it was a wide-open race. Every other one, this is the one we talked about, who's been a rocket ship on dirt.
Yeah, I mean, she's usually in front or at least attending the pace after the first call. Should be forward.
And then Beachside Bunny, turf to dirt for this one, who has shown plenty of speed in the past as well.
Again, it says Raylu Gutierrez there. I had another rider in my program, so I guess we had a late rider change there.
3 minutes to post. 5th, Churchill kicks off the late pick 4. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, Greg, kicking off the late pick 4, and I think a lot of people might have got knocked out. Hopefully, like myself, I added the 2 late, but looking at the horse on the racetrack and was able to at least keep my pick 5 going. In race number 6 here, or excuse me, race number 5, to close out your early pick 5, Hope You're Alive. They're paying very, very well in here. And, you know, the favorite, the 1 on the inside, World of Wonder, back-to-back wins for Chris Hartman. Now, Chris has had a nice little win streak here recently. The last 3 runners that he's sent out, he has won, and all of them been on drops. Now, this horse, he did claim for $20,000 off a W, and then came back at Ellis Park and got another W going 7 furlongs. Now, Colonial, that's around 2 turns. So coming back to 1 turn, will it help this filly by Liam's map? I would think so, but here's the issue that you have. She hasn't been around 6 furlongs for a long, long time. You can go back to her first career start, and can she pass horses? Because, like Greg says, the 8 is a rocket ship, and I thought there was others in here that could outfoot her early. Is she the fastest in here on numbers? Yes, but she might have to pass horses, and that's something she has not done before. Now, when you get to the 8, like I was talking about in here, you know, Giovanni Franco is more of a Sen rider than Marcelino Pedroza over at Indiana, you know, and this horse won a nice little race, then went in the checkered flag. And if the 8 could sting the 1 at all, I thought the 5, Super Wonder Girl, was the horse that you could look at in here, a horse that does like the racetrack. The last 2 efforts, horse basically got dead left in the last 3 efforts, but has closed into some decent paces, but I think is going to get a ton of pace to run into. And again, I left the horse off the ticket, and it seems like Belterra horses have been running. We just saw one win the last race. The 3 Clever Tail looked unbelievable on the racetrack. And look at this horse, sort of an in and out horse. Runs 4th, wins. Runs 3rd, wins. He's on his best effort here. He's been bet down to 6-1. And I'll tell you right now, Rolando Aragon, a lot of people don't know about him. He can flat out horseback.
Paulie, the one he pointed out, was that in the last race? It was Super Cat Lady, who looked the best leading up to the gate, wound up winning at 5-1. So Clever Tail catching Paulie's eye in race 5 here to kick off this late pick 4. You're looking at Super Wonder Girl in here. I'm surprised this mare's 7-1 in here. It has form. Look, she was 9-2 morning line. I thought it would be closer to there. We're going to go 2 starts back. And this was a winning performance back on August 6th. She dominated this group, and she did it earning a 71 by her speed figure.
Yeah, and showed very good speed this day and just continued. Get Adam Beschitzer to stay aboard, who I've been very impressed. I think he's a very strong finisher on horses, a very physical kind of rider. This race certainly would make her very tough here, wouldn't it? 7-1 is way too big a price.
I'm just concerned. She did this on the lead. She is not going to get the lead in here. And if she somehow does, She's going to have a lot of company.
Do you think it's one of those situations where we see a lot of speed on paper, and then everybody's kind of looking to see who's going to go?
I'm convinced the 8 is going to get to the front in here. We'll see. World of Wonder, though, not slow. As Paul mentioned, look, this filly has not gone 6 furlongs in some time. Last 5 races, 4 of them have been a mile or beyond, and then a 7/8 race as well.
Yeah, and she got very comfortable. And just to put it in proper context, she went 7 furlongs here. Her first fraction, 23-1, half and 46-2, as compared to Super Wonder Girl, who also won at Ellis, went 22-2, 45-3. That's about 5 lengths faster as far as, pace dynamics go. But you got to like the way she drew away through the stretch here.
Yeah. No, she ran big and kept pulling away. Some fired up fans under the Twin Spires. It's what evening racing does at a racetrack. What was it like for you when you rode those Friday nights at Hollywood Park?
Hollywood Park was a great atmosphere on Friday nights. Big crowd.
I loved it.
Vince Vaughn used to come down to the jockey's room. He was there all the time, loved the racing. I think it was $1 beers, $1 hot dogs, so that lent to the festivities.
Music
if you will.
afterwards.
Yeah, it was always the hardest thing about riding at night for me was switching off after it was over. Because you're kind of all jazzed up, and now you've got to all right, bring it back down to earth.
And you had to be back how early in the morning usually on Saturday?
Usually you had to be out working horses the next morning.
Which, getting up at what time?
5:30, 6 o'clock. You're at the track, And if you had to work horses at Hollywood Park, what you would do is you would just stay at a hotel near the airport, because instead of driving all the way back to Santa Anita where you lived, and then have to get up even earlier to get back to work horses.
We're set for the start of this late pick 4 and closing out the early pick 5. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Girls a Bullet breaks out on top. World of Wonder for that inside post fires up on through. And Beachside Bunny moves with her, so these two hook up early. And Super Wonder Girl smack dab between them. Those 3 mixing it up early. Every other one comes on to grab 4th. Girls a Bullet is back into 5th. Diamond, Lydia Marie down inside 6th. Clever Tail 7th. My Money advancing up on the far outside from 8th. And Kitty's Promised a trailer in 9th. Contested quarter in 22-3. World of Wonder and Beachside Bunny. Locked in battle around the far turn. My Money. Steady progress now. Up to be 3rd on the outside. Every other one is 4th. And Super Wonder Girl working on a trip right in behind while 5th. Girls a Bullet is 6th. They're off the turn. Beachside Bunny rolls off the turn in front. Super Wonder Girl with a big opening down toward the rail. My Money fights on from the outside. 1 furlong to go. My Money takes the lead right outside the 16th. Super Wonder Girl fights on. Beachside Bunny 3rd, down to the wire. Super Wonder Girl coming after My Money. It's going to be close. Photo! Super Wonder Girl got a good bob and might have just got there. My Money, Beachside Bunny, and World of Wonder.
Maybe Super Wonder Girl. This time she had to do it from off the pace. We see her to that gate-to-wire win at Ellis. She's 7-1. If she got the win, My Money, the 6-4-1.
Super Wonder Girl got a terrific ride from Madame Beschizza. I believe she got her nose down on the wire first, but he saved the ground. He wasn't too far off the pace. He finished strong. He did everything right. And so did Chelsea Bailey. She was caught a little bit wide, no fault of her own on My Money. And just the trips made the difference. The 5 Super Wonder Girl under Adam Beschizza, I believe, got it done. And quickly, the rider on the 6 My Money, Chelsea Bailey, an apprentice jockey. We saw a lot of her at Oaklawn over the winter. Undefeated in the MMA.
Yep, we've had that feature on her that we showed a lot during the meet.
She had one by submission, 2 by decisions in the strawweight division.
Do not mess with Chelsea Bailey. And she can ride, too, and she proved a lot seeing her at Oaklawn in Hot Springs over the winter and spring. This time it looks like coming up just a little bit short, although it's not been posted yet. Did Super Wonder Girl inside that 5 eke out this victory from that angle, it looked like she did.
Yeah,
7-1.
I'm pretty confident.
And it's just been posted. Indeed, she did. So Super Wonder Girl, Adam Beschizza, Brian Williamson out dueling My Money and Chelsea Bailey.
Yeah, good finish. The 6 just caught a little bit wide on a track that I still think's favoring towards the inside. And they weren't speed horses that won, but it was a fairly contested pace.
Gets it done. Adam Beschizza, this time different tactics than what we saw in that win at Ellis. 5-6, 9-1 finish. Upset to start the late pick 4. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, a lot riding on this weekend for early November in the Breeders' Cup. We'll have a preview coming up.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day of the Races, FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday evening card here on the East Coast. Late pick 5, start of the early pick 4, Churchill Downs, and Super Wonder Girl kicks it off, out dueling My Money at 7-1 to begin it.
Yeah, real exciting race here at Churchill Downs. And your winner got such a beautiful trip. Super Wonder Girl and her out of Beschizza being able to save ground, split horses. My Money got there, just didn't have quite enough to get it done, but put on a nice little show here.
Adam Beschizza, trainer Brian Williamson, 6-year-old mare still with plenty of fight left in her. Owned by Nancy Vanier, DP Alliance Racing. Picks up the 4th win of her career.
We said before they went in the gate, 7-1 was too big a price. You want to pay $16.30 Super Wonder Girl over My Money, and your exacta, good exacta prices at Churchill Downs, better than $88.
So the pick 4 in the books. What's that about? $11.50 on that pick 4 for 50 cents. Race 6. 6 furlong sprint, maiden special weight coming up here in Devil's Red as expected, taking a lot of money. A brother to 2-time Breeders' Cup Sprint winner Roy H. for Doug O'Neill.
Yeah, full brother to Roy H., being by More Than Ready. More Than Ready, an incredible sire. Graded stakes winners in 12 different countries, 7 different countries, grade 1 winners. Catholic Boy comes to mind. Obviously, Roy H., so many trained by Todd Pletcher. Just an incredible stallion.
For Calumet, that one will be debuting. A couple other interesting workers, it seems, for one for Steve Asmussen, one for Jason Barkley. We'll have more on that coming up in a moment. Coming up this weekend on all these important races at Belmont at the Big A, the Miss Grillo among them. Grade 2, mile and a 16th on the turf for 2-year-old fillies. And Chad Brown, he's going to send out Free Look, who impressed start number 2 at Saratoga as an odds-on favorite.
Yeah, you know, she was impressive. She was green first time, you know, had to wait, make a run. She was more forward, got more pace to run at Free Look. Get Fabian Pratt to stay put. I mean, she was very impressive. She's still going to have to continue to improve to handle the likes of the 6 Be Your Best, who defeated her first time out. But this was impressive. She took a big step forward. And when we talk about horses' strides, horse can win by open lengths and they're not striding out. This mare, this filly, she strode out until he geared her down. I mean, she won quite nicely.
And that was at a mile and 16th, same distance they'll be going on Saturday. This is the filly she's going to have to try and make up some ground on. Be Your Best beat her convincingly in the debut, and then she came back to win the P.G. Johnson as well.
Yeah, and the first time out, she rallied wide from further off the pace. This time, she kind of pulled Jose Ortiz up into position, and she showed a whole nother dimension, being able to sit in traffic and come through on the inside. And you want to talk about reaching out. This filly's got some stride on her. She's very, very impressive. Nice filly here from Mike Ryan.
Yeah, you really see her reaching to the wire in that performance. She's been dominant, too, both her first 2 starts, including that stakes win at Saratoga and that P.G. Johnson. Meanwhile, Alluring Angel, Jorge Abreu sends out debut winner sprinting at Saratoga. She's actually going to be going 2 turns for the first time in her career.
Yeah, and you know that's always the big question where you have your favorite and your second choice both have negotiated longer distances. Now she did go 6.5 here at Kentucky Downs, and
compromise start.
Yeah, you know, didn't have the best of it at the start. Kind of wound up further back than she probably would have liked, and just missed. And there's so much undulation to the course of Kentucky Downs that it can be a testing trip for a horse. You know, the ground's been firm. I've got to think she got a lot out of this from a fitness standpoint. This isn't your typical turf sprint. Again, it's more demanding at a place like Kentucky Downs because the ground isn't as level. So, I could see her certainly getting the mile and a 16th, no problem. I just really have a hard time seeing past Be Your Best and Free Look because they just seem like they're more mature at this stage than everybody else. They physically and mentally, they seem to have it together.
Be Your Best looks really good. I'm intrigued to see her back, but I do like, again, those 2 sprints, now stretching out. She's interesting, certainly, in that race. And Jose Lezcano, so good on the turf.
And he's just been riding in terrific form. I think sometimes we lose sight of just how consistent and good he is because he just goes about it quietly.
He really does. Silent assassin. For Zet, 2-year-old fillies, prep for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. This is coming up on Sunday. And Leave No Trace, American Rocket, set to do battle again. And speaking of Lezcano, he'll be on Leave No Trace.
Leave No Trace, very, very good. Broker maiden impressively for Phil Serpe. Came back with a nice win in the spin-away. She's tactical. She puts herself in the game. But she got a perfect trip in the spin-away, where American Rocket, not so much.
Yeah, you're being kind with that comment. It was a brutal trip. Watch that outside post with the 10.
Talk about young horses running to empty space. This is the epitome of it. Look, I mean, she just basically veered out towards the, where the gaps are and lost any chance. The fact that she got herself back in the race and was only beaten 3 1/4 lengths speaks volumes to this filly's ability. I mean, how many lengths did that cost her at the break?
Race was over, no chance. And as you said, she had 7 wide going around the turn as well to put in a run. As you said, Leave No Trace, tail of trips in here, would go on to win this race with a beautiful trip.
Well, and listen, let's give her credit. She makes her own trip because she's got natural speed and she puts herself in that position. So I don't want to, diminish Leave No Trace or how good her effort was, but American Rocket may have run the best race of all considering the start. If she gets a better draw this time, she gets another 1/8 of a mile to work with. I think there's a lot to look at there and a lot to like about American Rocket.
One of several punch your ticket to the Breeders' Cup races and that Breeders' Cup Challenge Series coming up over the next couple of weeks here at Belmont at the Big A. Going to see a lot of these faces early November in Lexington at Keeneland for the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, and this is the exciting time of the year. We're seeing, in most cases, their last prep before Breeders' Cup. So this is a time to kind of start forming your ideas and your opinions. And
do you have a horse right now that we potentially maybe saw this summer, Saratoga, that, and excluding the Classic, that you're most excited about seeing on Breeders' Cup weekend?
I honestly can't pinpoint one. No, I mean, there's just several different divisions. I'm curious about how the Colts are going to continue to develop. Now, what happens with a lot of our preps, because we have the one-turn mile here in New York, a lot of people will, opt to go to a race where they can get a two-turn race in because the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies and Colts are going to be run around 2 turns. So we might lose a horse or two because of that. Just tactically they want to have horses get that experience.
A lot of great storylines coming up for this Breeders' Cup, too. Bill Mott's filly, who looked so good winning at Glens Falls, then got beat coming back. Joel Rosario got criticized a little bit. Will she tackle the boys? Preferable distance, probably, or will she stay in that filly and mare turf?
Well, the one thing the longer the better for her. I think she had an unfortunate trip last time, but better to get those out of the way in the preps instead of the big dance.
Race 6, again, up next. Churchill and Devil's Red. Going to click down to 9-5 here in a moment. The two here, the brother, the 2-time Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Roy H. Meanwhile, looking at the 5, Trace Souls. Steve Asmussen, first-time starter by the Triple Crown champ Justify. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard. There's the winningest trainer, North American history. Post-parade coming up. Take a closer look at this field when we return. 6th from Churchill, 6 furlong sprint. 2-year-olds, many debuting coming up.
Want to get your career in horse racing off to a fast start? Well, the University of Arizona's Racetrack Industry Program is your winning ticket. The Racetrack Industry Program has served as a springboard to some of the industry's most successful individuals, with a proven track record of job placement right out of college. If you want to earn a degree in the exciting horse racing industry, the Racetrack Industry Program can put you in the winner's circle.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out they get to scratch on a mare in foal, they think it's super cool and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Must visit if you get the opportunity to legendary Claiborne Farm. Proud to have them as a sponsor. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Incredible history of what they have produced in this sport.
It's amazing getting to visit there. The hospitality is incredible. And you know that you're on hallowed ground. You feel the sense of history. A wonderful place to go.
We have the 6th here coming up. 2-year-olds, several making their debut, including this horse right here, the 4. Tapping out of tune for Jason Barkley. Bullet Drill. 47-2 move, quickest at 26 in the morning, September 24th, who is not really taking any money right now. 11-1, all that money going to the horse with a big pedigree for Doug O'Neill, Devil's Red.
Yeah, I mean, there's some, connections that are going to, higher profile connections going to garner more attention. Some pedigrees here that are just, going to jump off the page at you. Obviously, Devil's Red being the foal to Roy H. And that's a really smart-looking colt there. Steve Asmussen's the 5, Trace Souls.
Justify, son of the Triple Crown champ, out of a Tapit mare, Chocolate Souffle, debuting. And second choice right now. 5-2 on the board, getting set for the debut coming up. You always expect that barn to be ready to go first time out. $400,000 son of the Triple Crown winner.
Yeah, and Justify, we were talking about stallions getting off to good starts. He's 27% with his first-time starters out of his first crop, 27% overall with winners from this first crop of 2-year-olds from Justify, your Triple Crown winner.
So we're going to see the favorite here to kick things off in our post-parade as they make their way through the tunnel. Again, Devil's Red for trainer Doug O'Neill by the versatile More Than Ready and a brother to the 2-time Breeders' Cup sprinter Roy H., and he has been working very quick at Keeneland.
Good sharp works. Devil's Red, a nod towards the Calumet Farms of old, Devil's Red and Blue.
Here's the experience of the field, and we'll move turf to dirt. Accident.
Yeah, 7th start today, has shown speed at times, a little bit of speed, a little bit more speed recently on turf.
Quick bullet work from this horse last time out, tapping out of tune, a first-time starter.
Yeah, a horse that has shown some speed. I think it speaks to the depth of this field that this horse is kind of seemingly being overlooked.
By Belmont winner Taprit debuting here. Trace Souls, the Steve Asmussen runner by the Triple Crown champ Justify.
Yeah, first foal out of Chocolate Souffle, who was out of Super Espresso. Graded stakes winner for Bobby Flay. Horse got a strong pedigree both sides, female and male.
15-1 Crepe Yarns debuts for Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, first foal, a little bit more turfy there on the female side, and the pedigree looks very sharp on the racetrack. Ian Wilkes horses tend to get better with some racing.
Dwayne Lucas and a son of Claiborne Stallion Flatter debuting.
Yeah, this horse bred by Claiborne and Adele Dill Schneider. The mare was stakes placed, and this is a half to Enraged, also stakes placed.
Reagan, Accelerate. Been a slow start for him with his first crop.
Yeah, this is a first fall out of a mare that was a little bit more successful turf sprinting.
Here's the 10, big warm-up for Western Command for trainer Greg Foley.
Yeah, this mare of this horse had one foal, one winner. Kind of be interesting to see how he does first time. Very sharp on the track.
9-1 here. Macman, Brian Hernandez Jr. giving a big warm-up for Cherie DeVoe.
Yeah, another one out of a mare. 2 foals, 2 winners, and one of her foals won on debut, so there's precocity there.
Uh-oh. Got a gun runner here debuting. Sir Rock. Adam Beschizza for Kelsey Danner.
Out of a mare that had 1 foal to race that won on debut, you've got some sharp workouts, particularly the gate workouts. This horse really picked up the tempo, 46-4 on September 6th, and 1 minute and a fifth on September 19th outside post, so maybe he's involved early.
Gunrunner's brilliance adding to that this past Saturday. Of course, 5 stakes wins over the weekend, including sweeping those grade 1s at Parks. 6th coming up. Let's check it again with Paulie.
Yeah, Greg, and a big scratch in this race of the other gun runner, which was the Brad Cox runner in here, Double Barrel. And it kind of opened up a race because I think a lot of people were maybe looking at that horse. Now let's get to the 2 in here. The full brother to Roy H., Devil's Red. Wow, he looks just like his brother. I mean, if you remember, Roy H. did not break his mate until he was 3 and actually was a better horse when he turned into 4 and 5, actually his 5-year-old campaign. But he is big, just like his brother. If you remember, Roy H. was a big type of sprinter. He looked like he wanted to go around 2 turns, but he was a big type of horse. So I'm kind of worried that he gets the inside slot breaking from the rail. Hopefully he can get out of the gate and show those quickest works in the morning. Now the 5 here for Steve Asmussen, the 2 and the 5 are the lowest in the will pays, and it seems like the 5 just looks racy type to me and looks like a sprint type of horse. And when you look at the works, they're slow. And when you see slow works and money on the board, to me that means the horse is very, very live in here, and that's the 5 for Steve Asmussen. You guys made a note of the outside 3 runners, the 10, 11, and 12. I thought all 3 of them warmed up tremendous. The 12 Sir Rock is a $775,000 gun runner. 46-4 breezing from the gate at Colonial. That's a fast work. The 10 Western Command, that horse has got commanding curve in the bottom of his pedigree, a horse that ran 2nd in the Kentucky Derby for Dallas Stewart. And the 11 Macman is my long shot in here. I thought this horse for Cherie DeVoe. I know Cherie doesn't crank him up, but I like the way he warmed up as well. But the public is leaning towards the 5 here with Steve Asmussen. I do think the 2 has got a lot of substance. The gate might be the issue, Greg.
All right, Paulie, so we'll see how Devil's Red handles that inside post in here. Wow, he was your favorite just a few moments ago. Now he's all the way up to 3-1.
Yeah, and I think that Paul brings up a great question. The inside post isn't an easy slot for a young horse. First of all, it's a big field. You load first. You've got to wait for everybody else. You spend more time in there. Now you've got inside, space to your inside. So horses, young horses especially, have a tendency to run to empty space, especially if they have pressure from the outside. He's got good works. He's got the pedigree. He looked good on the racetrack.
If though, caveat to that, if he breaks clean, sharp out in front, he's got back-to-back bullet gate drills, or bullet drills, I should say. One of them a gate drill. Keeneland coming out, maybe it's a non-issue.
Maybe it's a non-issue. I will say, watching the horses warm up, I agree with Paul's assessment about the runners on the racetrack. But the 5, Tres Sol, was a whole nother level to me, leaving the paddock. I mean, this is a really handsome son of Justify with a strong female pedigree on the underside. All that Bobby Flay pedigree that we've seen. He's had some great success with his breeding program, particularly in the sales ring and breeding good horses.
Let's see if we can get another look at him before he loads. There he is. So point out to us what you're seeing.
He's made properly. Look at the line down his neck to his shoulder. I mean, he's just a really well-conformed individual. He looks sharp. I love when you see that animation in a horse's stride, even at a walk. It's kind of a bigger move, a bigger, swinging kind of walk, and he definitely has that going on. And, Paul brought up the slower works. That's Steve Asmussen's style. Breezes them slow, good gallop outs. Every now and then there'll be sprinkled in a fast work to, let them know that they're capable of doing that. But he's a guy that's able to get a lot out of his horses without having to work them fast.
Very different approach to some other trainers.
Well, that's the wonderment of training, though. There's so many different ways to do it, and that can be successful, and everybody finds that works for them and the niche that they carve out. What's the old saying? There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yep.
Not that I've ever skinned a cat. I don't need anybody getting on me about that.
9-5 favorite, Trey Soul, Steve Asmussen, son of the Triple Crown champ, Justified, big pedigree, and he's become your favorite over a horse who is the pedigree horse. Fans enjoying this Thursday evening here under the Twin Spires. You always get great crowds when you get evening racing.
Well, people have to work during the day. Now it's Thursday night. Hey, let's go get off work and head to the Downs and have a good time. And obviously, they're having a good time.
See what happens here with a bunch of first-time starters, with the exception of the 3 Accident, who's 15-1 on the board. Everyone making their debut. That 10-horse warmed up nice, too, under Rafael Bejarano, Western Command. Big number at 19-1.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what racing's about. We're always thinking about the future, what's going to be. And when you get 2-year-olds, you never know when you're going to see the next star.
Is it here? And can this brother to Roy H., 2-time Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, overcome that inside post here? Can he break sharp? He's been very quick, certainly in his last 2 works, including a gate drill, bullet drill, Keeneland. Devils read the 2, the inside post for Doug O'Neill. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Trey Solis, like a rocket out of there, quickly in front. Reagan comes on to grab second, and Sirac is away third, but they're all chasing Trey Solis down the backstretch run. Reagan is right there second, Sirac on the outside third, Major Blue up into fourth, Devil's Red down inside, advancing from fifth. Macman is sixth, Western Command in seventh, Accident is down inside eighth, tapping on a tune in tight between them ninth, and a massive margin back to Crepe Yarns to trailer, totally outrun early. That opening quarter was 22-3, and the leader is Trey Solis. Reagan revving up on the outside second. Wide trip for Sirac in third. Major Blue honing in toward the inside in fourth. And then it's Macman and Western Command. They're off the turn. Reagan rolls off the turn in front. It's Reagan the leader, 3/16 to go. Trey Solis has to dig in, and digging in he is doing. Trey Solis re-rallying on Reagan. These two shoulder to shoulder, 100 yards to go. Reagan digs in once more. Trey Solis surges down inside. Ding dong to the wire. Trey Solis got it. A determined winner over Reagan in second, long way back to Macman third, and Accident was fourth.
What a gutsy effort from Trace Souls in his debut here. He had every right to throw in the towel here at the stretch as he's confronted by the 9 here, Reagan, and he is able to eke out this win as the 8-5 favorite.
A nice effort from both these colts. Trey Souls and Reagan threw it down. Look at the separation back to the third horse. When a young horse shows this kind of determination and fight, they've already proven that they've got the desire. He has the ability. Now he showed that he'll fight for it. A nice run from Reagan as well. I mean, honestly, a race that didn't deserve a loser. Both these colts really laid it on the line.
Long way back. He had a third-place finisher. These two were much the best. Tres Sols carving out all those early fractions as well. And to be able to tackle this challenge late, absolutely has a lot of heart.
Yeah, how many times have we seen this, though? Steve Asmussen's horses so well schooled, break from the starting gate, running, understand their job, so professional. And that all goes back to the fact that they start in Laredo with Steve's dad, Keith, breaking and training these young horses and getting them ready with their early lessons to go to the track. It's a total family affair, and incredible the relationship they've had with the Winchell family for so many years.
Finally got that canoe in the infield at Saratoga painted in those colors with a Travers win with Epicenter, and now a promising 2-year-old for potentially next first Saturday in May of 2023. First, one step at a time, but impressive performance from Tres Sols. And final time, 1:10-3 as well.
That was a real good race. And, you know, let's give a little bit of credit, too, to the 11, Macman, who actually finished with interest. I mean, he ran okay. I mean, he was well beaten, but I thought he finished with enough interest to point out. I think this, when we look back on this historically, this is going to be a very, very strong race.
Tres Sols, Justify, continuing to impress with his first-time starters, and Accelerate, who has had a tough time with his first-year runners. Big one here from his first-timer. Reagan just misses. 5-9, 11-3. 8-5 favorite. Takes the 6 here at Churchill Downs. Well, the price is for you when we come back. Ricardo Santana Jr. potentially in another real good one here for Steve Asmussen. We'll hear from Tom Amoss when we come back on his favorite race.
Standing at Gainesway.
Back on America's Day of the Races program, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Impressive debut from Tres Sols. For the man standing by with Paul LaDuca.
Yes, I am with the man. Steve Asmussen has another one to his North American record and wins, and Tres Sols gets the job done here. This is a colt by Justify, and Richard Migliori back in the studio said, wow, what a good-looking horse, and you even said it too as well, Steve-O.
He is very athletic-looking horse. Goes about his business really well. We're obviously very excited about running him and like the outcome.
Yeah. he really dug in here. Now, he's a horse that is bred to go a little bit farther. Now, you can just take the process a little bit and see how he comes back, or you think you're going to go around 2 turns next time?
We'll stretch him out slowly. He doesn't carry a lot of weight. I think it's, his physical development is coming. He's got an extremely nice frame. Needs to put a little strength over it, but I think he has an exciting future.
Okay, let's get to Gulfport in the Champaign on Saturday. When he was at Saratoga, did he see something in the stands when he floated out wide there?
Well, I think, with the racetrack in the hopeful, everybody's trying to find the right part of a racetrack. I think he was out far enough that he just kind of got lost there for a bit. Jumped to his right lead before they were done turning the whole 9 yards. It was an eventful day at the races and not exactly his day.
So has he been training up in Saratoga? Has he been here and he's going to ship in the race?
Yeah, we kept him up at Saratoga, shipping over from Belmont to Aqueduct. Pretty much the same thing. So,
and what are the tactics going to be? The same as they've been before?
I like his draw. If he's away cleanly, I think Jose will handle him well.
Well, Trey Souls gets the job here, and a colt that's got a big promise. And Gulfport going to try to prove himself again in the Champaign on Saturday.
Couple of really intriguing 2-year-olds. This one, obviously, 2-year-old on the rise off that performance first time out. Yeah, we'll see what Gulfport can do in that Grade 1 Champaign. He won't have to deal with Forte.
No, and I like the fact that he stayed up in Saratoga. We've seen Steve do this in the past. Scott Blasi, one of his chief assistants, stays up there with the horses, and they just do so good. The cooler nights, upstate New York. I'm excited to see Gulfport, and just what Steve said with that really good outside draw.
Race 7, mile and an eighth. It's an allowance optional claiming field. Salute the flag right now. Favored for trainer Larry Jones coming out of a stakes race at Ellis. You could make a case for many in here, including Mr. 4000, Tom Amoss, our colleague sitting out Misty Vale. He'll have Francisco Arrieta aboard, and you would think speed the plan, as usually is, out of that Tom Amoss barn with that 4-year-old filly. Well, in a career that recently saw him eclipse 4,000 trips to the winner's circle, Tom Amoss has had his picture taken more than most could dream of. But there's one win that will always be near and dear to his heart in this edition of My Favorite Race.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it, because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13 hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's gonna take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm gonna win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Amoss Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
I always love these features. I think it's one of the best features we do, to hear from these different barns and what a race that's so important to them, what it means to them. And you hear from Tom, the emotion just kind of comes out in his voice.
Oh, absolutely. You can hear and feel the pride he had in Serengeti Empress and how game she was. And that's what differentiated her from a normal speed horse. Not only would she go fast, when she would get hooked late, she would find more and fight. Most speed horses use their speed. They get away from the field and they hang on. She would fight you tooth and nail for it.
Yeah, I thought her best performance of her career, obviously that was a big moment, but her ballerina. When she was on the rail, broke slow out of the gate, rushed up, fought with other speed, and I believe 44 and change for the half.
Yeah.
And still able to hold off the closers in a very good field to win a Grade 1 at Saratoga. That was incredible. That was as a 4-year-old, obviously, but she was a special talent.
Oh, special talent. Fast and fight you for it. And, you know, we talk about Serengeti Empress and Tom so much, but Tom's trained some really good horses as well. Heritage of Gold, Lone Sailor, Rise Up, Delani. I mean, there's a litany of good horses that he's developed over the years. And 4,010 wins now, 116 million in purses, 16,000 starters. That's 25%.
Highest win percentage of anyone in the top 20 in the history of this sport in wins. Just incredible what Tom Amoss has produced in his career. He's going to send out Misty Vale. Chance to get number 4,011 coming up on a filly that should be forwardly placed in this 1 1/8 race. Coming out of a stakes race last time out at Saratoga. She's 5-2 on the board right now. Second choice, and Francisco Arrieta will ride. Lights on under the Twin Spires in Louisville. We'll be back with the post parade 12 minutes away. Race 7 on this Thursday evening card. The feature coming up when we return on America's Day at the Races.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKinsey. As Street Sense's best son, McKinsey is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 1/8 miles. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
Mackenzie is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. You know, I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kira Conti's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kira Conti's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away, 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
We are back, and we have the feature coming up on this Thursday evening card at Churchill Downs Mile and an 8th in this allowance optional claiming field as we look at Designer Ready, daughter of Tappet. Brian Hernandez Jr. will be aboard, and yes, Tappet, of course, the star of that stallion roster at Gainesway.
Tappet, what a mark he's made as a stallion, and just so interesting to see these horses race as racehorses and then turn to their second careers and what they can continue to accomplish.
Well, she went on the turf last start, but the last time she was on dirt, it was at Churchill, and she was a winner, going 1.5 mile distance.
Yeah, I mean, she stayed the 1.5 miles. I mean, I think there's other horses in here that I'm leaning towards, but the race is interesting from a pace dynamic. Misty Vale does her best running on the lead, but she's also got speed drawn right to her outside in the 3 Swarmy. Does she make the lead here, or does she get in a cutthroat speed duel? I mean, you know, I think Misty Vale could be the best horse, but the race might not set up.
She has won when she's sat off. I mean, she's been right there, but she's not been the one in front. We saw her do that at Oaklawn in May, but she's got to be forward. You got to, I guess, Tom, you know how aggressive he is. Break, try and get to the front. If Smarmy is just all out to go, you got to be close and not let her out of your sight, right?
Well, this is when you also got to handicap not only horses, but you handicap riders as well. Swarmy's ridden by Julien Leperoux. Julian's not a rider that sends horses. If a horse shows speed, naturally and takes him there. But Julian's tendency is to get horses to settle. He's more comfortable coming from just off the pace. Francisco Arrieta, especially with Tom Amoss as the trainer, I'm sure his instructions are, hey, you come out running and try to make the lead, where you'll see Julian will be probably a bit more quieter, but Swarmy can be a little bit keen at times.
She's shown, talking about the 3 Smarmy, she's shown legit sprint speed too. She might just be naturally quicker than Misty Vale, but these two you would think they're going to throw down early. So we'll see who's more committed to getting to the front. Jungle Juice, the 4, she's not slow either. So another one to throw into the mix, which could be a fairly hot pace here in this 7th at Churchill. We've talked about it. Obviously, early on in the card, speed was doing very well. It's continued to do so. We saw that speedster hang on for Steve Asmussen, that first-time starter. Here's Microcap, Grant Forster trains.
Yeah, also another one that has races that are good enough to win here and gets a good inside draw. Put a line through the last race, Sloppy Track in the Delaware Park Handicap.
Tom Amoss with Francisco Arrieta, Misty Vale, 12 of her 19 starts, first or second.
Does her best work on the lead. I'm sure they're going to be looking for the lead. Will that space be occupied?
Smarmy wants to be there as well, you would think, with Julien Leperoux, 5-1.
Natural speed, rider that likes horses to settle. Let's see what Smarmy, I was saying Smarmy does.
And Jungle Juice, Raylu Gutierrez, another one who's quick, 7 for 50 lifetime record.
Horse that has sprint speed. I mean, so this horse could be maybe even the fastest of the fast here. Raylu Gutierrez, another rider, though, tends to like to get horses to settle, run into his hands.
Salute the Flag and Larry Jones trains. Mitch Murrow rides and could be sitting a great trip.
I think that's why this horse is taking all the money she is. She probably is going to get the best trip because she's going to be lurking from just off the pace.
And wow, how did anyone not see this? Daughter of Tappet winning at 1.5 miles at Churchill 2-back.
Yeah, Tappet, he's put together a pretty nice record in the Belmont Stakes, hasn't he?
He has. So no surprise. She went off the favorite that day for what it's worth. That was the last time she was on dirt. She's 6-1.
Yeah, I mean, she's interesting. Part of the reason Churchill Downs didn't have turf racing in the spring, so they kind of had to play the option handed to them, right? So they went to dirt, going the 1.5 miles when they closed down that turf course.
Interesting feature race here coming up. Let's go to Paul for more.
Yeah, it is an interesting race, Greg and Mig. I just want you guys to take back, or let's go back to Saratoga last time Misty Vale ran. Tom Amos went off the set to saddle her for us on Saratoga Live, and then he came back on the set and just said, listen, she did not take to the racetrack. Trevor McCarthy was asking her that day, and she just did not want to go to the front end. And he just told me after the race that she was swimming over that racetrack. She needs the lead, and especially after her last 2 efforts over a muddy racetrack and a racetrack she obviously did not love. She comes back to Churchill Downs where she does have 5 starts here, a win, 3 seconds, and a third. She's never been off the board. And speed is her weapon. Now, I know there is a ton of other pace in here with the 3 and the 4, but I think Tom has to go to the front end with Francisco Arrieta and try to establish that front lead. And we're showing you the replay of the race, 3-back at Churchill against WW Fitzy, who is another speed type as well. WW Fitzy is a nice little filly in her own right. And Misty Vale just basically lays over this field if she's left alone on the lead. If she's not, then that includes the 5 Salute the Flag, obviously. A horse that's coming from off the pace here for Larry Jones. The win 2-back was here at Churchill. Has run 2 good races at Churchill. Actually 3 good races, and probably will get the setup in here. But I also am not going to throw out the 6. A horse that did win at 1.5 miles here over the dirt. A little frisky in the warm-up, but I think another horse that can come from off the pace. So the 1 in here is interesting, but I do think Misty Vale is still the one to beat if she can get to the front end. I don't care how much pressure she takes, but the 5 and 6 are going to be rolling late, and I'll take the 6 at a little bit better of a price.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Yeah, the more I look at Jungle Juice, the 4, this one wants to be forward, doesn't she? But do you think Tom, to Paul's point, not happy that she didn't want to go to the front? Bullet drill September 16 at Churchill coming out of that race. He wants her in front.
Yeah, listen, Tom is a trainer that understands the value of speed. I mean, he reminds me a great deal of Michael Hushin, who I used to ride a lot for. They understand that speed is always dangerous. Listen, Misty Vale didn't handle the racetrack at Saratoga, which was a bit deeper this year than some other years. But I do think that sharp drill at Churchill, 59, 2-back, signifies he wants speed out of her.
She's become the favorite, too. So the one who could pick up the pieces potentially with a hot pace, Salute the Flag, the 5 at 2-1. Mitch Murrill for Larry Jones. And we're going to go 2 starts back. This was a win at Churchill at 1.16 miles to get through her first allowance condition from a stalking position.
Yeah, got a nice trip, showed the ability to be in behind horses, take the kickback. She was very, comfortable in not the most comfortable position, so you got to give her high marks for that. She finally sifted out to the clear and really finished. I mean, this was a real nice effort from her. I'm sure they're looking for a very similar trip today where she'll just be lurking in behind the speed. But she's got some pedigree. You really got to like what you see there. By Curlin out of Private Ensign. There's a lot to like there. And Larry Jones, the trainer's horses tend to get better, too, with racing.
And we've talked about how good the front end has been, tonight. But we saw Super Wonder Girl win from off the pace.
Well, maybe it's more a function of that it's kinder to inside runners, and inside runners tend to be on the lead because, some horses don't run great behind horses or take the kickback or not as brave. But she's already shown the ability to do that.
Wow, the public all over Misty Vale. 8-5 here. She's a solid favorite I guess the fact that she's shown some versatility. She doesn't have to have the lead. At least we see a win where she didn't have the lead at Oakland. earlier.
Yeah, but she was basically battling. She wasn't in front, but she was essentially head and head for the lead. You know, just about a neck to a half length off it on the inside though. So she did show some coverage there. We should ask Paul: was Tom there to saddle, or is he home watching us watch his filly?
I would guess he puts in the hours.
If I was a trainer, it was night racing, my assistant be saddling.
He was there Saturday night in that Seneca Overnight Stakes win. 1 1/8 coming up, Misty Vale. The favorite for Tom Amoss with Francisco Arrieta. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Jungle Juice breaks sharply and is quickly in front. Jungle Juice clear by 2 in the first few strides. Salute the Flag comes on. Smarmy was in tight and checked repeatedly there. Shuffled back to last was Smarmy. Tough early quarter for that one. So into the opening turn they go, and it's Jungle Juice out there after that good beginning, setting the pace. Salute the Flag is second. Designer Ready broke outwardly and is stuck 3 wide, racing up into third. Microcap toward the inside is now fourth. Misty Vale comes away fifth. And Smarmy is still fighting Julien Leparoux at the back of the pack. He's trying to settle her down. She's very keyed up. 6 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter goes in 24-4. Jungle Juice down the backstretch run with 5 furlongs to go. Prompted by Designer Ready in second. Microcap has advanced up on the outside and has taken over third. Salute the Flag is down inside fourth. Misty Vale's going to be wide of the far turn in fifth. And Smarmy has settled down now at the back in 6th. She's within 5 lengths of the lead. And that leader is Jungle Juice, who has built a 2-length lead after a half mile and 49 seconds flat. Jungle Juice rounding the far turn. The leader heading for the quarter pole. Designer Ready comes on 2 wide. Microcap rallying on the outside, now second and coming after Jungle Juice. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Jungle Juice set down for the drive. Microcap continues to rally. And Smarmy comes alive down the center. Designer Ready is there. 1 furlong to go. Jungle Juice is still there. Jungle Juice still the leader by 2. Microcap put in a bid, rejected. Designer Ready, Smarmy, everybody chasing Jungle Juice home. Upset winner, wire to wire. Microcap might have grabbed second. Designer Ready, Salute the Flag, and Smarmy in a photo for the Miners.
Speed of the speed, gate to wire, 14-1, and you got to think there's a couple of connections in here thinking that should have been us.
Well, she bounced out of the gate. You know, Greg, we were talking about that she had sprint speed, and she was the only horse that genuinely broke cleanly. And you saw Reylu Gutierrez had a plan. He went to the lead, and he rode a terrific race. You have to be a bit askance of some of the other tactics in here. Keep an eye on the 2 doesn't break well, Misty Vale. Smarmy kind of bobbled too, but
was rank early.
Yeah, but how'd she wind up that far back? At least if you get your position going forward, now you're not in a tougher spot. Now he's just completely jammed. The 2 and the 3 both broke a little flat-footed. The 4 broke sharp, Jungle Juice. That's why starts are important.
We thought Jungle Juice might be the speed of the speed anyway. She was a legitimate speedster in sprint races. Never should she have been 14-1.
No, that was a ridiculous price for her. I honestly think you would have had a hard time making her be that loose, that easy. I thought she could make the lead, but, I mean, she basically got gifted the lead when she broke sharp and the other speeds didn't, and then they had considerable trouble, Smarmy especially. Misty Vale's just not breaking. She's not pushing off well. She's just not jumping out of the blocks as sharp as I've seen her do it in the past. But listen, let's give credit to the winner, Jungle Juice. Great job by Ana Mia. Reylu Gutierrez picked up the mount. Renee Diaz injured yesterday. Gave this horse a tremendous ride. Jungle Juice, we just witnessed a felony, theft on the front end.
Front continuing tonight to be a great place to be, puts extra emphasis on getting that forward trip. And Reylu Gutierrez, little assist as well, but we going in looked like maybe the speed of the speed anyway, wins at 14-1 here in the feature We'll have the prices for you when we come back. One more to come on this Churchill Downs Thursday evening card. And we'll have the story of another equine athlete in their second career prepping for the Thoroughbred Makeover program.
Here comes Tama. Tama in the center of the track with good-looking strides, squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Tama going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds.
Come dream with us at Three Chimneys.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for being with us. Feature in the books. Jungle Juice. Raylu Gutierrez gets this mare out quickest in a race where it looked like potentially three of them wanted the front. She goes gate to wire for the win, 8th win of her career. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, I'm with winning rider here, Raylu Gutierrez, and you hit the nail right on the head. When you saw the two did not break, you took advantage of it, Raylu.
Yeah, Misty Vale is known for her speed, and I saw she broke a little slow, so I just wanted to get over and push them out into the first turn, make everybody make a decision. And we weren't really slow opening quarter. I was able to slow her down a little bit for the half, and from there it was just let's see if she can just hang on.
You know, she's the kind of horse that's shown a lot of speed, but you got her to settle. The 5 was on your hip for a little while, the 6 was on her hip, but she answered every question when she was coming down the backside.
Well, that's due to her training. Anime does a great job, and really it's just they come into the race, relaxed. It makes it easier for us, so I just have to thank the trainer for having her ready and relaxed for me.
Well, great ride here by Raylu Gutierrez. And by the way, is this a hunch bet tonight? This is a son of Bengal in the Jungle. Do you have the Bengals tonight on the Thursday night game?
I won at Belterra today in Cincinnati, right?
There you go. The Bengals are a lock tonight, Greg. They're a lock.
Play it forward. Bungle in the Jungle. 31-74 for the win. Gate to wire score 4-1-6 there, but we'll bend it a bit.
Well, Raylu jumped right in too, and he won over there in Ohio today. So, you know what? They sold me.
This was fun to watch. 6-year-old mare. This is probably one of the best races she's produced in a long career. That's a 51st start of her career, beating a couple of pretty good ones there. Going to close out the card. Churchill Downs, 75,000 maiden claiming 7/8 of a mile race. Scratch Tebow. Oh, no, sorry. New Gelding, I should say Tebow. One of several in here. Rumble Ready as well. And Street Fight. And Mahoney Road, who apparently has been training very well. And that 4-1 is going to come down, no question, for that Greg Foley runner on the outside. It's one of the many terrific programs doing good in this game for our equine athletes once their racing careers are over on the racetrack. The Retired Racehorse Project retrains thoroughbreds for a second career. And Guns of Steel, who was prolific on the racetrack during his racing days, is proving equally adept as he trains for an upcoming competition.
My horse is Guns of Steel. We affectionately call him Obi. He's a 10-year-old off-track thoroughbred. He retired in June of 2021 with 73 starts. He hit the board 34 times. Out of that 34, he came home the winner in 20.
This was an absolute blowout. Guns of Steel embarrassing the competition.
His average take-home per start was $6,000 with an overall career win of $443,000, and he sold at Fasig-Tipton as a yearling for $30,000.
He was very well loved in his racing career and now very well loved by his owner, Chelsea, and is hoping to be a competitive horse at the makeover this year. I'm Chelsea's teammate, so we'll compete him together.
The off-the-track thoroughbred just has the best brain. They love to come to work. They don't mind like what their job is, they just want a job, and they will show up 110% every single day. They have that special just spark about them that they're game to do whatever job that you want them to do, and they want to do it day in and day out. And I haven't found that consistently in any other breed of horse. He is actually my 5th off-the-track thoroughbred.
He is 10 years old, and he doesn't look a bit over 4. He is just gorgeous. The horse is a total knockout.
The makeover is honestly the happiest horse show on earth. And I think that's the best way to describe it, because it is a training competition, so there is competition, but I have never been to another horse show where every single competitor, every single person there, the volunteers, the spectators, the grooms, are cheering every other person on, because we're all there to show how amazing off-the-track thoroughbreds are in all of the disciplines. Just getting there is exciting, and everything else after that is just a cherry on top.
It sounds like an incredible atmosphere and something you'd love to be a part of and see, but it shows the resiliency of these thoroughbreds. They have so much to give, so much life to live after their careers on the racetrack are over.
It's fantastic, and I love that we're highlighting and showcasing this, because I think for years, former racehorses, thoroughbreds got a bad rap as being difficult to manage, being a little bit hot-blooded, not having good minds. They have incredible minds, and they're used to so many things: shipping, traveling, seeing new places, different paddocks, spectators, and they're just very, very smart horses that are incredibly athletic. And if given an opportunity to kind of let down, reset, they can learn any multiple disciplines.
That competition, speaking of in that feature, by the way, October 12th through the 15th, Kentucky Horse Park, Lexington. You can donate. For more information, you go to the rrp.org and contribute whatever you can.
Absolutely. Anybody that derives their living in this game or spend a day at the afternoon enjoying the races, it's incumbent upon all of us to give something back to the horses.
And you've done your share as well at the farm in upstate New York?
Well, it's, you know, listen, I wouldn't have that farm if it wasn't for horses. So horses bought me that farm. So to have, you know, an opportunity to have a place for an outlet for a horse that needs a home. And I have pasture pets. They're not ridden. They're just living their life and enjoying themselves. In the morning, Greg, I get my coffee. I look out my big picture window. If the horse is already turned out in the side paddock, there's no better scene. And there's Delilah having a snack with one of her all-time favorites, Skeptical. She loves grain. My Cavalier loves grain. How beautiful is that horse?
Who's this?
That's Skeptical. He was by Chris S. out of Fapiano. Just as kind and gentle a soul as I've ever been around. He actually was bred by John Ed Anthony, Loblolly Stable,
Yeah.
sold in Saratoga as a yearling for $250,000, wound up in England with Sir Michael Stout training him. Our own colleague, Gary Stevens, actually rode him in England, wound up in Southern California, Northern California, all the way to Finger Lakes before he found his way to our place. But an incredible journey that he had, and he had a wonderful, wonderful adventure life around the world.
I just realized what I need to get you for Christmas now. Do you have the past performances framed up on the wall of your horses?
I don't, but I got some win pictures of Skeptical, and I gave them to my wife, Carmela, for her birthday. Can't buy anything for her. She's tough to buy for. She loved that. I called the track photographer there, and he sent me win pictures of Skeptical.
We should put up the past performances in the stalls. That'd be a good addition.
I like that.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We're going to look ahead to a big showdown in the 2-year-old division with eyes on the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Midnight Bisou's brother verifying a date with Gulfport, the Bashford Manor winner, in the Champagne coming up this weekend.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our live coverage on FS2. Thanks for spending your Thursday evening or afternoon with us, wherever you may be. It's brought to you in part by champion sprinter Run Happy, now standing in legendary stall #1, Claiborne Farm. Big weekend coming up with Breeders' Cup implications here at Belmont at the Big A. Among them, 2-year-olds with eyes on the Juvenile in the Grade 1 Champagne. Andiamo Afarense verifying the brother to Midnight Bisou, the champion, and Gulfport all lining up in this race and verifying that big pedigree for Brad Cox. First time out was odds on, Mig, at Saratoga this summer. Lived up to the hype.
Well, he obviously had tipped his hand in his morning trials. You see Joel Rosario aboard verifying, helped him change his right lead there, but he never goes all in. He kind of builds a horse into his finish, right? He's inside the 8th pole before he starts really asking him for his best. Now he hits the front. Some horses will have a tendency to ease themselves up. They are a herd animal, particularly a young horse. Just gave him a couple of underhanded reminders with the crop. Hey, we got a job to finish here. Got a big figure here. This is a horse, too, the way he moves makes you feel like distance won't be a problem. It is a big jump, 6 furlongs to a mile, but he's a very efficient moving horse, great stride on him. And we talked about Justify earlier today. He better than 27% with his first crop runners.
Seems like a lot left in the tank, right? When he went past the wire, we will see 6 furlongs in the debut, stretching out to mile start #2. Meanwhile, Gulfport blazing 7s. They both tried Forte in that Grade 1 hopeful. Gulfport battle tested. It's going to be his 5th start coming up on Saturday.
Well, he's got the most foundation. He's and the best progression, if you ask me. Started his career at 5 furlongs, went to 6, 6.5, 7, now gets a mile. Thought he ran extremely well here against Forte in the Hopeful, and he didn't give up. Like, he lost ground at the top of the stretch when he jumped his right lead early, got a little bit lost on the track, but he didn't cave in, and the space that Forte was able to, the separation he was able to put between them, basically held that through the stretch. He didn't lose ground.
Meanwhile, Andiamo Afarense won his debut at Belmont in the slop. Respectable third in the Sanford. Then he dropped into State Bred Company and dominated on another wet track in the funny side.
Yeah, watch here when Jose Ortiz goes to the crop. He reacted negatively to it. He jumped back to his left lead, veered in a little bit. What I'm not crazy about, and I think this is a very talented horse, is you can visually see his stride shorten and deteriorate the last part of it. And it wasn't, at least appeared to me, it wasn't that he was just easing himself up because he was alone on the lead. It just looks like his stride got shorter because he was a tired horse. Now, he set very fast fractions. His ears are flat back.
He didn't switch leads till late, too.
Well, he switched early to his right, but switched back to his left. And then I just see a sprinter. I don't think he's going to really relish the mile.
We will find out. Questions to answer coming up this weekend. First time going a mile. First time going beyond 6.5 for the brother to the ultra-talented, multiple-graded stakes winner, Firenze Fire. That is the Grade 1 Champagne, race 10 on the Saturday card, on a day when many will stamp their tickets to the Breeders' Cup. We're getting set for the finale under the lights at Churchill Downs, and it's two really taking the bulk of the attention in here. Brad Cox's Slim Man, who, if you go 3 starts back, a race that would just dominate this group at Oaklawn. He has not backed it up in 2 starts since. And then you have the 11, Mahoney Road, getting back to dirt. Last time he was on the dirt, he was beat by a horse named Trafalgar, who won his next start, and they actually put him out on the Triple Crown Trail after that in Le Comp when he was 4th in a race in which Epicenter ran 2nd.
I thought Mahoney Road was very interesting. I like him getting back to the dirt. The outside draw, when I first handicapped this, I said, well, he's in a good spot. He can follow from the outside. I just don't know that you really want to follow from the outside today.
And you've still been unclear. Obviously, forward's been good, but the inside's been good too.
I think inside is more to the point.
You want to get as close as you can to that fence.
Well, don't you think the last race with Jungle Juice kind of was evidence of that? That, you know, it looked like she had a stiff challenge at the 8th pole, and then it was almost like she caught that moving sidewalk that you get in some airports.
Even the first-time starter for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, he just fought back on the inside.
So Tyler Gaffleone's got his work cut out from that outside post. We start with Beyblader off to claim Tim Gleishaw.
Yeah, it takes a big step up, claimed for 30, and now shows up for 75.
Tebow going to move turf to dirt, start number 4.
And returns as a gelding. Will the gelding be what was needed to find his best? It's going to have to improve vastly.
Here's Slim Man, trained by Brad Cox Connections, who sent out Zozos to this year's Derby.
Horse that has speed, should be forward. Obviously, a lot to like.
Derivative, Mark Casse trains, has only been on turf in 3 starts.
Yeah, tries the dirt for the first time, but again, they don't have turf as an option there at Churchill Downs right now.
Rumble Ready, this one making career start number 6, a new gelding as well.
Yeah, more recently on the turf, has shown speed though, so could be forward.
Triple Option, Brian Hernandez, rider change, and blinkers gone.
Yeah, a couple of changes here, but he's going to have to improve.
Second biggest price. Sorry, third biggest price on the board. Vale here for Grant Forster.
Yeah, makes that drop in class. His first race wasn't bad. When he broke slow, he actually finished a little bit. And the last time he showed absolutely nothing.
First time starter. This is Rough Sketch. Ben Colebrook sends out, gets Lasix.
And out of a stakes winning mare too, so there's some pedigree here.
Only, 2 dirt starts for Street Fight. The majority of his races have been on grass.
Yeah, I mean, he ran second in an off-the-turf event at Monmouth as a baby, going 5 furlongs and got a low figure.
109 to 1. He was in the Hopeful against Gunite, by the way. Kenrick, the 10, 32 to 1.
Yeah, another one more recently on turf, but does have a couple of decent dirt races.
Wow, this horse looks good, doesn't he?
Making a nice impression here, Mahoney Road. And this was my top selection when I first handicapped this. I'm a little bit worried about the outside position, but he gets Tyler Gaffleone. And one of the things Tyler Gaffleone has done in his career, and I believe he's patterned himself after Jerry Bailey, getting his position going forward and putting horses in position to win. To me, that was the biggest influence on his riding.
Nightcap coming up. Paulie, Slim Man, it's Brad Cox. You talked about this horse way earlier on our program, said he seemed to be going the wrong way a little bit. That has not scared the public away.
Well, obviously it's not going to scare the public away because I think of the connections. And if you go back to this horse's second career start, it lays over this field, and you wonder yourself, how come this horse didn't move forward since then? Because he's just absolutely moved backwards. His 2 starts since then, he was laid up. He came back in July. He went off at a little bit under 4-1, and he just sort of gave way that way. Now, they did run a fast time in 109 and change, but he's just not getting played right in this race at 2-1. You would think he would get played a lot more. Now, to get to the 6th horse in here, for all your Navy, Air Force, and Army fans, yes, there's still the 3 teams in NCAA football that are running the triple option. And, you know, this is a horse, blinkers go on for Robert Funky Cole Medina, who can flat out train. He's had a couple horses that have dropped and have popped and won. Joey Talamo takes the ride. This horse's first start was not that bad, an evenly run race. And I would think that this horse has got a big shot. If I'm not mistaken, it's not Joe Talamo, it's Brian Hernandez aboard on the 6. I apologize there. But, guys, I just cannot get off the 11. I will say this before. The 9 is second in the wheel pace, so has taken money. Michael Tomlinson's already had a dropper. But Mahoney Road, I just go back to that 2-year-old number. That 2-year-old number is so giant to me. Horse has been working great, looks tremendous on the racetrack. Works have been good. Greg Foley's horses, when they take money, they usually run well. I've loved the 11 since the beginning of the day. I tried to get everything to this horse, but I could not, so I played a little win money on the 11 ball here.
Paulie, yeah, the 11 looks great too. Hey, back to his triple option comment. Paulie, Army walloped Nova when they last played 49-10. They ran it 55 times. They threw it once. Wow.
That's like unheard of in this thing.
It was absolutely unbelievable. But I will say this. Nevada might be one of the worst programs in all of football, considering they gave up, I didn't think they scored against Iowa the week before. But the Black Knights did put on a show.
Yes, they did. That triple option could still get it done. Can it get it done here? Triple option coming off a turf race last time out. The debut at Ellis from triple option the 6 actually was not bad.
Well, now the name makes even more sense, right? Coach Parcells, owner of August Dawn Farm. I mean, that's a pretty cool tie-in. And
this Mahoney Road looked tremendous on the track. I thought form-wise was the one to beat. Looks-wise, he's the one to beat. But again, as you brought up throughout the night, tough post the way the track's been playing.
Yeah, he's going to have to find his way to save some ground.
Let me ask you, you're Tyler Gaffalione. Through in your career, you're in this position. How do you try and weave your way? It's not like this horse has blazing speed.
No, and it is 7 furlongs. There is some speed. He did show decent speed going a mile last October. They did go 44-4, and he was a length and a half off the lead. I think you got to come out running, and you've got to look for the gap. I mean, if nobody happens to go and the pace isn't as hot, just go to the lead if you can, if you're capable of it. But if not, you've got to just try to find that break between flights, because we've seen tonight, you just can't be 3-4 wide around that far turn and be successful. I mean, you just have to be too much the best to overcome what I perceive as a very strong inside Churchill Downs tonight.
The good news, I guess, for Tyler Gaffalione, and there is the 11, who he rides here Mahoney Road. There's not a ton of pace, it looks like. Slim Man, obviously, the 3, looks like he's going to be forward. Probably that Ford derivative. He showed turf speed in his debut at Churchill, and turf speed usually translates to dirt speed, although the last couple of starts has not been as quick.
No, but again, maybe, you come out running. We saw what happened last race, Jungle Juice. Raylu Gutierrez came bouncing out of the gate. A couple other horses didn't break as sharp, and now he had control of the race. It's so important in this day and age, information age. You can watch replays. You may look at a form and go, wow, there's speed in here. But then go watch the replays, and you realize they don't have what I call gate speed. Their first step or two isn't as fast as maybe the horse you're on. This gives you an opportunity to make up their mind for them.
Got to ride with conviction. If you're Mahoney Road, Tyler Gaffalione from this outside post, seemingly anyway, the way this track is played tonight, got to try and get as close to that inside position as you can. We'll see if he can do it. He's a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, and listen, again, when I handicapped the race, to me, he was the horse I wanted. I just, again, have been concerned about the post.
See if he can overcome it for trainer Greg Foley. Trying to break his maiden here in his 5th career effort. He'll be the last in line. $75,000 maiden claiming sprint at 7/8 of a mile to close out this card. There's Tyler in those green and olive silks. Tamaroke Partners. Keep your eyes on him and what kind of trip he can work out early. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Mahoney Road and Kenrick and Street Fight triple option is there. Rumble Ready down toward the inside with some early speed as well. And then it's Derivative, and down inside is Slim Man. Up the backstretch now. Mixing it up early are Rumble Ready. Right there, too, is triple option. Far outside Mahoney Road. Derivative comes through toward the rail up into 3rd. Behind them, Slim Man racing 5th early on. Kenrick is 6th. Street Fight in 7th. Beybladers in 8th by 3. Vales back in 9th. And then it's 9 or 10 from there back to Rough Sketch. And Tebow's completely outrun. The opening quarter goes 23 seconds flat. Derivative comes on through to take the lead. Derivative with 3 furlongs to go. Triple option right there second. Rumble Ready couldn't keep up. Mahoney Road revs up with a 3-wide bid. Slim Man is switched outside for the run to the quarter pole. Kenrick is there as well. Off the turn, stacked across. Derivative down inside, triple option, and Slim Man to the attack. 1 furlong to go. Slim Man coming after Derivative. Derivative tries to dig in, but Slim Man has worked out a good trip and has rallied to the front. Slim Man, Derivative's going to fight to the finish, but Slim Man got it. Slim Man first, Derivative second, tight third there, Beyblader or triple option. Street Fight 5th.
Slim Man, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, and 3-year-old son of Cantheros breaks his maiden 5th career start. Tyler Gaffalione, he was up against it from that outside post.
He tried his best. He came out running, couldn't find that gap, but Slim Man was much the best. He was able to save ground, then come out later, came wide. But I think the way Derivative hung in there through the stretch is more evidence to the fact that the inside was definitely a benefit. Again, catching that moving sidewalk and helping horses stay on. Slim Man, though, was best after being able to get out to the clear and run down Derivative, who was very game to the wire under Adam Beschizza.
Slim Man, 2-1 favorite, post time with the victory. To close out the action at Churchill, these pick 5 payouts, monstrous. To close out the card, I want to say in the low 50s.
That's not going to happen if you go to a baseball game or you come to races. You could leave with more than you came with. I mean, have a good time and maybe get lucky.
So, ooh, yeah. Just over 20,000, excuse me, to Slim Man.
Not much.
Yeah. Not bad night at the races if you had that. If you put that together, well done, everybody. That's sharp handicapping. So Churchill Downs card in the books. Big weekend, of course, coming up here at Belmont at the Big A and across the country for that matter. Woodward, Grade 1, Life is Good. Maggie Wolfendale was on earlier today. She interviewed Todd Pletcher. She said it's a walkover. He's a smart man. He's been around this game for a long time. He said you sweat them all out, especially when they're as good as he is. But it looks like he lays over this field.
Well, I think there's even more pressure on a trainer and a jockey when a horse looks decidedly best, because if you win, it's a relief. If you lose, it's a disappointment, right? So, listen, he's very talented. He's very fast, and it really looks like something would have to go very wrong for him to lose this Woodward.
And the other speed in the race looks to be Thomas Shelby, right, who just does not have the kind of speed that he possesses.
Life is Good has sprint speed and is able to carry it to at least 9 furlongs. Tommy Shelby has route speed. It's 2 different kinds of speed. Life is Good is a genuine speed horse.
Is this final stepping stone, most believe, here going on to that date that everyone's been looking forward to all year long? A date with Flightline, the Breeders' Cup Classic for Life is Good, coming up on Saturday. Grade 1 Woodward, 1 to 9. Morning line in a Grade 1. Extremely rare that you see that in a Grade 1.
Extremely rare, but warranted.
No question. It's going to come up on Saturday. We will have it for you next show, 12:30 Eastern start time. Tomorrow, check your local listings on Fox. Talked about all this speed at Churchill. That's actually Unbridled Bomber, 18-1 big price, part of a monster late pick 5 at Belmont at the Big A. There's Jungle Juice. Wound up getting the lead all to herself. 6-year-old mare trained by Anna Mia. Raylu Gutierrez taking the feature. We will see you tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time again.